Yeah, I did.
Okay, and it's going live. I hope. Oh, good, it's doing it.
Is working?
Yeah, it's working.
Which channel are you?
I'm on,
Secular
I'm
Quranism.
on secular Quranism again.
Ah, nice. What happened to your other channel? Did you get really a strike from
Um,
Ralph or?
no, no. Well, I got two copyright claims on my main channel. Then, and then I got another. I got a strike on secular Quranism, so I thought it would be just safer to have a third channel, a spare channel, and that would. So I streamed, I think, 3 times or something. But now I'm back again on secular Quranism.
Do you know who gave you the strike?
It was because I stupidly mentioned the election, even though I made it quite clear that it was just my opinion. But that got a strike because the message giving me a strike said, you talked about the election.
Oh, really? They strike you if you think it's fraudulent, right?
Yeah, because and I said, in my opinion, it's like nobody cares about my opinion, do they? I mean, in my humble opinion, you know, yeah. But yeah, they're very strict now. Basically, they're saying you can't even talk about it. You can't say, in my humble opinion. You can't even say that now. So
Oh,
it
wow.
is literally censorship.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely. But I mean, censorship is everywhere. I think we are in a generation of people who don't really care about free speech anymore, left or right.
Well, one of the new ideas that occurred to me in the last week or so is that probably if we did have blasphemy laws, and not that I'm suggesting that we do, we probably would get a lot away, a lot more with being rude about each other. Because
Oh, why is that?
I think the human psyche requires something to be sacred. So if we kind of make God sacred, for example, then it's like this human need is satisfied, and then we can talk about the other stuff. But if we make certain topics sacred that are nothing to do with God, then what will actually happen, logically and necessarily, is that the preoccupations of certain people just get prioritized over others, and then it becomes invidious, if you know what I mean. So people will say, well, it's government, it's Jews, it's whoever,
Hmm.
and that will cause suspicion and yeah, bad stuff to happen. Because they will think, look at them, they're doing it to us again. How come, they're the only people in the world whose feelings we can't offend? There has to
Well, yeah,
be a
but it's also not
conspiracy.
true, right? I mean, even Vouch and this other Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, I think they were cancelled because they talked about the word well, how can I say this without getting banned now? I think you can say it on YouTube, cracker. So, I mean, censorship is coming to everybody. I think people just find it easier now to just prevent other people from speaking than trying to convince each other of an argument.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, anybody's even offended. It's sort of like Majid Nawaz. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I know who
Well,
he is. Yeah.
basically, he lost his job over a tweet, right? He was. It happened over Christmas or around that time. And basically, he hasn't got a job now. I mean, not that I care about him.
What did he say?
Well, I can't remember because they don't even report it. Because, it used to be the case that, you said something really horrible and then, the media would quote it like, he said this terrible thing and it was, da da, that kind of thing. And now they don't even say, they just say he said a terrible thing, about the subject. And that's all. So you don't even get to know what the hell it was he said. Except that it was some expressing skepticism about vaccines or lockdown or something of that nature, and the
Yeah,
thing,
it's quite scary now.
yeah, because
It's
no one's job is secure. It's like they can find something. It's like it doesn't matter who you are. You may have a cushy celebrity job on a top top radio show, but you better watch it because you're bound to have said something that could be used against you in your your life so far. And, it's all on Twitter, it's all on Facebook, you know.
Yeah, well, I think at the moment we're we're sort of like like Kafka.
Franz
It,
Kafka in
yeah, it's like the
Metamorphosis.
process it's called, right? Or the trial in English, the book. I mean, the main character gets arrested,
And he
and he
doesn't even
asks
know what
why.
it's about.
Yes, so he asks, "Why am I arrested?" We can't tell you. I mean that's the scariest thing you can imagine.
Yeah, yeah, but because that is the whole thing about habeas corpus. I don't know if you have it in Holland, but it's the whole idea of illegal detention. So the idea is that, well, the state has your body, so it
Hmm.
better tell you why it's keeping your body. So they have to say, well, it's because Conops said this or did that. So at least you can think of defending yourself, because otherwise you'd be saying, oh, was it because I did this or said that, and then you incriminate yourself left, right, and center, and then they've got you, because I mean that's what the Fifth Amendment is about. You have the right not to incriminate yourself, particularly when they don't tell you, you know what they are
Well, it's
detaining you
even
for.
worse. I mean, like it's not even you're incriminating yourself. They don't even tell you what the charges are. You
Yeah,
don't even
which is
know.
why
That
you.
means that the government basically can just arrest you regardless of anything.
Well, exactly. So this was what happened in the past. So if they get you, and then eventually you'll be saying to your jailers, like, what was it? And then they won't tell you. And then if you'll get so nervous and anxious and crazy, you'll say, was it about this? Well, I didn't do it, and blah blah blah. And while you try and clear yourself, you incriminate yourself.
Yeah, well, it's just really scary, especially with the COVID stuff, but because I see here, I don't know if it's correct, but he got suspended for his job or fired because he talked about the COVID vaccines regarding Omicron, right? So it seems like Omicron is pretty mild relatively to the Delta variant. So, I mean, that would change the calculus if you get your child vaccinated or not,
Yeah, he
right?
has a right to say it. So what is the problem, right?
Yeah, and
What
it's
harm
it's it's scary as
does
fuck.
it do? And the thing is, if you're halfway famous, that there'll be people who just want to do you down, because they
True.
envy you your success, and it doesn't matter, whether it was a good reason or not. They'll feel happy that you've been brought down a peg or two, and they'll be
Yeah, there's
gloating.
probably a lot of other resentment as well. I mean, he says some stuff that was rather controversial according to some people, and yeah, maybe there's a settling of accounts. I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, there will be people who will just, who won't care what it is that they're getting you for. And they think that, because you do better than them, you deserve to be brought down, because, you didn't deserve to be, above them in the first place, or something, because you know how people think. They don't even have to
Yeah,
hate you. They just, they just have to sense that you are above them, and for that reason envy you, and for that reason, either really hate you, or behave as if they hated you.
true. And I think the COVID crisis has given a lot of people a great opportunity to um,
Settle
sort
old
of
scores.
yeah, settle scores, but also I think there's something going on with like people's psyche, because we lived in a liberal democracy for a long time, all right? So it's post 1945, right? And then all these urges that people have to control people, they were not supposed to be in the open. But now this COVID crisis has given people an excuse to sort of, yeah, to use or to control people's lives and um, to forget about all these yeah these things about restraint, about like how dangerous it is to control other people's lives. So I'm really concerned that this crisis gives a lot of people an excuse to do things they otherwise would not do.
Yeah, I'm reminded of a children's book that I that I read called William and the ARP, and it's set in the Second World War, and ARP meant Air Raid Precautions, and it was basically a satire about how these air raid ARP officers would go around, the neighbourhood and tell people off, or leaving a chink in their curtain or something, because that would reveal their location to the German planes who will drop bombs on them, and they just delighted in showing their power over their neighbours in the community. Just because they could, because they were given these powers to make life miserable for other people in their community of their own
Yeah.
race.
No, that makes perfect sense. I think there's just long suppressed tendencies that people have that now are legitimated by this crisis.
It just
And
provides an opportunity.
yeah,
Mm.
no, it absolutely does. And I think we now should be really careful what the consequences of that might be, because risk is that a lot of these actions that the government is doing now, and all the sort of constitutional rights that have been suspended, that we're not really getting them back. Maybe some of them, but some of them, like the crisis has set a precedent for overwhelming state power, which is dangerous.
Well, I think it can be reversed, but it would require regime change,
No,
Conops.
no, I don't think regime change is necessary. I think just the changing of the guard is necessary.
Well, that's quite a lot of stuff you want changed, because the whole reason why we are like that is because we are a matriarchy, and the female preference is being preferred, because we know that men hate it because men have to go out and do stuff, and women are they're okay because they're expected to stay home anyway, most of them. So and their psychological predisposition is to be risk averse. So and also because it's feminized as well as senescent as well as feminized, you get the elderly and the feminine having their priorities preferred over
Mm.
other groups, and that I think explains how we are, and in the West the average age is 40, and so
Well,
that's
no,
why
I
people
think that's
are
much more important,
being
Claire. I think
disadvantaged.
we're living in a geriocracy, so old people are not just only risk averse, but also they're old. So that means that this crisis or this disease can hit them much harder than other people, and because they have so much control over politics, it just means they will set the tone of the conversation. Like, oh, another old person has died. I mean, at some point, what
Well,
were you
they've had
talking
their
about?
innings, haven't they?
Well, I wonder if Stephen James in chat is right. He says Karen's army is here to stay. It's a really good question.
Not
In
necessarily.
9/11, after 9/11, we had the whole FISA court situation, the Patriot Act. All these things haven't been reversed. So yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it will happen with COVID. I think some will definitely be reversed because otherwise people will riot. But sort of the precedent that has been set with technology, the way the government controls you, I'm not so sure it will.
Well, it's. I mean, the reason why they censor everything is because they are, well, frightened of their own shadow, because they have a guilty conscience. Because I think, the millennials, generations, X, Y, and Z, I mean, they're the kind of cotton on that the boomers have spent their inheritance, and they're not happy.
Yeah, well, I don't know. By the way, change the topic. So you had OV on, right?
Yes.
So what do you think of his explanation about the whole situation, his implosion, and his communication with the minor?
You know my position, because I made it quite clear on the stream that I was on with him, that
Hmm.
there's no reason to assume the worst.
Okay, so would you, if you had a daughter, would you let her spend time with a 35-year-old man like that,
Well,
like chatting
the
all the
time
time?
spent is online. I don't think Ovi is going to be meeting this person. Is it male or female?
Oh, I still don't know.
Okay, so oh
Me
my
and
god,
me, me, me and
okay,
Stephen
I've been on
James,
Discord. I've been
Me and Stephen James still think he's been catfished by by
Yeah, yeah.
an
So
underage tramp.
it's nothing.
But
It's really nothing. I was on Discord for a bit, and it just creeped me out that I would be bumping into minors the whole time, and so I never go there. It's like you know. They, talking to minors is, well, all kinds of things. You're going to get accused of all kinds of things. And also, they're stupid and they're mad. So you're wasting your time talking to them. And they want to masquerade as adults. So, they'll do things like flirt with you and to you as if they were grown up. And then you realize that you've been talking to an adolescent. So, I think it's easily
yeah, but
done, even
he
when you
does
don't
know.
want to.
It's not like he's not realizing it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So he's saying, this person is German. I'm own a monoglot American English speaker, and I don't see anything wrong with that. So I'm so I hardly think he's going to be grooming him or her and planning to fly to Germany to have sex with an underage adolescent. So
Didn't he say on your streams that there was the potential?
of course, in theory, it's possible, but I don't think there is any imminent danger of that happening. And you people are just sort of making a mountain out of a molehill because you have nothing better to do.
I don't know. I used to teach, and it would be very improper, for example, as a teacher to invite a child alone um, of that age category to your house.
Well, yes, yes, of course it would be. But I think they know not to do that now because you hear of so many scandals of that happening.
Hmm.
There's actually just a spate of all these sort of female teachers having sex with their adolescent male um, students. In fact, there's a film made of it with Judy Dench, the woman who played Q in James Bond.
Oh, the elderly
Yeah,
woman.
it's Notes on a Scandal. It was called. It was
Ah,
a great movie, but I enjoyed it. But it's almost common now.
well, I don't think it is actually common. I did hear about some other schools, like the school I attended, something like that never happened. But I did hear about other people talking about other schools where, yeah, that kind of thing did kind of happen, and it was always with teachers, especially the younger guys, I don't know, in their 30s, 25, that didn't really have a good idea of boundaries and did not sort of see 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds as children. So I do think it's worrying, and it's worrying to muddy the waters. And I actually think it's not appropriate for somebody of that well that age, 35, to be in personal communication all the time with a minor. Also because you give suspicion that something indeed is going on.
Yeah, yeah, and especially these days, it's not a good idea. And I remember that there was a time when people were saying, oh, if it happens to an underage male adolescent, it's okay. And there were some male Facebook friends of mine who were saying this is so bad and so wrong, and these women should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And then there were all these men who were saying, oh, if that happened to me, I'd be so happy, you know.
I do think there's a difference, though. I'm not saying it's good, but I do think there's a difference.
Well,
I think
I do think there
women
is
are generally more vulnerable, and especially young girls are very vulnerable. So, and that's also to some extent to young males as well. But I do think we should protect young females above all else.
well, I'm saying that the punishment should be just as severe because okay, the harm is well, latent, obviously, because okay, okay, this is something I remember when I was younger was one of my girlfriends complaining about passive men, and she, well, I guess she was a more proactive type, um, um, and saying that the men were, she was complaining that the men were passive, and I was thinking, I think the reason why the men are passive is because the women keep making all the moves, and that's why they're passive. And I'm saying because the men are passive, this is actually a danger to society as a whole, because that means that they are like women, and if the men are like women, they're not going to be thinking and acting and speaking in the way that you would expect a man to be thinking and speaking and acting. And that's why nobody can defend a principle.
Well, that freak in the chat, I agree with you, but I think males most of the time need to be protected from other males.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, the Me Too thing. I mean, I mean, I knew men who were saying, "Well, I was, I was I was assaulted too, but I can't complain now because um, that person was the same age as me, and when that thing was done, public school boys. I mean,
Yeah, well, especially I mean, children need to be protected in general. And I think the sort of the muddying of the water, especially because you're in a sort of an internet culture where it's easy. I don't know, you go gaming and then, well, I'm not a very big gamer, but I can imagine a situation where OV is in a sort of gaming group with all these people, and then yeah, it's sort of okay to talk to everybody, but yeah, then to set up a personal communication that goes on for a very long time with somebody who's underage. And can you imagine that OV would do this in real life? He'll be, I don't know, going to her middle school and picking her up. Of course, everybody would think that is crazy, right?
well, I'm sure that that won't happen because I doubt if you'll get it together to do all those things.
Yeah, but the problem is intent, you know, like I'm starting to worry now, and
I'm sure
I
you're
talked
not
about this.
really worried.
No, no, no. I am worried, and I was already worried for quite some time. This is why I never shut up about it. The only reason why OV imploded is because other people, especially the Groyper groups, also thought this was very disturbing. But OV has been in a group of Wignats who actually don't have a problem with that kind of thing at all, because I mean they worship a guy called James Mason, who's been arrested twice for contributing to the delinquency of a minor and also for a CP, a possession of CP. So yeah,
Sorry,
um,
what's that?
oh
CP?
yeah, that's child pornography.
Oh, right.
So I mean he's worshipped by people like Patrick Bateman. Well, you can go on about the
Okay, I
whole
haven't
group.
heard of this James
Yeah,
Mason
well,
person.
James Mason, I mean, it's quite popular in these spheres, you know, to prey on rather young girls, um, which made it in that situation rather normal. So I was always the only person that sort of attacked these people for this. But now they are in a different group. I mean, Politically Provoked is a group with where not only Wignats, but they also have Groypers. Groypers are, I mean, they're in between, I would say, populist and Wignats. And well, it seems that they have some moral compass.
Well,
Well,
I
Thomas
think that
White,
there's always this tendency for men to prefer you know, I mean, pubescent, females.
is that true? I don't think so.
Well, I
I don't
don't
think
know.
that's
Okay,
true.
okay. Well, what I seem to remember is that, the people I know who tell me that they've had underage sex. I mean, really, quite a few of them have had, you know, underage
Who?
sex. Nobody you
I mean,
know. I'm just saying that
you mean two people who are already underage? I mean, you're going with the same demographic as you are. That's something different than as a 35-year-old or a 40-year-old in James Basin's case, preying on 15 and 14-year-olds.
Well, look, I'm assuming that whoever the people that I know who say they've had underage sex, must have had sex with, well, either somebody that their age or somebody older than they are. So I'm saying it's not exactly unusual these
Well, it
days.
is,
It's part of the culture. It's
no, no,
actually
no.
part of the
It's not.
culture.
It's not part of the culture at
Oh,
all. I mean,
come on.
if you do that, you get arrested.
Yeah, I know, but you've heard of subcultures, right? And in Britain, it is
Yes.
a particular problem because I don't know if you've heard of this thing called Gillick competence. Have you heard of it?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so Victoria Gillick was a Catholic mother and she applied for judicial review against doctors who would give underage female adolescents the pill. So they would do that openly. And she was saying that as a parent, as a mother, she demanded the right to know that her family doctor was giving contraceptives and the pill to her daughter and not even have to tell the parent about it. This was a
Yes.
very it was.
Yeah, but we're talking about two different things. All
No,
right.
we're not
So if
talking
you
about
have,
I'm saying that underage sex has been facilitated by the state since 1985 in the UK. I don't know about your part of the world, but it's legal. And this was what Victoria Gillick was fighting against, saying the doctor, my family doctor, has no right to be giving the pill and contraceptives to my daughter who is underage. He is actually facilitating, aiding and abetting underage sex. And it went all the way to the House of Lords, as it was then called, and she lost. So
okay, but are you equivocating 15 and 16-year-olds doing stuff and then 14-year-olds and 40-year-olds doing stuff together? I mean,
no,
are
I'm
they the
not. But
same?
I'm
No.
saying that okay, one of the parties is underage. It doesn't matter if the thing is that the state facilitates this, and so when Rotherham happened, it was like it was just waiting to happen. This whole
Well, Rotherham happened because people were too politically correct and they didn't
no,
want to
it's not
point out
even
which
that.
demographics,
It does.
which
Okay, it
demographics were
doesn't matter.
responsible for
Okay,
this kind
so
of
let's
stuff.
supposing that Britain is a monoracial country, and all the child prostitution gangs were the same race as their victims, and then people, you guys would just say, well, what does it matter? Girls from that kind of background. What do you expect? So you'd be saying that if the girls were the same race as
No,
the
don't trauma
perpetrators.
me. Why are you saying what I would say? That's not what I would say.
Well, okay, maybe not you personally, but a lot of the people who don't like Muslims would be, I think are
Claire,
opportunistically getting in on it.
when okay, so when was it popular in the UK to have uh, to prostitutes and to gang rape kids of 12 years old? You
I didn't say it was popular. Oh, come on. I mean, I'm talking about a practice, a culture of tolerating underage sex, which I am saying that the courts have actually approved of because of the Gillick case.
Well, other Carl, is that really you? So are you actually saying this? So here, the other Carl is saying something. Someone like Conops acting all high and mighty about interaction with young girls is hilarious when considering he's been caught several times inappropriate conversations with minors. Can you back that up? Can you back that up, Carl? Or why don't you come here on stream if you're the real Carl? Come here and face me. I mean, that's a pretty terrible accusation to levy. It's definitely not true. Can
Oh,
find
just
me a
ignore the
single
chat.
instance. No, no, no. But I think he is actually the other Kyle. If he of the other Kyle, if he's really, then I think he should come on stream and
Well, how would
maybe you
he
should put
know anyway? How would he know that he'd been talking to underage girls, right? I mean, nobody's accusing you of that. I don't, I'm not interested in all this sort of, he might have said this to some, I'm talking about the subject generally. And I'm saying that the culture
it
of
is. Oh
tolerating
my
underage
God.
sex has gone, goes back at least to the 1980s. So now for everybody to sort of pretend to be shocked, it's just stupid. The culture
Wow.
has already been there.
I'm quite curious about this other Carl. I wonder if you can come on tonight or now, when we could set it up. And I'm very curious to see what you've established, but I don't think
Well,
I
I'm sure
don't
we
think
can
you'd get anywhere.
confront you about these things separately on another occasion.
Yeah, but I do think it's terrible if you have slander like that, like you can't let it sit, can't let it slide. I mean, this is a terrible slander,
Well, it doesn't matter. All these sort of stupid, accusations that can't be proven. It's like it's the worst thing you can say about each other. So you're gonna be throwing these
No,
accusations
but you have
thick
to
and
be you have to
fast.
be you have to be accurate, right? You have to be when
Yeah,
you're
well, I'm not
levying
going to
a
take it seriously because it can't be proven, and we can go back to discussing the question of sexual allegations. How about
ah
that?
well, all right, let's fine. Let's move on. I don't think he's the real one anyway. So, but I would I don't know if he's a big boy, he can come on now and expose me.
So, what do you
Anyway,
think of Andrew,
who's Andrew?
Prince Andrew?
Oh yeah. Well, don't have um don't have a hot take on this one. Of course, he's a liar and a pedophile. It's crazy that he got sucked into that kind of world. I wonder how big it
What do you
is,
mean it's
really.
crazy? I mean, of course, if you're somebody like that, you'll be, honey traps would be laid out for you all over the place, right? I mean,
Well, you think
that's
that's a honey trap? I think it's just a lot of rich people trying to get away with a lot of stuff. And I think, especially in the 80s and the 90s, there was not a lot of visibility about this stuff. This is before the Me Too movement. People didn't really talk about that kind of stuff. And now, well, these things get exposed. And even his rich friends, or Epstein's rich friends, at some point said, okay, this is too much.
so. Do you have you been following it closely? Do you know the nature of the charges that are?
Well, I remember this interview when he was confronted by this journalist, and he said that he didn't know this girl, and then he kept on denying it, and all of a sudden there was a picture shown.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Just a minute. I kind of need to deal with something. Please read and talk to the chat while I mute myself for a few minutes.
come on, other call, Todd. Oh, told you I'm at work. Come on, at work. Give me a break. What time is it in the United States? By the way, you do know that there are fake accounts of mine flying around, and it's probably you, the fake account person. You better back it up, because otherwise, you get a court case on your hands. Mm. I didn't actually break down the politically provoked, by the way. The only thing I did was to bring up the OV stuff, but I was by no means the only one. I think it's really cowardly, sort of the attacks, like the lies that have been made up now, especially by this guy, other Carl. I think he's actually the stock account that's always imitating people. But dude, yeah, if you want to come on, other Carl, that would be really interesting. Maybe you can have me say something, or I don't know, some screenshots with my actual profile, not some fake one. But
Again,
anyway, so you've also heard that politically provoked has been taken down, right?
yeah, yeah. I realized today when I kind of tried to look at my interview there. So, do you know
Yeah,
what was the last straw that
I
broke it?
think it was the interview, God, with this Thomas Sewell guy. I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to say. I think, yeah, politically provoked. They try to be some kind of new look forward in an age where that's not possible anymore. I was quite enthusiastic about them having, I don't know, interesting discussions and debates, but it seemed also a bit like the two hosts are also, like they have a certain perspective, and whenever you have a certain perspective, it's a bit of a problem because Brittany started out as a left winger apparently, but then she moved to the right, and then basically it became sort of Groyper's Wignat Hogbox. And then it's actually not interesting anymore because you see the hosts are endorsing certain views, they have certain moderators, like they had people like Adolf Hitler, a guy called Adolf Hitler, they had him wrenched. Also, somebody who has rather dubious things to say. So, I mean, that means that the whole thing is not free anymore. So you don't have a free-flowing conversations anymore. Uh, they didn't want to platform certain people because they had the wrong political opinion and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not an honest thing. So for me, I didn't think I don't think it's so valuable. I'm a bit sad
Well,
it's been taken down, but
yeah,
yeah,
I don't think the debates are particularly, high quality. Have you tried the Crucible?
no. I've seen you on the Crucible.
Don't you think that the quality of debate is better? I'm not just talking about my own there, but I mean, they try harder, don't they?
I thought they only did interviews because I saw you on an interview.
Yeah, it was an interview. I mean, that they have, I think, two kinds of streams. Discussion streams and interview streams, and I was on the interview stream.
Ah, okay. So they actually do debates. That was interesting with you and talking about the infanticide and stuff.
The what?
The infanticide question, right?
Yeah, they try to do it to embarrass me, but I'm just unembarrassable on the thing, on the subject anyway. So you should go on it. Conops. I think it'd be quite fun to watch debate Andrew.
You mean who? Which Andrew?
Well, Andrew is the one I was debating with, who was
Ah,
interviewing me. Him.
okay.
He's an, an Orthodox Christian now, but he started off as a Southern Baptist, and his wife is what they call an ortho babe.
An awful babe.
Yeah, because there's this new thing now, with uh, social conservatives in America, that they sort of think, oh, Lutheran church not taking us anywhere, let's go Catholic, not taking us anywhere, let's go to the Orthodox Church. I mean, that's
Ah.
how they think, and I would just say, come on, nothing's going to change just because you go to a different church on a Sunday. Come on, it, you know. But anyway, they I guess they have to try all the wrong ways first, before they finally accept the power and glory of secular
Oh, secular
Quranism.
Quranism. Yeah, I don't know if people will accept it, but it's interesting. So are they a Christian Orthodox group, basically?
Well, I mean, Jay Dyer, that's his thing now. I mean, I saw this video when he was said, well, this is what I want, an absolute monarch who's Christian Orthodox, and you think, you want to be king of America, Jay Dyer, that's what you're really thinking. Crazy.
Yeah,
And I
that's
was
that's
thinking, but that's
pretty.
un-American, you know? It's un-American to be talking about wanting a monarch. If you're an American, it's like, no.
Definitely true, and also about being an Orthodox Christian. I mean, as far as I know, I mean, Orthodoxy has a very different history from Catholicism and Protestantism. I mean, they separated in the year 1054, right? 1054. They had this huge issue with each other about the primacy of Rome, and then also about iconoclasm a bit earlier. And they separated, and they didn't have the same history. They didn't experience the Renaissance, not the Enlightenment. So it's a very different civilization. So it's weird that people who sort of purport to be in favor of our society and who call themselves patriotic are actually adopting an alien ideology and alien religion.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a religion that has already failed because really, when you think about it, the American, French, and Russian revolutions were rejections of monarchy and Christianity. But the penny hasn't dropped on the Westerner yet, but it soon will. You know,
Yeah, well, what penny?
about the failure of Christianity. It's like this is the whole idea of the
Okay, Claire, can I ask you to do that? This I rarely ask this, but somebody is imitating my accounts, and
you're so
this is not okay.
popular.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, there's slander going on, like stuff like that. So I would ask you, like I rarely ask you to ban somebody, but I will ask you to ban this person.
The
So
one
it's the last spirit to Mamzer. He changed his names with the same account. He was before the other Carl, which wasn't actually the other Carl. So he's trying to stir up shit. I think it's Adolf Hitler or cringe Lord or something like that. Maybe somebody else, but anyway, it's not okay, especially because this is,
All right, all
yeah,
right.
it's proper
You.
slander.
Okay, so let me just read the slander before I. It doesn't seem very slanderous to me.
No, but look, but if you look up, so look, you have the other Carl, right?
Okay, so you want me to. Which ones do you want me to ban, dear?
Just yeah, the other Carl and the last spiritual mamzer, which is not me.
All right.
And I'm sure he'll be back, but it just, like you
It's
can't
distracting.
imitate
Just don't,
somebody.
just don't read it. I never read it.
No, no, no. It's fine, but the problem is, like I would get associated with stuff like that, which I don't think is okay, right? So like if I imitate an account by your name and I say I want to eat babies, stuff like that, uh, that's not okay, is it?
Was it actually the police? They kind of try and establish that it did whatever you alleged to have posted did come from your account, because
Yeah, no, it's true, but I just
Okay,
don't want
anyway,
to
I've
deal with
done it.
that kind
I've
of
done
stuff.
it. Yeah, I mean, they know a lot of people can't pretend to be you, and they kind of. I mean, that's the reason why they say they take away your computer to make absolutely sure that it did actually come from you, kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but you don't want to be in a situation you want to get your computer taken away, and you want to, I don't know, like stuff like that would be rather
Well, I
interesting.
mean, it happens
Can you
anyway.
imagine if the police is on the doorstep with me and my girlfriend? That's not okay, right?
No,
My
but
girlfriend's like,
but
what?
you're nobody really. I mean, because you
No, no,
already
it's
go a
true,
fake,
but
you
still.
already have a fake name, and therefore nobody takes what you say seriously. It's only if you're somebody important like a rabbi or a public intellectual that you're
Who
gonna.
says I'm not important, Claire? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I host debates in the Netherlands. Maybe I'm like a really famous person. Maybe I'm a part of the cultural elite. You never know.
Or a member of the Dutch royal family. Ha ha
Or a
ha.
member of the Dutch royal family who's secretly a Republican. Yeah.
Yes.
So you don't know. Yeah. So oh yeah, we're supposed to talk about monarchy as well, right?
Yeah, because that's kind of what what I want to talk about. Um,
Yeah. That's great. Well, so the Dutch
tell us a bit
monarchy.
about the Dutch monarchy.
Well, the Dutch monarchy, the story begins actually quite early with the war against the Spanish. So, um,
In which
of course,
century? About what?
well, we're talking actually about the 16th century, the late 16th century. So, of
Mm-hmm.
course, we know that in the year 1566, you had the period of iconoclasm. That meant that all these churches, these Catholic churches, were uh, harassed, destroyed. The Mary images were smashed, and then they were converted into Protestant churches. And well, we used to be part of what was known as the Spanish Habsburg Empire,
Mm-hmm.
and that fell apart because of these religious wars. And the Spanish Inquisition started to persecute everybody who was responsible for these attacks on the churches, and they killed many of our noblemen. But yeah, one they forgot to kill, and he was named William of Orange, and he became our resistance leader. And later on, we call him, yeah, our father of the fatherland. He was he was a resistance fighter and a nobleman. But like after the Spanish left, we became a republic. But the Orange family stayed as a very important family. But only after Napoleon was defeated did that family become our royalty, you know? So then afterwards, after being for 200 years a republic in the golden age, we became in 1813, we became a monarchy. So the British, um, the British monarchy has always been rather popular. They only had one sort of republican period, but we had 200 years of republic. So that actually meant that that yeah, initially the monarchy wasn't very popular, but now because they throw great parties, but also because I don't know, I think it's sometimes also a human, I wish a human desire to be subjects instead of citizens. Yeah, we're now in a situation where the monarchy is really popular. So I think that's really unfortunate. But yeah, I see. I don't know. I think the monarchy was imposed by outside forces. Are you familiar with the concept of Vienna?
Yes, the
Yeah.
Congress
So,
of Vienna.
sorry, the Congress. Yeah, with from Metternich. Yeah? So after the Napoleonic War, so all these conservative powers came together, and they decided for us that a distant descendant of William of Orange should be our king. They shipped him in from England, and then he became our first, how you say, legitimate king, William the First. So yeah, it's sort of an artificial imposition, our monarchy, but still it's very popular. But that's also why I'm against it.
Well, I'm against it. I think any Muslim would be against it. I'm not saying I'm a Muslim, but I see the logic of a republic because it's the next stage of human development, as far as I can see, and and it's like three times already it has happened in the West. It's like the people really don't like a monarchy. They chopped off the head of Charles the First, and then they chopped off the head of is it Louis the is it 15th, 16th? Which one?
16th. Yeah,
16th.
the 16th. Yeah.
And then they chopped off the head of well they mass exterminated the Romanovs in the Russian Revolution, 1917, wasn't it? So it's like what else do they have to do to show that they've had enough of monarchy? And then in China, that went as well. The Qing dynasty came to an end. So it's like it's gone in both the Occident and the Orient. And so, if you try to cling on to monarchy in the West, in particularly with the British family, royal family, you think, well, what's the point of it? What's the point of it? They don't. The members of the royal family don't even respect it. I mean, look at Harry. It's like he married an American to get a green card so he can work in America, so he can live a normal life in America as an ordinary celeb. I mean that's really maybe we think he's stupid, but maybe he's really smart. He wanted to get away from the British monarchy, and it's you know living in a goldfish bowl. And then when I think of how well the Dutch have managed their monarchy, it's like your queen always has the grace to retire when her son is married and an attractive woman who has produced cute children for the media to salivate over, and then she stands aside. It's like the Dutch know how to do it properly, and
Well,
now.
it's a lot better than waiting for your mom to die and actually be, how would you say, wanting her to die, probably. I think
Well,
Charles
the
probably wants
jokes
his mother
about
to
it in
die.
Private Eye. I mean, it's a running joke in Private Eye, the satirical magazine, for decades. And I feel sorry for Charles because, it's like, you completely spoilt it for him because nobody cares about an old king. They're just not interested. And that's why people say, oh, no, 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 forget Charles, give it to William. Because at least he's still got a pretty wife and young children, and he could still, in theory, get himself into trouble, you know?
Mm.
And she's
Yeah, but I
completely
would I
fucked it
would
up
I
for
would
him.
say that you're romanticizing the Dutch monarchy. So look, when we
Well, I'm
started
just
with
saying
William.
you run it better than the British. And what Queenie, how she behaved about Andrew, it's like, well, I know you said he's a pedo, Andrew's a pedo and whatever. It's like, well, if you made me choose between the monarchy and due process, I'm going to choose due process, and it's clear that Queenie doesn't care about due process. She's treating her son as guilty before the trial.
But I mean, we already know. I mean, the interview was pretty clear, wasn't it? I mean, the photo is pretty clear.
What? What?
Uh,
What? He was photographed with a woman. I mean, and anyway, it's not illegal to have sex with a 17-year-old,
she
right?
was 14, right, at the time? No?
No, 17, 17. Come on, 17.
Well, look,
But
what is illegal? Well, even if she's 17, the problem is if there was money involved, then it is illegal because it's soliciting prostitution of a minor.
well, I'm sure. Look, I'm sure Epstein would not have been asking Andrew for payment. I mean, I'm sure, what he would have said was,
But that
I've got
doesn't
a lovely
matter.
girl for you, or whatever, and she's dying to meet you, or whatever, I don't know. But it's not like, I trafficked her and you have to pay me for the sexual services she renders you. It's not done like that in those circles, right? Not that I would know, but.
Yeah, well, look, I don't know. What's he called? Geoffrey?
Mhm.
Geoffrey.
Yeah.
That was her name, right? Can we look up how old she was when it actually happened? Because I thought she wasn't 17. I thought she was younger.
Well, I think that the problem was that she would have been a minor in America because, all these different states have different ages for minority, for when it's actually legal to
Yeah,
have
but
sex.
it is about soliciting prostitution. So that, I mean, it's not about the age of consent necessarily. It's also about the age in which you can work as a prostitute. And if you're soliciting prostitution, or if you're paying for it, or you're recruiting people to be prostitutes, that's also a different law article, which is in some ways much more strict about
Well,
age, right?
okay, she was born on the 9th of August 1983, right? That was in 19. Okay, so she said she had sex with Andrew in 2001.
I'm very bad at math. Could you do the math for me?
Hold on. Let me see. Okay, it's a bit long. It's a bit long. I'm going to just put the link in the chat and people can read it. Okay. No, but I mean the question was she's 17. So if he fucked her in London, which was the story,
Yeah.
he's saying, well, she was 17 and it's not illegal to have sex with a 16-year-old because the age of consent in the UK is 16, right? And then
Is that
as for
is
her
that
being
is that is
trafficked,
that even true when it's a very old person that does it? Sometimes, like, if you're 18 and 17 is okay, but sometimes when you're like 35, it's not okay. I don't know how about, and also I don't know where it actually happened. So it was in London, you said.
well, no, I think they met at Tramps, which is a famous London nightclub.
Okay. But she was provided for by Ghislaine Maxwell, right?
I don't know the background, but basically, Andrew gave an interview on Newsnight or some and said I wasn't there. On the day she said I had sex with her, I was. He gave some reasons that it couldn't have been him. That he had an alibi. He was with his children ordering pizza or something like that. And a lot of people at the time were saying he's stupid. He shouldn't have even answered the charges. He should have just ignored the whole thing. So so that's why I remember this thing, and I did watch it, and I didn't think anything more of it. But he must have been.
I mean, they showed they showed the photo, Claire.
Yeah,
They
but
showed the
they,
photo,
they
and
weren't
he said,
having sex.
"I don't know this. I don't know this lady." And she was literally on the photo with him.
Yeah,
And
but
I have
I'm
to
sure
say,
lots of women.
she didn't look like an adult.
Well, nobody was denying that she was 17, but basically, I'm sure lots of girls would be quite happy to be in that pose with him. And that doesn't necessarily mean he had sex with them, or
But
if they're
isn't
going
it
to prove
strange
it.
when you say, "I don't know this woman," and then uh, there's a photo surfacing of him and that girl,
Yeah, well, I'm the rival of
and then
Clinton.
all. I mean, but she's the same. I mean, she has been right more than he has been, right?
Well, I remember Clinton saying, "I didn't have sex with that woman." With the implication was I was just sitting there. She had sex with me when she sucked my cock. I mean, but I wasn't having
Well,
sex
that
with
that's not
her.
what he was actually referring to, right?
Well, I
He
don't know
just
what you
tried
were
to deny
saying.
it. He lied. He lied. But back to the monarchy. I mean, this kind of shit has been going on in royal families disproportionately, I would say.
What do you mean this kind of? You mean what sex scandals?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we had many sex scandals. Our William the First was sort of well behaved, but William the Second, he had a lot of male lovers, and he was ironically blackmailed by the liberals in Parliament. The liberals said to him, "If you're not signing our beautiful constitution with freedom, equality, then they were going to get you out of the closet." Well, William II was a very sensible man. He signed the constitution. So yes, he had a lot of lovers, and William III, who is his son, had a lot of female. How would you say it? Not lovers. How would you say that? Concubines, stuff like that.
Right. Well, he
And
signed illegitimate offspring all over the
yeah,
place,
yeah,
rather like
and
the British Prime Minister who won't tell us exactly how many children he has.
yeah. I mean, it's this constant scandal. Even the husband of Juliana, which was one of our queens in the 70s, he had I don't know how many illegal or illegitimate offsprings. It's crazy. I mean, these people have a lot of money, too much time on their hands, and we're all paying for it, and they'll just have to wait for the scandals to appear.
Chapter 24, verse 2. So, um, the thing about these scandals is that you would have thought that people in high places actually get away with it more, right? I mean that's the whole point of being royalty. I would have thought, that you're above, the ordinary person. But it seems to me that it could be interpreted that he suffers even more because of his high status. Because how much is she's asking him for millions of pounds, dollars, whatever, and if it had been any man of his age having sex with a 17-year-old, nobody would bat an eyelid. But it's because it's him, they're punishing him more for it.
Well, she was paid for. That was that. I think that's the problem, right?
I'm sure Andrew didn't pay for it. I mean, if anybody paid for it, it would be Epstein, right? Because I guess if he was doing it for any reason, it was to blackmail all those people who accepted sexual favors through him.
I
So
still
so
don't
if
know if
anybody was
anybody was
paying for it, it
blackmailed.
would be it would be Epstein.
But is it already established that he was blackmailing people?
We don't know because they killed him. But I'm sure, if he was running any kind of a business, it was like, yeah, people will come to my parties. My parties will be the best parties. And
But it doesn't seem much more logical that he was just probably like a guy who was interested in underage girls, and he wanted parties, and he also was busy with what was it, like his company was some kind of tax evasion um, company, that he was just having these parties, stuff like that. And yeah, people were compromised, but I think he wanted to keep it all in his little circle. And yeah, powerful people come to these kind of meetings, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he was blackmailing them, because it's possible, but I just want to see some evidence of it.
well, okay, I mean, you can see how this sort of thing might develop organically. That he started having these sex parties. He had a great time. He included his close friends, and they loved it so much they told their friends, and it became a big thing, right?
Yeah, but look, I mean, it's not how would you say? I mean, it happens quite frequently. Well, I don't want to always return back to the whole Whig math or all these sort of weird white nationalist groups, but there's also some serious shit going on, and it's just how they tend to behave. They sort of pass around people, stuff like that, and it's the thing to do. And if you have more money, then it's easier to cover this stuff up because you can pay people money to keep hush, you know.
Yeah, I just don't see why we need to discuss it. I mean, if it ever comes to light, then, it'll come to light and the police will be, charging these people who've been having underage sex. So, um,
But I mean, what do you mean? Like who?
well, I'm just saying that, it's still a sexual offence, right? To have underage sex. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it
So,
is.
so
But I mean,
whoever does it and gets caught, well, they'll be, arrested and
don't you
tried.
want to
And
prevent stuff like that?
I don't see how I can. Who listens to me anyway? Who listens to you?
15 people are listening to us.
Well, I think it would be more profitable for us to discuss more general subjects such as um, the British monarchy and how the Queen has behaved towards her own son, and treating him as already guilty before anything has been completed. Uh,
Yeah, look, I don't know the ins and outs of the situation, but as far as I can see it, I would say um, he's probably guilty of one charge or another because she was an underage prostitute, which is illegal.
yeah, but he didn't pay for it. I mean, well, if I were him, I'd say, well, I didn't pay for her.
But come on, like if you're in a club, okay, maybe
Yeah,
for
but
you it's
okay,
been
you and
long
I can
ago.
go to a
Okay,
club
so
at the right age, and people want to have sex with us, and we have sex
okay,
with
so
them. Yeah,
it's been
yeah.
a long
That
time for
what's wrong?
you. But I'll tell you this, like if somebody approaches me who is I don't know, could potentially be underage, I would ask for an ID.
Bitch. Really?
Yeah, definitely.
No, you just just tell them you're too young for me, and leave it at that. You won't be asking for their ID. Don't be silly. Nobody believes that of you.
Of course you would ask for an ID.
No, no, no. You don't ask for the ID of somebody you're going to have sex with, especially casual sex. You either have sex with them or you don't bother.
Look, some women look a bit younger, you know, like even if they're 22.
Yeah, and if you have any qualms, then you won't do it, right?
Yeah, of course, but you can look if you like the person a lot.
Then
Is it
you
not good
you
to is it not good to get some verification? Maybe not ID,
well,
but
well, well don't screw them immediately, and maybe say, well, I like you so much, I'd like to see you another time in broad daylight or something, right?
but look, Claire, look, Claire, I've been around, but this stuff never happened to me. So how can it happen to Mr. Andrew and not to me?
Well, because Prince Andrew, being a member of the British royal family, will have all kinds of women throwing themselves at him. So I'm sure he's well used to this sort of thing. Women throwing themselves at him. I mean, like rock stars and their groupies, that kind of thing. You know,
But Claire, if you go out and you go to a bar about 4 o'clock in the morning, you have the same thing, right? So like women will throw themselves at
yeah,
you at
because
some
they'll be
point.
so drunk, and yeah, you
It's
can
late in the
sort of just
night.
sort of sweep up the easy pickings. That was what Ruth said. Don't go early, just go late. They'll be
Well,
drunk.
Roosh, I rarely says that he's right, but he is right about this.
It's common sense.
You have to go around 3:30. Everything before I would say 2 is a waste of time
Yeah, because you have to buy the
because
drinks, right?
then
You have to buy the drinks.
yeah, well, yes, and you talk and talk and talk, and you know, talking. If you talk too much, that will disturb the erotic atmosphere.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of guys do this, you know, talking too much, and then all of a sudden, at the end of the evening, there was another guy who would go with that girl that the other guy was talking for 2, 3 hours, you know.
yeah. Because he just came up to her and looked her in the eyes, and she liked the look. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's also, you know, if you talk too much, it's
It's
could
not
be a sign of
sexy. It's
insecurity.
like
No.
so unsexy. It's like, yeah.
Where did you meet your husband, your late husband?
The wine bar.
A wine bar. Interesting.
Yes. No, but
So
through a
so
friend, through a friend, through a friend.
through a friend.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so did you meet through a friend and then go on a date?
yeah,
Ah, okay. And then the first date was at the wine bar.
yeah. Well, it wasn't a date, that's how you met,
Oh, you met in the wine bar.
First time, yes, yes.
Ah, and why did you hit it off so
Because I
well?
met through, the girlfriend. I mean, I met your
Ah,
friend.
so you were sort of coupled.
Well, no, it wasn't meant to be an introduction. It was just an after,
Ah,
after work party kind of thing. I mean, after work, drinks. That's what I meant.
interesting. And how long did you date
Years and years and years.
before getting married?
Hmm.
Ah, how long was that?
I can't.
Like
Oh,
10.
yeah. Well, I don't want to talk about my personal
Oh,
life.
come on, Claire, we're all friends here.
All my frenemies. Just
All your frenemies.
yeah.
If you want, we can open it up as well, Claire.
Um. Okay. I guess we've kind of done. Who do you want to talk to? Who is
Oh,
dying?
no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I think we have to get a little. I actually want to speak to Stephen James, but he never appears.
He doesn't come on very often. Um.
No. But
What?
anyway, anybody's good. 'Cause I like new figures, or old ones. Even Dr. Mengele is welcome
Dr.
if you want
Mengele
Dr.
never says
Mengele.
anything except I don't know. He just says something about rude about the Jews and that's it.
Hey, Claire, do you think that you should still start sort of politically provoked, but then you as the host?
Well, I remember Jen saying, "Oh, I should do what do you call it?
The Colosseum.
The Colosseum, indeed.
Yeah.
The blood sports. But I already do that sort of thing. Well, I mean, not regularly. But anybody can come and talk to me. I mean, I don't see why I have to call myself a Colosseum.
That's true, but I think we do miss sort of these open conversations on the internet. And what disturbed me a bit about politically provoked is because, they had a narrative supporting people who are on the channel against other people who are on the panel as well. And I think because you're a secular Quranist, because you're sort of in a way you're neutral, I think you'll be the perfect person to do this kind of thing.
Well, I think Brittany was saying, was asking people in a chat if they should have me on, and they say no, 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 you'll never hear the end of it, blah 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 blah. But anyway, in the end, she had me on, and I kind of got the impression that she asked me questions and then I answered, and I kind of got it. I got the impression that she didn't really get my answers because there's no interaction. It's always question answer question answer question answer, and no conversation really. So and there was an audio problem on my on the stream that I was on. So it was
On your part.
pardon.
On your part, there was an audio problem. Ah, that's unfortunate. Oh, by the way, that freak, what does spiritual mamzer actually mean? It means, well, a mamzer is some kind of
Bastard.
illegitimate Jewish offspring. And spiritual means, of course, that I'm not actually Jewish or of Jewish descent, but just I sort of sympathize against anti-Semitic people. Um, so yeah, because
Let's talk
I'm
about
Dutch.
anti-Semitism because that's also the other thing that I want to talk about.
Ah, what do you want to say about it?
That the people who are actually offended at me when I call them an anti-Semite, and it's like, but they don't even like Jews, so why are you offended? What shall I call you? What shall I call you? You know, in the context of talking about anti-Semitism with another anti-Semite, and we are talking about degrees of it. Did you hear me talk about it to Daniel?
Oh, Daniel Sinkovich.
Yeah,
Yes, I did hear that. That
because
conversation wasn't very successful.
I know, but the thing is, he's so funny, and he's kind of painted himself into a corner because everybody, all the Wignats hate him because he doesn't love Hitler enough for them, for their liking, and he always makes a point of, anybody who likes Hitler, he'll just, totally distance himself from them.
It's so funny. I think the funniest thing is when Daniel's talking, you have to just bring up Hitler just to let him smirk.
I know because you go no and Hitler and all that all that kind of thing. Um, so 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 anyway, and the thing I notice about anti-Semites is like they kind of say I'm an anti-Semite, but not such an anti-Semite that I did this. That's what I find they always say. And then
Yeah, well,
if you call them that, they get really offended. But in the same way that Islamophobes get really offended when you call them an Islamophobe. It's like,
well,
don't you know?
it is a slur now, but with anti-Semitism, it's a bit of a different story because the person who originally coined the term was actually an anti-Semite. The guy whose name was William
Oh, I thought it was a
Marr.
Jew.
No, he wasn't a Jew. No, absolutely not. No, he actually had, just like Brundlefly, he had Jewish lovers, two of them, one of which he married, and they supported him financially. So um, it was actually first a positive designation. It was called the League of Anti-Semites. You had all these organizations. So I don't, yeah, I don't see why anti-Semites are so sort of, I don't know, butthurt to be called like something like that because they invented the term themselves.
Yeah,
With
because I
with
was like, what shall I call you then? Why are you so offended at me? I mean, um, but it's like there's no reasoning with them. I think ultimately because I'm saying you are an anti-Semite for three reasons. You either suffer from a learning disability, you suffer from a character defect, or you have mental health issues. You know,
Yeah.
but you can say, but yeah, but they did all those things. He said, yeah, fine. You can. It could be interpreted that they're responsible for all these things, but as long as you're prepared to argue over it, because I've been saying to all these anti-Semites, it's like, look, all these things you accuse Jews of doing as a white Gentile Westerner, the rest of the world, all these non-whites can say exactly the same thing of you and your people. That you spread globo homo, you subvert, traditional values. It's like, they can say that about white people, right?
Um, yeah, definitely. What would your running definition of an anti-Semite be, or how would you? I don't know. There must be some kind of continuum, right? Where you say like some criticism of Jewish people is legitimate, and some is just really out there and crazy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay, I'll try and define it. That's a really great question. I would say that you just focus on the fact that they're Jewish more than anything else. So like Domingo would just go on like organized Jewish criminals, you know, and it's like, well, actually, that there are organized Gentile criminals, but you never mention them. You
Yeah,
don't
no,
care about them.
he's cherry picking it.
Mm.
I think the weirdest thing is, well, I'll give another annoying example for you maybe. So OV always whining about Jeffrey Epstein and then you know hailing James Mason. I mean that's like if you're against that kind of thing, you have to be in principle. You can't just say, "Oh, because a Jew does it, it's a problem. Because a Jew does it, it's a problem." And then it becomes yeah, then it becomes this excessive focus on Jewish people and cherry picking, and uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I consider that anti-Semitic.
Yes, and E. Michael Jones is a good example because he'll always say Jews do this and that, and and then he'll make it seem as if they do it because they are Jewish, and then you realise that all the behaviours that he complains about are liberal behaviour,
Hmm.
And then
Yeah,
you say, but there are two kinds of Jews. The assimilated liberal Jews, the ones you are always complaining about, and the Orthodox Jews, and you never ever mention them. It's like they don't
that's also
exist for
true. Yeah,
you.
yeah, and also just not recognizing that they're. I mean, liberals are mainly not Jewish, right? So if you look at the history of Western liberalism, David Hume, Immanuel Kant, um, God, John Locke, Jeremy Bentham, all these people were not Jewish. And yeah, you can say there was one Jewish person, Baruch the Spinoza. Um, but if you think that person controlled all the others and broke up Western society into liberalism, I mean, it's a crazy thought. But that's what they do. They cherry pick the only Jew, and they say actually non-Jewish people or the goy don't have any power, right? Because that's the consequence of their idea that actually white people, as they call them, have not achieved anything because everything they have achieved has been developed by Jews for the last couple of centuries, which is, in my opinion, a really strange way of looking at Western people as how would you say omnipotent and weak and not able to steer their own future.
Yeah, because they deprive themselves of moral agency. It's like, oh, the Jew told us to do this terrible thing, and we just did it. Because, we're stupid. We just follow orders of Jews, and therefore we hate them. Taking, divesting themselves of moral agency. And of course, liberalism is not an idea of Judaism, is it? I mean, it came
No.
from a different source altogether. It came from the rejection. Well, it's something to do with the Enlightenment and the French Revolution.
Yeah, but I think liberalism, there were always liberal ideas, even in medieval Renaissance and, I don't know, the early scientific revolution. So there were always parliaments, there were also all kinds of, um, privileges that were granted to people in cities. So I mean, there was always some kind of proto-liberalism there. And that was definitely not developed by Jewish people.
No, no.
And neither was feminism, by the way.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, like
you had a few.
Mario Wollstonecraft was not a Jewish person,
Indeed,
and you can
indeed.
you can continue into infinitum. And I don't know. It seems like a lot of these people are they just want to legitimize their hatred.
Yeah.
And maybe they even know better.
Well, that is the thing, and maybe they can't help it. I just want to make no judgment. It's just a white people thing, anti-Semitism, and I guess white people say, oh, but you don't, you didn't have to live with them for all these centuries. You wouldn't know, because that's what they would say. But we have had to deal with them and their shenanigans and whatever. But Jen is an anti-Semite, isn't she?
Oh
You,
yeah, definitely. One of the biggest ones out there, right?
yeah,
I
but
mean, her conspiracy theory about how Christianity was some kind of Jewish op to trick uh, non-Jewish people out of usury is just absolutely um, yeah absurd. It's like a huge conspiracy. Even like people like Dr. Mengele wouldn't even say that, I think.
yeah, because basically, I think it's a neo-pagan's argument for rejecting the Abrahamic God. It's like, look, Christianity has failed, and you hate Jews, and you hate Muslims, so let's reject the whole, Abrahamic God and become pagans, because that is their argument, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, and Jews are hated for different reasons as well. I mean, we have met Vincent Bruno, haven't we?
Yes, but
You know why what the charge is of Vincent Bruno against the Jews, right?
he lost his channel. Did you know that?
Oh no, I didn't know what happened.
Well, he told me that he lost his channel today, in fact.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but
Was
maybe
it was it
they
because he
just
was
got tired of him promoting incest and suicide.
yes, maybe that was it. But isn't it crazy that on the one hand you have people like Dr. Mengele who say like, oh, Jews are responsible for, I don't know, creating degeneracy and communism and stuff like that. And then you have on the other hand people like Vincent Bruno who well charge the Jews of yeah preventing him from being a temple prostitute. I mean, these things can't be both right at the same time. It's like the charge of Jews being behind international finance capital and also behind communism. I mean, you can't say they're, I mean, one homogenous group being responsible for them both. It makes no sense. It's contradictory.
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't even have to make sense now because I think people are becoming increasingly irrational. It's not just about Jews. I mean, the conspiracy theories, I guess, in the olden days, which is within my living memory, would be that they would kind of have to make sense. And now it's like it doesn't matter, we could just think of anything like, oh, nuclear weapons are not a thing, and then the moon landings were fake, and that the earth is flat, and that
Mm.
kind of thing. And there are flat earth debates. Did you ever listen to the one that Jen participated in, that Duvik said she lost?
Well, no, but is she now a flat earther, or what's the deal? I don't
Well,
get
well
it
she,
anymore.
she was arguing, that the Earth is round against a flat Earther, and Duvin was telling her off for having lost the debate.
I mean, when did Jenny ever win a debate?
I don't know, but it was the one she was partnered with, what's his name, Steve something or other, the Australian.
Yeah, the moment she gets started, I remember giving her some good debate advice. She did listen to it the last time she was on Modern Day Debates. So, I mean, I think that made her argument a bit better. But generally, she goes to these very obscure topics that nobody understands, and then she has some kind of crazy mathematical formula, and then people just, yeah, lose concentration.
Yeah, there's no point showing off how clever you are. If your audience doesn't understand, the audience must understand in order to allow you to win the argument.
Hmm.
Otherwise, it's sort of like it doesn't matter who says what. I already know what side I support, and I will vote for that thing.
One issue about anti-Semitism, especially in the white nationalist community, strikes me as very peculiar, right? So they blame Jews for being tribal and ethnocentric, yet they themselves want the most ethnocentric and tribal culture there is. So there is something that is, and the charge of jealousy. There's really definitely something to it.
Yeah, yeah, which actually Judaism acknowledges because the Ten Commandments are actually quite a few of them warn Jews against envy, which produces hatred, which produces division within their tribe. So
Hmm.
so envy is a kind of thought crime that Judaism forbids, and
But I wish they were just more honest. Why don't they say we're jealous of the Jews and we want to be like them, yet we want to destroy them?
yeah,
That
the
would be
thing.
much more honest.
Yes, and also and then at least some kind of dialogue would develop. It's like, well, okay, so you're this Wignat, and you say, well, I envy you, your indestructibility, and then I guess the Jew would say, well, do you think it's easy being a Jew?
Hmm.
Because there are all these rules they have to observe in order to be Jewish, right?
Oh, definitely. I think it's difficult being a Jew. I'm glad I'm not.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not. I mean, it's good enough for me to understand what they actually have to do to keep their identity going,
Hmm.
and and so and the thing is, okay, we may call them a tribe, but they don't look. They're not supposed to look like anything. There isn't a sort of, that Jews always look, that way or whatever, because they don't. They come in four colours.
Hmm.
You know
Oh
that.
yeah, definitely. No, but that's also the strange thing because the white nationalists they define the Jew as something racial,
Yeah.
which of course is clearly not the case because you have the Mizrahi, you have the Sephardic, the Ashkenazi, and the Ethiopian Jew, which are clearly actually racially not very close to each other either.
Well,
So
exactly. And
it's
then they say things like Jews aren't white, and they mean the Ashkenazim, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, which is a very strange thing to say because I mean, if you look at the United States, for pe people who have admixture, I mean, they have significant African American and admixture. Some of them, you know. So the same applies to people from South Africa. You know, the white Boers have significant black admixture as well.
Yeah, and I think the Jew is it's a kind of political metaphor for somebody who happens to have more and is smarter than you, whom you hate because they have more and are smarter than you and wins the argument. I think that's it. And yeah, so anybody more powerful than you just hate, because they must have somehow cheated or did something bad to do better than you.
Yeah, but here is where we sort of depart. I don't think Jews are more powerful in general. I think they're actually quite vulnerable and weak.
Yeah,
I think history showed that. And I think it's strange when they say, "Oh, we want to be why can't we be an ethno state like Israel?" Stuff like you really want to be an ethno state with 20%
yeah,
non-whites in
non-Jews.
it?
That's
Yeah,
a
well,
scary kind of ethno state, right?
I would say
Right.
so. I mean, it's like far from the ideal ethno state, I would say. Yeah, it's a really strange thing, and I think what is really at the basis of all this is just projection. Like you accuse the Jews of what you want to be.
Yeah, but you can't be
So
bothered to
so
do the
actually it's
work.
self-hatred. Well, actually it's self-hatred because
Yes.
you hate yourself and you accusing all these Jews from like conniving and um, being behind all these terrible movements and thinking about might is right, right? That they're always interested for yourself. That you make no apologies for saying I'm just here for my group, you know?
Yeah, and the thing is, the Jews have better networking skills because of their religion. And I remember in one of OV's earlier streams years ago when Aaron's wife, I forget her name now, actually appeared on his stream, and she was actually trying to be helpful, like saying, well, if you didn't make it all about race and made it about values and principles, people
Hmm.
might like you better. And I thought, well, how nice of her, to give these helpful suggestions to these white nationalists. And they went, nah, 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 it's got to be about race.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like even though she gave a lot of good advice to them, and they're just like letting it slide, you know, like they
Oh, you
pretend like
heard
they
it.
didn't
You
hear
heard
it.
it too,
Yeah,
did
yeah,
you?
because this was the first time I was ever introduced to OV and Patrick Bateman and people like that.
Yeah,
So yeah, it was the first stream ever.
and they can't do it. I mean, the thing is, it's like, if Judaism is divine ethno nationalism, it's like you can't. They're so far ahead that there's no way you can catch up with them. And also there's this idea that being God's chosen people, they are indestructible. So there will always be Jews. I mean, okay, yeah, they'll die, a few of them, and they might be pogromed every now and then, but they will always exist to annoy the Gentile.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Jews will always exist, but I mean, yeah, it is I mean, it's a red flag to a bull
Yeah, but
for white nationalists.
I've been kind of saying that they do exist for a purpose because it's unimaginable that if God made them his chosen people, he could have just said, no, no, I'm just sort of, I've just created you to annoy the Gentiles and no other reason. It's like, yeah, they're supposed to do this thing and they haven't been doing it, teach the Noahide laws. And they haven't done it.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. They're talking in the chat about what an ethno-state actually means. So what is your running definition?
Well, it just means that people of a particular race have privileges. And actually, the country that I was born in, Malaysia, it's ethno nationalist and it uses Islam to be ethno nationalist. So it's a very flexible idea.
Well, I wonder about that. I used to call myself an ethno-nationalist, but that's all before the old rights. So I used to sort of think that, I mean, like you have sort of common bonds of history, language, customs, like everything, and that would make you sort of like, yeah, a people, and you want to perpetuate your people, let's say. But with this sort of racial definition, which it's about genetics, I'm not able to support it anymore. And also in these spheres, I wouldn't call myself an ethno-nationalist because it would be misinterpreted.
Well, I suppose, an ethno nationalist means that, you want people of your descent to remain in existence. And I guess we'll have to assume that the Dutch people in South Africa who established apartheid were ethno nationalists, right?
Well,
Well, they must have
um,
been.
yeah, well, you could say that. You could also say that people who, I mean, modern states are ethno-states in a way, because what they do is they want to perpetuate the culture, the customs, the history of the group, you know. But
Yeah, you can
they could still
understand
have
why
people
they do it.
marry in, right? So the
Yes.
Italians still have the right of return. Interestingly enough, is it then an ethno state, or is the Italy an ethno state? Is Japan an ethno state, even though it opens its borders to immigrants now? I
Well, I
mean,
mean,
like, what is an ethno state?
we don't know. I mean, really, it's about who gets a passport, right? I mean, people just think, everyone in China is Chinese, but it's obviously not true because China is an empire, so it has different groups of people who are not Han Chinese, and when people think of Chinese people, they think of the Han Chinese and not any other group. But that's because of the ignorance of the fact that China is an empire with I think about 56 different ethnicities. But going back to apartheid, I think it was a legitimate aspiration for these white South Africans to want to remain in existence in Africa, and they thought, well, we have to institute apartheid in order to keep ourselves in existence. Otherwise, we'll just marry out, and then eventually there'll be no more of us, and boo hoo hoo, no more white, you know, no more Afrikaans
Well,
in South
how would you
Africa.
say? I mean, you can have an African identity of an Afrikaan identity that's not based on racial characteristics. So you could say, well, maybe people can marry in, and we can, I don't know, celebrate our Oranje Vrijstaat and all our sort of orangey weird customs and the language Afrikaans and the history about the Dutch Reformed Church. I mean, you could potentially say, okay, you don't have to uh, put walls around it. But of course, if you have too many people coming in at the same time, at some point your culture will be eroded.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I think
that's
it was a
true.
problem of poor whites in Africa, because if you're middle class, you can have some kind of control over whom your children marry and have children with, because you can always threaten to disinherit them, right? I mean that's how it has always worked. But if you're a poor, if you have nothing to bequeath when you are dead, and you kick your children out when they're 16, which is what the white working classes in England used to do,
Hmm.
then you will have no influence on them at all. Of course, they'll fuck and marry whoever they want, and you will have nothing to say about it. So, you know, you so really, I mean, I've been trying to explain to these people that you can only have any kind of control over who your children have sex with or marry, if you are a married father living with your family, and your wife, in the long term, because if you're not there, you'll have no influence at all. And then they kind of go, oh, no, 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 we'd rather die or whatever. But basically, that is the hard work that is required for you to have any kind of control over the genetic inheritance of the next generation of your
Yeah,
race.
but I don't particularly care about the genetic inheritance. I mean, genetics. Why would we care about genetics?
Well, for the the ethno nationalists would care. You just said you were an ethno nationalist, so I
No, well,
assume
not
that
not
you
that.
would
Whoa, whoa,
care.
whoa, 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 whoa. No, no, of course not. No, you misunderstood me because I said I would have called myself an ethno-nationalist before the old right and the dissident rights came to the scene, because I would define an ethnos as something cultural.
Well, culture is so
Right?
fluid, though.
Well, culture is fluid, but so are genetics, by the way.
Yeah, so maybe it's just an abstract thing that people want. They want to know which group they come from. For some people it's very important, or maybe different people in different times of their lives is important. Maybe identity is very much an adolescent issue, and if they haven't settled on an identity, they become really messed up in the head, and it would help if they had two parents, right, living together, even if they didn't particularly like them, and some idea of cultural identity, even if only to kick against it. So
Yeah, but I don't know if you care so much about cultural identity, and the same applies to the white nationalists. I don't think they care about the culture, the inheritance of Europe, and I think that's the problem because actually they don't actually share anything with the Western tradition. They don't like its liberalism. They don't like its. They don't even like its conservatism. They don't like its customs. They don't like its freedoms, stuff like that. They don't like that. And then the only thing they can say sort of binds them is their race, or the only thing they can be proud of, because they dismiss all these other things that are
well,
very
I think
ingrained to
it's their
Europe.
lack of ability to think in abstraction. So because they can't agree on the rules, they can't agree on key concepts such as ethnicity, and so they just focus on the whiteness of their skin. And one of them actually said to me, "That's the only thing we can agree on. The color."
Well, no, not even on that,
Yeah.
because the question is how white do you have to be to get in the ethno state, right? Because most of the people who are purporting these ideas are American, and many of these Americans have not only just significant admixture, but also many of them have spouses that are so-called non-whites, like Brundlefly, and now there was this guy on Politically Provoked. His name was Ronnie,
Mm.
and he's like an or he's a white nationalist for like 9 years, and he has a black girlfriend for eight, what was it, 10 years already.
So everyone's compromised.
Yeah, but I mean that's
Yeah.
the sort of situation you're in if you're in a really mixed place and then you're purporting these ideas and you can't even put them in practice because it's just unrealistic. It just shows you that the idea is unrealistic. And then you have to think about other solution. And I think, a country needs a culture, and a country needs belonging, a country needs community. But it's better to frame that kind of community in cultural terms because it's more inclusive in one way, but also it does have some borders for new people to come in because they can always disturb the culture. They can always erode or endanger the culture. So you create a good balance, and then having your control of your situation, and the other way being not too exclusive.
Yeah. So it's got to be civic nationalism, in the end, because
Yeah, but the civic nationalism, I always have my doubts about the American concept, right? The American concept is about an ideology. So, if you believe in these freedoms, if you, I don't know, have the idea that I don't know, the Constitution is great, stuff like that, yeah, then you're an American. I don't think that's sufficient. I think it ignores things that people actually find important, like how do I relate to another person? Do I have the same kind of frame of reference, the same kind of history? Do I talk in a sort of a similar slang? Do we understand each other even without talking? Like all these kinds of things
Yeah, but
This
this
sort
is
of
a problem
American
of
civic nationalism is missing, and that's why I think it's a problem. I think it is too thin. Everybody can be a part of it, and it ignores what people yeah actually feel comfortable with.
but that is the problem is caused by white people not having a religion. I mean, I've been saying it for so long. It's like they don't have a religion. They don't know what to believe in, you know, and they never stand up for principle because they don't know what it is, you know, and that means that they are, well, very easy to well, penetrate
No,
and
but you can
conquer.
have a religion. You can have a religion that sort of profoundly uproots people, and it's a new religion, and it profoundly changes society. Um, and that doesn't make it a good thing. In fact, I mean, we could say, I mean, the Roman Empire fell after Constantine. I mean, then it was on the way out.
Post hoc ergo propter hoc. You don't know. I mean, you know, you could argue that Christianity preserved the Roman Empire for a bit longer than if he hadn't bothered with changing the religion. You could certainly argue that. But obviously,
Look, I
it
mean,
eventually
I'm
ran
not
out of.
saying the Roman Empire wasn't in trouble. What I am saying is that adopting a whole new religion, creating a little civil war, also allowing everybody under the rubric of Christianity, even though they weren't properly integrated in the empire, that was a mistake.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, I mean that, for example, all these sort of tribes, like the Goths, the Vandals, people like that, they were sort of invited in the empire, but they were not properly assimilated. That meant that when um, the Roman Empire started to be less stable, it started to fragment, and these people that were sort of newly part of the Roman Empire also started to turn against it, even though they always purported to be, well, how would you say, successors of the Roman Empire or part of the Roman Empire. But in a way, they were not. And I think Christianity, because everybody can be a part of it, um, um, made the identity too thin, not thick enough.
Well, the thing about organized religion, as we know from Christianity, is that you really have to make sure that they toe the line, right? Because Christianity came from Judaism, and you know it's like, well, you know, there is probably some utility in worshipping the most powerful deity that you can think of, and obviously the Jews, you know, have the story that you know their God created the world, and therefore there is a sense amongst, you know, different warring groups that um, you know, if I fight a war with you and I'm this religion and I fight and, you know, and I win, then you know my God has won over yours, or if it went the other way, that your God has won over mine. And that's kind of Hegelian dialectic that maybe a lot of people unconsciously acknowledge, that you know, if you win the war against me and you take me as a slave, but then, well, I guess it's fair enough that I should have to worship your God because my God abandoned me, right?
Yeah. Um, I still don't quite
But
know
it's
what
a
you
very
mean.
divisive system. So if you have a big empire like the Romans, you know, you have all these sort of different competing groups. But the Romans were quite sensible about it. I mean, they just said, oh, you know, your God, my God, will all, you know, we're all big, one big happy family, and you know, put your God on our pantheon, and you know, join the happy family of, you know, Roman imperial deities, whatever. And then they also worshipped the emperor, but you know, but people didn't really believe that the you know, the dead emperor was, you know, ruling over them. And so I think it was this disbelief that made people fight. And that was why Constantine felt he had to have a new religion that was capable of bringing people together. So I guess the promise was, you believe that Jesus is God, and that you get to heaven. That's a good deal, isn't it? Well, you know, let that be our religion, kind of thing.
Well, I don't know if it's exasperation. I mean, the thing is that Christianity is just really appealing, especially to the poor. It has a message of grace and bless, especially for those who don't have much. And I see Christianity as a primarily anti-elitist religion, primarily made up by women and slaves at the time.
At the time,
Um,
until it became, and then the priesthood took over, right?
mhm,
Because really, when you think of the deal that the Catholic Church made with European monarchs, I mean, it must have been this. It's like, yo, European monarchs, look to us, the priesthood of the eternal city, you know, from which the Roman soldiers formerly came from to conquer your backward barbaric nation.
mhm.
We are the Catholic priesthood. We know everything, and if you subscribe to our religion, we'll give you one of our people to advise you to better rule your kingdom, and that would be the archbishop.
Yeah, sure. But I think if Constantine didn't convert, and if Julian the Apostate didn't die, um, we would have seen a very different history.
Could you tell me about Julian the Apostate, because I don't really know anything about that.
I think after Constantine died, Julian the Apostate took over. He only ruled, I think, the Roman Empire for a year. He wrote this anti-Christian tract.
Ah.
Yes, interesting maybe for you to investigate, being an anti-Christian yourself. So yeah, he wanted to get his Roman people back to paganism, but he died just a year later, I think, in a campaign in Syria, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so he
So,
was a Roman Empire
mm,
after Constantine.
emperor, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
directly after Constantine, I think.
It,
Yeah.
it, it reminds me of Artemism in ancient Egypt, when um, um, I can't remember which pharaoh it was. Arten, wasn't it? I can't.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah, Aton, yes,
yeah, yeah.
Aton.
He basically said, I'm tired of the priesthood, taking so much, power from me. I want to be the one. Everybody goes through me, and I go, and I go to um, the sun
The
disk.
son, yeah.
Yes, and then
Yes,
when he died, that was it.
Akhenaton, you call him more frequently. Well, he called himself Aton, I think, after he sort of converted to his own religion.
But yeah, after he died, I mean, the priest. The priesthood basically took everything back and forgot about him, didn't they?
True, true. And similar things happened in Japan, right? So at some point, Japan shut down for about 200 years or more.
What, the isolationism?
Yeah, because they were Christian missionaries. And I think the Japanese elite rightly feared that the conflict that was happening in their country because of the Christian samurai would tore their country in half. So they closed it off. And the only people who could stay were the Dutch, because we care more about money than evangelism.
Oh, so all you had to do to stay was to say, we won't promote Christianity, so we're
Yeah,
safe.
we
Safe.
got an island somewhere on the coast of Nagasaki, I think,
Oh.
to do trade with. So the only sort of sources that are available about the Japanese really at the time were of Dutch doctors mainly.
But
But yeah, it's a good question, and I also I struggle a bit with well, my thoughts about Islamization. I think it will really tear Europe apart if things
if
continue in
managed
the.
properly, it just wouldn't be a problem, because my approach is completely gradualist, because it guarantees freedom of belief. So absolutely nobody is required to change their religion, and freedom of belief will be absolutely guaranteed. I mean, we'll just be a mini America. Any country that adopts secular Quranism will have the equivalent of the
Do you have
First Amendment.
do you have any historical precedent for a one religion turning to another and no conflict?
There will always be conflict, because there will be people who object to it. But I'm saying,
I mean,
because
killing, massacre, stuff like that, force.
only if people really believe in it. But well, we already know that Westerners don't believe in it. I mean, it is their absence of belief, which means that they are weakened by their lack of principle, and they're caused by their moral flaccidity, and that's why
But
the
if you,
women
even if you
hate
look
them.
at if you look at Christianity, right? So at first, I mean, the conversion process was peaceful. Constantine couple of emperors, but then at some point you got the Emperor Theodosius. He prohibited the uh, building of temples and shit like that, and people had to change their religion.
Yeah, they cancelled the Olympics and they kind of destroyed all the old deities in order to, you know, standardize people's belief. Um, but I mean, the point I was trying to make really about Constantine was that, you know, if Islam had been around, if Islam had been an option for Constantine when he was looking for a new religion for his empire, I'm saying, you know, he would have chosen Islam because it was already, you know, ready to go. It's got a book, it's got the rules, and, you know, but Constantine had to, you know, go through the process of, oh, I've got to call the bishops to Nicaea and get them to agree on doctrine, and, you
Yeah,
know,
no, but I really disagree. Disagree with you about that because I think Islam was primarily spread by the sword. There was definitely some missionary activity in Somalia, places like India, but mainly it was spread by the sword. And if you look at Christianity, Christianity is much better at changing the heart. I mean, the
nonsense. I mean, look, you had
the
the
growth of
European War
Islam
of
is mainly due
religion.
to demographic or higher birth rates, not because anything else.
Look, there's something called the European Wars of Religion. I mean, come on, this is that religion was Christianity, and then you know, people like you
I'm not
pretend
denying the wars of
Christianity is so
religion.
peaceful.
No, I'm
How
not
many
saying
people
Christianity is
died in the
peaceful.
Wars of Reformation? For how
No,
many
a lot of
centuries?
people. A lot
Yeah.
of people. Yeah, but I'm not saying Christianity is peaceful. Didn't say that. I'm just saying that it was spread mostly peacefully. So what happened in the Middle Ages was that rulers were first converted, and then slowly their populations were sort of forced, and slowly it had to die out. But in Islam, people were conquered first by military rulers. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying Islam is militarily expansionist in the way that Christianity is not.
Well, I think it was, you know, the last three global empires have been Christian. Come on. You know, the Spanish, the British, the American Empire. Come on. I mean,
Yeah, but if you look at these empires, what they did is not ask people to become Christian immediately, except for the Spanish Empire, which is a bit of an exception. But look at the Dutch in Indonesia. Look at, for example, the English in in India. Did they want to convert all these people to Christianity?
no, they
No.
didn't need to. But the thing is, you know, once you're in charge, people think, oh, so you're in charge. What's your religion? Maybe, you know, your religion, you following your wonderful religion, made you win all those wars against us. So maybe we better think of, you know, being more like you because you're so wonderful and superior.
Don't know what you mean by that. Why don't you try to
Well, it's
expand
a
on that a bit?
status thing. You know, there are people, I mean, I do know that there are people who will convert to another religion for, you know, purposes of career purposes, social advancement, you know, to, to expedite their asylum application, you know, all kinds of reasons. Or just to
True.
marry somebody that they wouldn't otherwise be able to marry. There are, you know, many considerations when people choose to marry, I mean, to convert out of their religion. So,
That is definitely true, but sometimes one religion has more of a tendency to be a certain way, and other religions have a tendency to be more another way. It doesn't mean that they don't have overlapping characteristics.
well, I mean, we have to obviously examine the traits of, you know, these, you know, people with different religions. And you know, it just seems, okay, if, if your country were to be shopping around for a new religion, you would be choosing the best one, right? You're not going to choose the crappiest one, are you? I mean, you know, because it's not going to cost any more, is it? You know, it's not like, oh, I can't afford Hinduism, but I can afford Judaism or anything like that. You know, you just choose the best one in theory.
Yeah,
So, I mean, the only way you can choose, I mean, the rational way to choose these religions would be, you know, what kind of a track record do you have, you know?
Well, true, but then we should look at the track record, right?
Yeah, yeah. So you would dismiss completely the Eastern religions.
Not necessarily. It depends on what you want to achieve, right?
Well, I guess if you're Europeans, Westerners, you want to continue with or empire, and Islam is an imperial religion, right?
Well, you can also be swallowed up by an empire that's actually ruled by another place, right?
Yeah,
Maybe you don't
so
want
you,
that.
you want a moral system that will protect you from your internal and external enemies.
Yeah, but you also want a moral system that will preserve your legacy, right? Or you don't you?
What is your legacy?
Well, what about the beautiful Gothic
Well,
cathedrals, the
well,
beautiful music?
yeah. So you think Islam will just um, demolish your
Islam,
cathedrals,
well, look what
stop your
happened to the. I
music?
mean, yeah, well,
That's
we
exaggerated and hysterical. I'm
no,
sorry,
it's
Conops.
historical precedent. I have a lot of examples. Do you want me to go into them?
Yeah. Just name two or three. I mean, when Muslims destroyed churches and stopped music from being played.
Yeah, so I'll give you the example of the beautiful Hagia Sophia that's now was turned into a mosque,
It was a
right? And that's
museum
the
before, right? It was a museum before.
well now it's turned into mosque again, I think. But yeah, it was a museum for quite some time, but that all had to do with Ataturk, right? So I mean that's the best example. If you look at what happened to Hindu society, all these temples were destroyed,
Plenty of
you know.
Hindu temples around.
And if you look at the Pact of Umar, in the Pact of Umar, the Pact of Umar.
Nope.
So Umar II, um, when he got to Jerusalem, he instituted the Pact of Umar. And what did that mean? That the dhimmis, or the so-called protected peoples, which Jews or Christians are a part of, uh, they couldn't repair their churches, for example. So that's a slow phasing out of the native culture.
Well, people either have to invest in their religion if they want to keep it going, or if you
Okay,
can't be bothered
so
to
we
go to
can't.
church, then
I'll give you I'll give you example. So you know what happened to the Notre Dame, right? In Paris.
you got burned. It
Yeah,
was a
okay.
fire.
So under the Pact of Umar, we couldn't repair it.
Why not?
Well, because you can't repair churches.
But isn't the government supposed to be repairing it on your behalf?
Of course.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
No, well, that it's illegal. The government can't repair it if you're under the Pact of Umar.
Okay, well, we don't have to have the Pact of Umar then.
Look, even if you don't have the Pact of Umar, look at what happened in India.
Well, okay,
You
actually,
know,
the
like
Germans have a very sensible system. They have a tithe system, right?
do they still have a tithe system?
Yes, they do, because it's like, well, if you say you're Christian, then you have to support the upkeep of your churches, and then you might get a burial place in your local churchyard or
Yeah,
something.
but my point was that that wasn't really allowed under Islam. There were some, of course, some Islamic groups that were not as fanatical about that kind of thing, but a lot of them were. Like
Okay,
even
you,
the
you always assume the worst, but there's nothing in the
no, I'm
Quran that
not
says
assuming the
you
worst.
will
I'm just
have to stop them from repairing their
no, I'm
places
not
of
assuming
religious
the worst.
worship.
I'm not assuming the worst. I'm just saying, first, it's human nature. When one culture takes over another culture, it wants to phase out the other culture. In Islam, this is particularly um, virulent. So I'm saying I can't find any guarantees in your ideology because you die at some point, somebody else will take over, that this will not happen to Europe.
Of course, I can't guarantee anything. I can just say these are the rules, and if you want to protect your interest, you make sure that you know what the rules are, and you make damn sure that you keep up with development to see that people are not undermining those rules or distorting them or whatever. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. But from the face of it, these rules are fair enough. It doesn't say that Islam is going. In fact, the Quran guarantees freedom of belief, and it's the only scripture that actually guarantees freedom of belief. And I believe that the First Amendment is based on Chapter 2, verse 256.
Yeah, you believe that, except you have no evidence. I mean, the guy from the Crucible also told you this, and I've said it before. The fact that somebody has a book on his bookshelves doesn't mean they endorse that kind of ideology. Like I have the Quran on my bookshelf. Do you think I'm a Muslim?
Well,
I've even read it, and with Thomas Jefferson, we don't even know if he read
of
it.
course he read it. He bought it in order to read it to know how to negotiate with the Barbary pirates that he had to negotiate with.
Yeah, and then he bombed the Barbary
Yeah,
pirates, right?
yeah, yeah, but it doesn't matter. The fact
Yeah,
is that he
he
read.
didn't just like change to
I know
Islam
you
all of
like
a
saying
sudden
that, but
when
the
he
thing
read it.
is that he did read it, and it's given pride of place in the White House. It's put on this sort of special
Well, when
stand
was that
thing.
done? When was that done?
I don't know, but there is a
Yeah, but
sort of
that's
special
an
stand
irrelevant.
for the.
Yeah, but that's a relevant question to ask, right?
Well, I don't. The fact that I don't know it is irrelevant to the fact that
No,
he owned the
you're making the
Quran.
claim. You're making the
Yeah,
claim.
I'm making the claim that he bought the Quran and he must have read it, and it is recorded that he bought it and read it in order to negotiate with the Barbary pirates, and you don't
All right,
deny it.
so you know that Jefferson wrote a lot of private letters to John Adams, right?
What did he say?
Well, if you want to establish some kind of connection between the two, why didn't it appear on these in these private letters?
Connection between what?
Between the Quran, why didn't he say, "Oh, we got this Constitution and the First
Maybe
Amendment,"
they've
and
been destroyed by Christians.
oh, this is a
Yeah.
conspiratorial thought. Come on,
Yeah,
this is like
you know the
a
Christians go
9/11 conspiracy
crazy
theory. It's
about,
like,
every
oh,
time.
the evidence has been destroyed. Come on, Claire.
Yeah, well, why
You
not?
could
Why
do,
not prove to
but
me that
you
they
don't have
haven't
any.
been destroyed?
No, but you don't have any evidence that it was destroyed. So I
No,
mean,
no,
you're
I'm
just
saying it's obvious that the First Amendment, if it came from any scripture, would come from the Quran, and obviously the
it
Islamophones
didn't
can't
come
accept
from
it.
any scripture. It didn't come from any scripture.
Oh,
It
he just
came
thought
from
it up
Enlightenment
himself.
ideas.
Really?
No, it
Okay,
came from
okay.
Enlightenment ideas.
Um,
That's where it came from.
all right. I mean, if you're going to, insist on that, but I'm saying it's an arguable point that
No, it's not arguable.
it's more
Look,
than arguable.
if you have any positive evidence that Jefferson made any statements in his life, private or public, uh, that the Quran was responsible for the First Amendment, then yeah, then we got something to talk about.
Well,
But you don't have any,
I think you
and
might have been a
you say
little wary of saying that because people then took
no.
their
I'm talking
religion
about
very
private
seriously.
letters. I'm talking
Well,
about
okay,
private
well, I
letters,
haven't
Claire.
read all his private letters,
He
but
has a
the other
lot. Well,
point
why
is that,
not?
that
You're
he,
making the
he has
claim.
he has certain views about the Trinity, and we also know that 5 of the founding fathers rejected the Trinity, so they obviously had a problem with the Trinity, and they didn't want the Church establishing itself in um, the Republic of America. They definitely didn't want the established church. So we can deduce from that
No, they were deists. They were deists, or some vague theists. They weren't any sort of doctrinaire
they
religious people.
yeah, they invented all these weird words in order to not be Christian, because
So you're like, they were crypto Muslims. I get it. All these founding fathers were crypto Muslims,
yeah,
even though they did.
well, 5 of them.
Okay, so all the people that call themselves deists, that talk about enlightenment values, about nature, nature's God, stuff like that, actually secretly they were very devout Muslims.
No, I'm not saying that they thought of themselves as Muslims, but if you're a Gentile and you reject the Trinity, you would be closer to Islam than Christianity.
Well, Islam does entail a lot more than just rejecting the Trinity, doesn't it? So,
Well,
for example, look at the equality clause in um, in the Bill of Rights, right?
the what?
Look at the equalities. I mean, like even look at the Declaration of Independence, right? So how does that square up to Islamic thought?
Well, the whole idea of the caliph is that a caliph is not meant to be a king. So when these Muslims treated the caliph as if he were a king, they basically destroyed themselves.
Okay, so if you have the First Amendment, right? So government, what was it? Government
By
shall
the
not, God, what was it like?
by the people for the
Stab,
people, that kind of thing.
no, no, no. The First Amendment. Governments should make no law. Was it establishing the religion?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you look it up? Can
All
you look it up?
right,
First
all right,
Amendment. Establishing religion or prohibiting the right thereof, something like that.
all right. I'll look it up.
So you can't establish a religion.
Establish a state religion, because obviously the moment you establish a state religion, then all the others become second class.
Yeah, but isn't the Quran, if you're taking rules from the Quran, that's inherently from a religious document, and that's establishing a religion.
No, no, because okay, it's a religion that guarantees freedom
Yeah,
of
but it's still a
belief.
religion. So I mean, I I would argue
Okay, well,
about the
it's
whole freedom
better
of religion in the
than
Quran.
having an established church.
Okay, you can say it's better, but it's sort of an established church, right? Because it's the Church of Secular Quranism.
Well, there will be no church of secular Quranism, because that
But
would.
it is effectively, right?
No, no, because secular Quranism is a system of rules that guarantees freedom of belief,
From
and a
from a holy
religion.
book. But I
Yeah.
can also say, oh yeah, let's do secular Christianity, right? Uh, and it's not an establishment of religion yet. Um, I mean, you would favor, for example, the building of churches, right, to mosques. Um, Yet you would, um, I don't know, like let everybody be who has to be in office a Christian. I mean, but you can still say, yeah, that's potentially secular, and you can just deny the connection to the book, right? But then, at what point is it really secular?
The interpretation is crucial, of course. You know, so but the intention of chapter 2 verse 256 is really to protect freedom of belief, and I guess Jefferson framed it in that particular way. And
Yeah, but I'm just saying about the establishment clause, right? So you're establishing a system that's derived from a religion.
yeah,
Is that
but
not true?
which
Well, then in this sense, it's
guarantees
not secular.
freedom of belief.
Oh, but that's not really relevant because you're still establishing the religion.
Well, at least
So
people
it's
will
against the
know.
First Amendment.
Uh,
It's against the First Amendment. So it's also against what Jefferson would have liked to see.
I'm trying to find out the exact wording of. Why
Well,
doesn't it say
some
that?
American in the chat would be probably, and maybe we can get some help from the chat.
Okay.
Come on, chat. Most of you are American.
They don't know anything. I mean, I tried to get all these Americans to read the farewell speech of
George
Thomas Jeff.
Washington.
Yeah, George Washington. They just won't do it. I mean, maybe they do it to annoy me, or they just can't read anymore. They can't bear to do it. You know. So
Yeah, so,
I
sorry,
just
sorry, the freak. I thank you for your contribution, but that's not the exact wordings. Here we get. Thank you. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or the press, or the rights of the people for peaceful assembly, and blah, 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 blah. So the first part is important. So Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. So there,
no
at the
official
first
religion.
sentence, yeah. So well, but what you're doing actually is trying to do some semantics, right? So you're saying no, it's not really establishment because it's not really religion; it's a secular system, and then well, it's derived from a book, so I would say it's a religion. But we can agree to disagree there.
Yeah, but the point is that there will be no church of secular Quranism
No, but I mean, you can
or
have a
mosque
religion
of
without
church.
church.
Yeah, but
right? So I mean, the fact that there is
religion
no
is okay.
specific church, but this
Okay.
is also, I mean, the church clause, or the establishment of religion doesn't even refer to a church for one thing, because it's an establishment of a religion. But even if it's not a church, I mean, it's from a book,
Yeah, but it's a
a holy
book.
book.
It's a holy book that guarantees freedom of belief, and that's the best we can do.
Yeah, but some Christians at that time also believed that their religion had freedom of speech,
As they
right?
burned each other as heretics at the stake. Well, we know about that kind of thing.
But Claire, I mean, this is just really unfair. You know that happened in the Islamic world as well, you
They
know?
didn't burn each other at the stake. They
Yes,
didn't
they
have a
did.
continent-wide
Well,
religion,
they chopped their
war of
heads off.
religion. Yeah,
Come on.
beheading is just a form of death penalty. You
Yeah,
know, it's like they
so
didn't have
I
guns
mean,
or the lethal
beheadings.
injection. I mean, we just think it's really horrible, but actually, it was the most humane way to execute a person.
Well, that's not the
It's
point I
better
was
than
making.
boiling them in oil or, you know, hanging, drawing, and quartering them or
You
burning
you
them
you
at the stake.
you don't think that happened in the Islamic world? Are you really maintaining that?
I, I don't hear of these things.
No, because you don't know much about that world.
Well, the Quran doesn't say hang, draw, and quarter or burn, but the Talmud.
But you know that there are lots of punishments in the Quran that are how would you say arbitrary, or how would you say, like, at the discretion of the judge, right?
Which ones?
Well, for example, homosexuality is another thing. Like, how do you kill a homosexual? Well, there's been vehement
You
disagreement
don't have to kill
about
them.
this
It just says
in
punish. It
the
doesn't say kill.
well,
You can
most
find them.
Muslims most Muslims in the history of the Islamic world
Well, yeah,
have
because
disagreed
they
with you.
follow the Old Testament, right? Because sodomy is incurs a death penalty in Judaism.
Well, look, in the Quran, it does say fire and brimstone because it's what happened to the people of Lut. Well, you can interpret that as one thing or another. The
Okay, well,
fact
I'm
is
not going
that
to interpret it in that way. Now, you know, but anyway,
no,
we
but
know.
it's a bit strange because you say, like, oh, Christians have done such and such, right? And you say, oh, it comes from their scripture. But these Christians nowadays also have different conceptions of these punishments, and they don't think they no longer apply. So I don't think it's fair to say I can have my own interpretation, and you don't give the same charity to Christians. I think that's unfair.
Well, they're idolaters and blasphemers who
Yeah,
deserve
but
the penalty of death.
why don't you use the same standards? Why do you say I can interpret this religion what I want, and even though these kinds of punishments happened a lot in the Islamic world as well, it's not according to their scriptures. But if a Christian says that, you say no, you're not a proper Christian.
No, but because
You can't do
there's
that.
nothing in the New Testament that says anything about that. Because the New Testament is just
No,
completely, you know, it's got. If you wanted to base your theocracy on a book, you wouldn't choose the New Testament because it says nothing.
well, you can have a theocracy on the basis of the New Testament, definitely. Depends on what you want to do, but there's always a lot of room for interpretation, you know? Like
It
people
is
can
just
have
vague extremist nonsense. It doesn't say anything clearly, and it's written by different people, and it contradicts. You know, it's like the four different accounts of the same thing, and they're different.
four different accounts of the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's this famous meme of Jesus saying to his, you know, his apostles, saying, you know, now listen carefully. I don't want four different versions of this. It's quite funny.
Yeah, well, but Islam has different versions as well.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter in the context of secular Quranism because you know if Holland were to adopt it, then you know it's like that would be the law of secular, you know, under these principles in Holland, and France might interpret it differently, and Britain would interpret it differently. You know, that's how it would work. So it's quite
Oh.
flexible. You know, I've been telling Americans, look, you know, can you imagine, you know, the Quran being interpreted by your 50 different states? They'll all interpret it differently, won't they? You know them. You know they would. Just to show their individuality.
Oh, oh God, there's some really like gay ops going on. You know what gay ops are, Claire?
I don't know what you mean. Is
I
there
think
some
I'm
disruptive person
well. Look,
posting in a
there's
chat?
been no, no, no. It's actually like a comment. So there's somebody commenting on um base takes profile, and it's a fake me, and I know who it is. It is Adolf Hitler. Do you know who Adolf Hitler is?
Somebody who doesn't like you?
Well, yeah, he's somebody who doesn't like me. So he's trying to slander me that I am responsible for, I don't know, doxing Britney or whatever, even though I don't know who she is. It's really, I have to say, a bit rich Adolf Hitler, and that's because I made screenshots of his. How would you celebrating James Mason, the sort of the pedophile terrorist Wignat, and he got now really upset. So he's trying to do all these gay ops to me, and now I see this fake me account which has one subscriber, even though I think I have like 60 or something, or 70, 57. It's just really God, these people,
Made screenshots of his.
desperation, desperation. Come on, Adolf. And I wonder why these people never come on stream, confront me, that I can,
Just ignore
uh, uh,
them.
I don't know. Should I ignore this?
Yes. We
It's
were having an
interesting. So,
interesting conversation, but maybe
okay.
you're getting tired.
No, no, no. I just want to read this for you. So, really enjoyed watching this. But what I enjoyed even more was collaborating with you in taking down politically provoked YouTube channel. If these people want to push their ideology, then they better be ready for us to come silence them. Message me later. I've got some more clips of Brittany that we can email to her family. Wow. That's that's uh that's very daring, Adolf Hitler. So apparently, Brittany got messages to her family.
Right.
So somebody apparently doxed her, which I think is definitely not the right thing to do. Because I've always been rather principled. I don't think doxing should be allowed in these spheres. So yeah. And did you ever see me doxing somebody, Claire?
No, but then I wouldn't expect to see you doxing anybody. But I know Mike does that. That's base takes, right?
Yeah, so there are some stories going around. I don't know how much of it is real and how much of it is what other people say he did. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah, and I don't really care because it's like nobody cares anyway. You know, do they?
Um,
I mean,
I don't
okay.
know. I think in these spheres, doxing is a big taboo, and I think rightly so because people could lose their, I don't know, like their livelihoods or stuff
Maybe
like
we should
that
all
for even
dox
saying something.
ourselves. Maybe we should all dox ourselves, so then they wouldn't even think of trying to.
No,
We're
I don't
more
think
than
that's a
they
good
are.
idea. Yeah, but Claire, you have, for example, you have some inheritance to sit on. I don't. So the moment I say controversial things, and even though I don't say very many controversial things, there's always somebody who could pick something up or stuff like that,
Yeah, and you can't
And you
live
don't
like
want.
that because it's getting worse. And if you don't fight it, it will just get worse. And then you'll be complaining worse later on if you don't fight it now. And if you don't fight it now, it'll be harder to fight later on. So it's nothing to do with me. I'm
Well,
not giving you malign encouragement. This is just sensible advice. If you just keep retreating, they will keep advancing, and it will get worse. And we were talking earlier about Majid Nawaz, and he just said something about the vaccines, and he's without a job.
well, yeah, that makes me think maybe Majid should have said that anonymously, actually.
Well, but then it would be there would be no point because then nobody takes you seriously if you say things anonymously because then they know you're not invested in the saying of the thing that is not allowed, and and this is the problem. I mean, you're all frightened. You won't defend what to your right to speak the truth, and that's why they will just keep coming and coming and coming, and
Yeah, but I don't think for me it's such an issue. So what I say is not terribly controversial. Did I ever say something that could be get me fired or banned? I don't think so. But you
well,
never know.
if the
The
regime changes,
well,
then
if the
all your
regime
views
changes,
will be
definitely,
considered,
definitely. Under secular Quranism, who knows?
well, you'd be allowed to say all that, but I guess the things that you say that annoy people annoy the Wignat, so that's why they keep coming for you.
That's true. That's true. I think the going after Mr. Adolf did really annoy them. But generally, I'm sort of ignored or people just don't pay too much mind to me. But I think now I got myself involved in an um, interesting situation because I think that Mr. Adolf Hitler just really wants to protect his reputation, and I have screenshots of him um, praising a pedophile. So I think he's just scared and tries to go nuclear on me.
Who was the one who wrote um, Lolita?
Nabokov.
Nabokov. And was he a paedophile? Would you say?
Yeah, I think in the end he was, um, which is rather strange. I think his private letters were found, and there were some. I don't know the details because I've never read his private letters. I have read Lolita, which is a very interesting book, I have to say. So I think he was struggling with it, but I think he was how would you call that a non-practicing one. He had
Ah, ah.
the urges, but tried to fight against it.
Well, you can be a non-practicing homosexual, you know.
Yeah, it could be that, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, I think he struggled with it quite a bit because I don't know if you remember the book, but the main character, I think his name is Humbert Humbert.
Yes.
Like he's a ghastly character. So he he marries the mother so he can get with the daughter, and he's just the most superficial, arrogant, terrible person you can imagine. And he does everything like how would you say it? Like he plots everything. I think he was sort of aware of some of his proclivities and how dangerous they could be. So that's why I think he wrote it. So it's a lot less innocent than you think it is, the book, Lolita. And I never got that. I thought first it was just a portrayal of somebody who was I don't know, like who could imagine things well. But it turns out I don't know, he had some
They were
inclinations.
real, and she probably did flirt with him, and he got excited about it, I suppose, because I think adolescent females, if they're observant, will notice that they have a strange effect on grown men, so they'll do it some
I don't know.
more.
I don't know. I don't think it's the girls who were daring him. It's probably the other way around. Like if you have these inclination, can you imagine, Claire, that you couldn't be with a man?
What?
Can you imagine if you couldn't be with your, how would you say, preferred sexual choice? Like if I couldn't be
Well, it
with,
just
I
makes
don't
it
know.
more attractive, right? Somebody says
No,
no, but you
what I'm
can't.
trying to what I'm trying to say, like these people have very, how would you say, an inclination that is very stubborn. It doesn't
Forbidden.
go away. Yeah, but it doesn't go away, So and they can never practice it. Like that must be fucking tough.
Well, but it used to be the case that people took seriously the idea that we're not supposed to have sex with anybody other than our spouse, right? So anybody they fancied, whether of their sex or of the opposite sex, was not allowed.
Hmm.
So really, it's like in a way we have a kind of equality of sin in that, whatever sex you are, you're not supposed to have sex with anybody, either your sex or the opposite sex, if they're not your spouse.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
there's no
Well, but
need
what
to
I'm
make a
trying, but
big deal of it.
yeah, well, I think it's like, well, it's not a big deal for us in general, but well, it is a big deal because these people unfortunately have inclinations that are really difficult to rot out. So it turns out that people who have, especially people who are into little boys, it's almost uncurable, you know. So you can put them into rehab clinic after rehab clinic, and the recidivism rate is just terrible. So yeah, I also wonder, what to do with these people. I don't have an answer to that, but
Have you ever been the victim or of an attempt, to seduce you when you were a little boy?
no, no, not no.
But I suppose you just have to warn your kid. Like, well, if there's any adult who, is wants to give you sweets and wants to touch you down there, stay away, blah blah blah.
Hmm.
So,
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's a difficult conversation, because I don't know. Sometimes I think, well, I don't know if I can say this out loud on the stream, but yeah, something has to be done with these people, and the current punishments we have are not strict enough.
well, it's not strict enough for a whole bunch of things, really.
But particular that, like I think also for murder and rape and stuff like that, the punishments are way too low in many of our Western countries. Like
Yeah,
seven
because it
years
has to
for a
be
murder, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
It has to be
it's crazy.
proportionate.
Yeah, and definitely, especially because I think it's weird that some of the, I don't know, like little drug dealers, they get a lot of punishment sometimes, Sometimes it's equivalent to a rape, which I think is absurd. Little cocaine smuggle, and then you're in jail for four years, but raping 3 years, really?
Yeah, it makes no sense at all. And I think it should be treated like well, a personal injury to be compensated by the perpetrator.
Yeah, but that's not enough. That's not enough. I mean, we need also, as a society, you need to set a precedent that this stuff can't happen. You need to be rigorous, and also there's something as societal retribution. As a society, we take revenge on people who do evil stuff.
Yeah, and there's so many different kinds of sexual effects that you have to make it clear, or people will, well, overpunish or underpunish, right? And people will have different ideas about whether some sexual offences are even sexual offences, whether how they should be punished and everything, because of what it says in the Bible.
Yeah, but I don't care about that. I
Well, we
think
need a national
we
conversation. I mean, and that's what
Yeah,
they're not
sure, we
giving
need a
us.
national conversation, but I think it's better to do it with our secular logic, so we can actually can see what kind of damage, certain crimes will inflict on people.
I think
And
you have to start with fornication, really.
it doesn't create any. It's a victimless crime.
Well, that's what you say, but I think it's a kind of gateway sexual offence, right?
Well, you think the Catholic Church, with its, I don't know, with its prohibition on fornication, really did well in the child protecting business?
No, no, but okay, this is how it works, right? You get a lot of gay men going to join Catholic seminaries because they think it's like I'm clever, I'm ambitious, and I want to get away with having sex with people of my own sex, and I join a Catholic seminary.
I don't know. Any man in a dress, whether it's an imam, a priest, or I don't know, a Buddhist monk, I will lock away my children. Like I try to protect them from them. I don't trust these people.
Tiffany's here. Hello, Tiffany.
Hi guys, hold on one second. I'm having some audio issues here.
Well, yeah, okay. Tiffany is also a victim of gay ops, but then of a guy named Yaxley. God, it's just so frequent in these spheres.
Yeah, because people are so malicious, aren't they?
They are very malicious.
You're quite malicious too, I have to say.
No, when was I ever malicious? Come on, Claire.
Oh, you like doing people down, and you like getting them into trouble, and I guess it
That's
is
not true.
noticed.
Nobody that doesn't deserve it.
Well, in your view,
But who have I attacked that didn't
you,
deserve it?
you, you just adore sexual scandals, and you just want to make every molehill a mountain for you to climb on.
Oh, you mean the famous John Vance ego dick situation? You think that was a molehill?
And also, OV. I mean,
But you think you but
I'm
you
just
think
going to say it's innocent. I'm
okay,
going to assume
okay.
it's
Well,
innocent
all right. So
until, something
okay, so
happens.
he says there is a potential, and you call it innocent. All right,
Yeah, I mean, in theory, there is potential, but,
it's bullshit. I didn't make this public. I asked him so many times. I can send you all the fucking messages I sent. Stop this. This is not good.
well, he was boasting about it, was he?
He was boasting about it, and I said, "You need to stop this." Also, he brought her on the stream with Patrick Bateman, fucking terrorist supporter, and she lives in
He got
Germany.
his sister on, which I thought was crazy.
But it's just really irresponsible what he does to this
Well, he's
young
drunk
girl.
half the time,
And
right?
yeah, and I said to him so many times, dude, look, it's not appropriate to talk to a 13, 14-year-old. Just, let it go, let her do her own thing. Said it many times before I made this public. So don't get me on this whole stuff that I want to make a row out of this, because I really wanted to save OV from himself.
Chances are, though, wouldn't you say it's probably, since he's been so public about it, it's probably, although inappropriate, it's probably innocent, the interaction with them? I mean, don't you? That's just my assumption. I would say, if somebody's going to be that open about it, they're probably not doing anything bad.
I'm
Or
not
maybe
saying yeah, I'm
it's
not
bad.
saying they have done anything bad yet. I'm just saying it's just really not appropriate. And if he says there's potential there, and if they say when they say goodbye, I love you, I don't know. I don't think it's a good
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
And that it doesn't say like I think OV is necessarily a pedophile. I don't know, but it comes across as creepy, and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I guess we all have to exhibit some self control, regardless of bonds or, emotional to whatever the case is. And that I don't really know, but yikes. Yikes. How you doing, Conops?
I'm doing good, doing good.
Oh.
Got some gay ops running on me, but you know all about that, right? I saw
Oh
I
Lord,
saw I
yeah.
saw the Yaxie stream, you poor girl. For
Oh
you.
man. Oh boy.
But Tiffany, I
Yeah.
never I never knew you were so involved. I always thought you were sort of part of that community, but not really. But I never knew you were
I
so involved.
wasn't. I wasn't until I met him, and then we spoke for about 3 months, and it was kind of similar to being held captive by an ISIS terrorist. Is the only way to describe that.
So for those who don't know, I think for Claire you don't know it either. Like he is from that sort of Renee pocket. That guy. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff always
I
going
think
on
she
there.
caught wind of it the first time he went on a press circuit about me about, God, 7, 8 months ago now. It's been about 7 months, I think. This isn't his first swing at me, Conops. This is his probably third now, even though I haven't spoken to him and, pretty much left his name out of my mouth, but he still feels slighted for whatever reason, and he's just doing what an injured man does, I guess. I don't know. I'm just trying to ignore it.
So was it a sort of a
It
unrequited
was
love
it was a
thing?
it was a interaction that started off one way and very quickly went south, and that I have a lot of regrets about, and that um, you know, I wish I'd known a little bit more about this person before I actually took their word for things, because I feel they're predatory in nature. It was
Yeah,
bad.
well, I have to say, like I always say, like Yaxie is a paranoid schizophrenic.
Conops, she might be right. Like literally.
It is like one of these people who will go nuclear on everything. It's like, oh, you said something. Now I'm gonna dox your family, and I'm gonna involve this and send it to the police. That and well, you're not the only
Yeah.
one. There was also this girl called GGW, and I
Oh
mean,
yeah, yeah.
there's a whole lot of people there. But it's interesting these kinds of personalities assembling on the internet, though. Like,
Well, I think he does because it's a lot easier to act out sadist type desires on people from that are virtual versus in real life. It's really hard to profile enough women to find that specific type that you specifically need in order to be this type of person towards, right? You have a huge pool online. Real life, it's much smaller. So yeah, I wish he would go away. I have a feeling he's not. I haven't said very much, and I'm going to continue not to. But I don't think
it's
you
too
should.
bad. I have to say, your videos are quite funny. I just checked them out today.
They
That
were.
that
I lost
finger.
my mojo on yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't know like how ignoring works sometimes. I think sometimes they'll just go away. At some point, like what can he say? And at some point, there's also some new woman that will I don't know make him upset
Immerse
because that's
herself
just the
in that
nature
shit.
of the beast.
I hope so. I hope he finds her soon because this is getting a little old. When the press circuit outlasts the actual time you spoke to somebody, it's kind of weird. Um, I don't know. The thing that blows me away about the whole thing is how he cannot see how humiliating this is for him to think that this behavior is normal. It's very odd behavior, and it's very the 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 response is way 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 too much for the original action, which was just trying to not no longer communicate with this person. So um, yeah,
So
I don't know.
you ghosted him and then he got really upset. So that's
Well,
basically it.
there's no really ghosting actually. It was more of a it was kind of like that one North Korean defector when he tried to when he ran for the DMZ that one time and he was shot by like 14 bullets. It was something like that. I knew it was going to be like this, and I waited as long as I could to rip the band-aid off. And when I did, I just kind of
Mhm.
was like, all right, it's time to jump ship and deal with what he's going to do, which was contact all my family and call the police on
Oh,
me.
whoa, wow, wow,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
saw him do that with GGW as well. So I'm not like somebody who, when two people are arguing, I'm not so quick to choose camp. But I have to say, after seeing what happened with this other girl, I felt like, okay, I'm Camp Tiffany. I have to say.
Yeah, man. Like I don't bring this stuff public. It's nobody's business. It's nobody's business what I said in private or how things went or any of this. It's
Mhm.
nobody's business. But he has something to prove. Apparently, I don't. And I kind of am at the place where people want to judge me and think of me a certain way because of that scenario. That's okay. I'm
Mhm.
not going to try and change your mind. That's your business. What your opinion of me is of me. It's not mine, and I don't care.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they follow me everywhere. Conops, every chat I go to, every room, they're there. With their snarky remarks, and they're not even funny anymore. So I don't know, man.
Yeah. Yesterday I wanted to appear on Yaxi's channel, but I was booted in 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he also has everybody in his chat censored, which I think is always a terrible sign, right? So I mean, you can only ban somebody because of quite terrible
He
offenses, I
doesn't
would
do
say.
well with criticism, does he?
No, it's not. It's not terribly good. But I would say, I have an ask a question for you because at some point there was this woman called Malibu, and I know
Yeah.
she's sort of also has her flaws and mistakes and weird, but I think she was rather severely bullied.
hmm
Um,
hmm
do you agree with that? Like, I
I
mean,
wasn't around then, so I didn't see those times. I can
hmm
say that she does quite a bit of um, harassment herself, from my experience.
oh, sure.
I
Like, I don't deny that, but
Yeah, I haven't seen her be singled out for any particular reason, but I have seen her say incredibly slanderous type things about other people that are so bad
mm,
that you don't go there without evidence, crimes with children and things like that. She's even done it to me. I believe she's a person who has intentions to victimize herself in order to create a scenario of mental health
hmm
um, episodes so she can collect disability. That's what I personally think. Um,
yeah, undoubtedly. But when I heard her talk sometimes on stream, and there was like two or three people, and everybody was hating on her, I felt so sorry
oh,
for her.
yeah. See, I
I
haven't
did
seen
feel
that.
very sorry. Because I mean, there is something as cyberbullying, I think, especially if you gang up with a whole group on people, and even though many times when people are bullied, there's something there,
Well, I've
there's something there.
experienced it quite a bit, but I can always turn it off. You know what I mean? The problem is when they go into your real life and you can't turn that off.
Mm,
That's when it becomes an issue. I think when it's just commentary on when it's just people's words,
true.
you have a choice to look at them and you have a choice to let them affect you, right? But when it goes out of this realm and into your family and your work and your children's schools, let's say, and the police. I mean, that's when people take it too far. That's when I'm like, okay, this is a little bit, um, there's no choice in that, really, right? At that point, it's kind of like you're at the mercy of the harasser. But yeah, I mean, I've seen her picked on a little bit. When I first met her, I offered to help her. Um, but then I saw what was actually going on, and there was nothing I could do to help her because she just needed to shut up, basically,
hmm
and she won't. And I
hmm
feel she needs the attention in a way. So I don't see her as a victim necessarily, but she's definitely unstable. You know,
But I mean, a victim can also be a perpetrator, right? So it's not
yes,
mutually exclusive, right?
yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You
Uh,
can have two victims of the same crime perpetrating each other, right?
yeah.
Like, I think it's kind of it's an even playing field with her and her suicide trolls, as she calls them. But she's gross, in my opinion. She comes after me pretty bad too. I don't even mention her very much anymore.
Yeah,
I,
no, I think you shouldn't, because I think actually she's a rather maybe, I mean, you can say like, oh, she's over dramatic and stuff like that, but you just don't want to be, if somebody has psychological issues, you don't want to be the person that I don't know, makes their lives even more difficult, because like what comes out of
I,
them is probably because of, yeah, some reason that she's not mentally stable,
right. There's a very sad story behind why most of these people are mentally ill, right? There's a very sad past there that would, we all would find difficult and traumatizing. I just No, when I figure out somebody is severely mentally ill, I do leave them alone. But you'll be hard pressed to find me being all that
Mm.
cruel or uh, you know overtly mean for no reason anywhere
No,
anyway.
and I thought actually your video of Malibu was actually quite funny. The
Yeah, you can
I mean,
laugh
it was good
at
humor, and
it.
it was not too how would you say it? It was not going too far. Anything. I thought it was I thought it was hilarious. So, uh, well done. I don't think that
Well,
was
thank you.
that. Yeah, I don't think that's the reason why people go really I don't know, off the rails or something. But I think
Get
like
over
with the
there.
whole group, like I don't know, what she calls gang stalking, that's something I have a problem with. But you're
Yeah.
not part of that anyway, so I shouldn't
No,
bring it
no,
up.
no, no, no. I don't do those sorts of things. I've had it done to me, but I respond, so I think I make myself, we all have a choice, right? And we choose how things affect us and how much we participate in them. And I'd be lying if I said this stuff didn't bother me and it didn't get to me, because it does. But I then kind of snap out of it and like, why you wouldn't want to be seen in public with half these people? Why do you even care? you know, so it's kind of like not to sound
but,
pretentious
but
or
but Tiffany, are you a bad judge of character?
terrible sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm great when it comes to other people. their own personal situations, if they come to me for advice about a character of somebody. But for myself personally, I start everybody at 100. I trust everyone. I'm very, very dumb with that, incredibly dumb, and I think I finally been taught my lesson, and
Hmm.
to have a little bit more self-preservation, because yeah.
Yeah, because I actually don't want to be offensive, but I
No,
did
I
talk.
get it.
I
Yeah.
did talk to Yaxley, and it didn't take me long to figure out that guy was really unstable. You should clear away from him if you value your
Yeah.
if you value your privacy, your
Well,
life, everything.
it didn't take me very long either, but it took too long. Then it took longer than it should. Let's just put it like that. I mean, he put on a good show for a minute there. I mean, a really good one. It was
Is
like
he a very charming man, like
he
interpersonal?
can be. Yeah, he can be. He
No,
can be.
he gives a lot
The
of
fade's
confidence
good,
as well.
but he can be.
Oh.
He's
Uh,
more. He presents himself as being. I can't believe I'm going to say this. He presents himself as being very stable. I know.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he's learned over the years that, I mean, people like he gives off signs to people, and people get distrustful, and that's why maybe he's trying to compensate and put some
Well, what
deliberate
he
strategies into
did
place to make sure that he's trusted.
Well, what he did with me is he addressed all these nasty rumors out there about him out of the gate. He kind of like was like, "Oh, I want to tell you some situations, almost like from a place of understanding, like, oh, I get you're told a lot. Well, here's what happened to me." And so he kind of buffered me for all the things that I was eventually going to find out, to kind of control the narrative, right? So that bought him some time. But it was the aerospace engineer stories that really rang my bell, because my grandfather just so happens to be an aerospace engineer. In fact, he was the lead principal scientist who developed the Sidewinder missile.
Oh, wow.
And so I know, I'm not an engineer, but I've been around one my whole life. And so when he started saying that he had worked in, he was a Miller Turner, I just wasn't buying it. And when that kind of fell flat, I was like, there's something not right here. And then the Renee story really turned me off, because I saw through that. And then it all kind of came together. And by that point, he already had enough information about me to be controlling enough to keep me around to deal with him for a couple months. So, he uses intimidation as a tactic for control,
Hmm.
and over someone, to be submissive and cooperative, I'll say. And then with me, I'm really patient, but I got to a point where I was like, you know what, I don't care what you're going to do it, have fun, do your best. And that was kind of here.
So which steps did he actually take to sort of, I don't know, discredit you or?
Well, he puts together these dossiers about people. He'll actually put together like presentations, and I mean, somebody sent me what he did with GGW, and he had an outline with like subnotes to it, and links, and it was all organized. And he is OCD, like a serial killer, if you will. Like, his organization of his data is creepy.
Yeah, yeah, it's a bit disturbing, I have to say. On the other hand, I did something that triggered my interest in the Yaxley stream. So there was
Uh,
an N word used. Could you elaborate on that?
yes, I was so mad at him one day that the only thing I could think to say to him that would make him, that I was trying to just piss him off, not really piss him off, I didn't want him more mad, but I was so mad. The only thing I could think to call him that might, hit him in the stomach a little bit, was that word, because it was just the ugliest word I know, and I was about as mad as I think I've ever been. So I dropped it to him a couple times, actually, and it was ineffective, except for collateral damage and evidence that I'm this horrible person down the line. So I regret doing that. He's white, as we all know, and I did it in a private email. I've never called anybody of color, that word in public, and I never would. But I was very mad, and quite frankly, I haven't apologized for it, and I'm not going to, because it was done in private in an email to a white man where nobody should have seen it. You know what I mean? I was incredibly angry. I was, stressed out, and it's just one of those moments where we slip up, right? And that it happened to be.
True. It is an interesting choice of words, though.
When you're so mad at somebody and you feel that they have racially driven motivations and opinions, and you're that mad that you want to hurt them with a word, that is the best word I could come up with to sling at them. You know what I mean? I'm not proud of it. I'm not glad I did it. Do I regret it? I regret that he showed it. I mean, I'm not going to lie here. I just don't feel I need to answer. Okay, here's the thing. I said this to a friend who's no longer speaking to me now, because we kind of got in a debate about these things that you actually showed, and I said to them, I said, how many of your other friends have you been able to see their private conversations with a person they're involved with in the past in order to judge them or base your character assessment of them? I said, probably none. It's not very often that somebody's exploited in this manner. And, I know people are judging me quite a bit from these interactions, but you got to understand, I was under an extreme amount of duress by this person. Like, I'm not even over exaggerating this. It was awful. I could send you some videos, Conops. It'll put it into more context for you so you kind of understand, because without it, it's hard to get it. But it was a nightmare.
Yeah, look. I mean, I don't deny that a guy like Yaxley could drive you to madness. I just think it's an interesting choice of words, and I think I wouldn't personally use it. But look,
maybe some
I
people
don't
would
think you're a
think
massive
that.
racist because you did. I
No,
don't
I'm
think
not a
that's true.
racist. I'm not a racist at all. I said the word more so because of his racial ideology, right? Because of his uh,
Like Sargon used to say to the Wignats, "You're all white N-words," something like that.
kind of, yeah. It kind of. I felt it would be really insulting to him. Let's just leave it like that. I thought it would insult him greatly. Does it insult me greatly? No. To me, it's a word that you just don't use, right? In that moment, it was the ugliest word I could sling at him, and I did. And nobody was supposed to see it. But everyone did. Yay.
Yeah, well, there you go. Poor Tiffany. Now you really
Yeah.
got it. And how
Well,
does it
no, it's
work? I
not
mean,
poor Tiffany. It was a bad decision, but it's like I did it. So
yeah, I'm not gonna make a massive fuss out of this. I mean, I don't know what
yeah.
the kind of interaction was, and people have their bad moments.
Well, he had called my mother and told my mother that I was going to go to prison for international
Oh
terrorism and
God.
stalking, and that she needed to collect my child because I was going to be incarcerated. So that had me a little bit worked up. And that
So
was one of the reasons. There's a few others too, but I won't go into.
can you tell me what happened to Renee and her children? I mean,
I'd
does
rather
that?
not. But it didn't turn out well.
No, it didn't turn out well, right? So
Mm-mm.
but was there somebody responsible for that, or was that?
Yeah, there was somebody responsible for that, and that would be Yaxley Malibu,
Oh,
and then her
okay.
ex-husband. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
He was set up.
there's no love lost between me and Renee, but of course that's
No, I
not
mean,
okay.
Renee and I don't even speak anymore, but regardless of how I feel about somebody or any of that, what was done to her was wrong.
Yeah, I would
Because the
say,
intentions were not ever for children, they were for revenge.
yeah. So like, if you're generally concerned about the safety of the children, I don't know. It doesn't seem like that was the motivation.
No, and there's even vocal admissions of that from the parties involved before, since, and I find that disgusting. Those people should be ashamed of themselves, and I can't believe they did it or the reasons why. But the internet's not that important, guys. Just because somebody says a couple mean words to you doesn't mean you need to go after their children. And that's
Hmm.
sick. They
No,
should be.
that's absolutely sick, and like,
Hmm.
involving people's families is absolutely disgusting, I would say.
I don't know
You
what
know.
happened to just moving on from things. I tend to like to leave the past in the past and like live in the present, type of deal. But apparently people have something to prove, and he actually is one of those people. And hell has no fury if you quote unquote lie on him or about him. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
he's
Yeah, it's just somebody who really easily wants to go for the nuclear option. Always wonder what people like that, what's their deal, what's their bigger insecurity, why they can't have
um,
a sort of measured response, like with like or something.
I think it's a lack of self control or accomplishment in their real life. So they feel emasculated in a way, and so they play it out online to
Mm.
compensate, is what I think personally. But I'm sure there's a lot of reasons why. Um, I used to be curious about why and what and how, but now I'm at a point where it's like, okay, no, I don't care. Just stay away from me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's also better just to ignore it probably. Although I don't know, like these spheres, right, where you're in, are they your friends? Would you call that some of them are your friends, or are you a bit like me that I would say I
Yeah.
actually have no friends on the internet, none at all.
I think I've met some people recently that I could call friends. They've so far proven to be that way, but I don't really feel that anybody is all that loyal on this platform when it push comes to shove. I've had more
Mm.
people turn on me than not, and I'm okay with kind of being a individual, just alone. Just kind of poking around here and there. I'm not really.
I think
I
that's
haven't.
good, but you have to really realize that you are, right? So you can't like moment of people are nice to you again. Like I think
I
maybe,
used to fall for that. I used to
yeah.
fall for that, and that was my biggest problem. And I'm kind of over it at this point. You get one chance and you blow it, then that's all you get.
Mm. Yeah, I think it's really
Um,
necessary if you're on the internet to keep some emotional distance between you and the other people you
yeah,
interact with,
yeah.
because you just don't know when they turn on you. Um, I've never had that experience really because I never sort of involved myself, but I've seen it happen a lot.
Yeah, I should have
And
kept it straight to business, with these people on here in 99% of the cases, but I didn't. And
mm,
that's you live and learn, I guess. I hope
true.
this time I think I really actually learned because man, there's a witch hunt out there right now. It's really bizarre because I don't know most of these people.
That's interesting. I mean, because how many people are actually watching these streams? That
I don't know because I don't ever watch them myself. Really, I'll pop in for a second, but I don't ever
yeah,
go listen. Yeah, I
it's
get panic attacks from it.
yeah. Well, it's a bit scary that people are approaching people's personal lives. That's why I also got a bit upset about the whole thing, because I don't know, like I'm also in a bit of a situation myself now because there is a fake account saying that I don't know, got the information of somebody,
Oh, that you
and
dog
yeah,
sprung before or
yeah,
something like that. Yeah,
yeah. Well, that's what. Well, that is one thing. By the way, oh no, that was never the accusation that I dog spun the fly. By the way, never
oh, it
never
wasn't.
been the
Oh, I'm
accusation.
sorry.
No. No. The accusation is now that I sent information to the parents of a girl called Brittany, politically provoked, and that um, I don't know what the exact, because I have to think about the sort of the message
So
that
they're
was
saying you
sent.
sent information to Brittany's parents that did what?
Yeah, so I don't know, to fuck around with them or something like that.
Why would
And
anybody do that though? I mean, that's a
well, I mean, I don't know who did it. It's not
oh, so
great,
somebody actually did do
but
this.
yeah, I think somebody did do that because I saw it on a tweet of her today. I did see a tweet of her today that
Isn't she
somebody did it.
grown? Is she grown? I mean, she's an adult, correct? I mean, she's
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
she is. No, but the point is, there's a fake account with my name, but it has one subscriber, and it's also in the chat that is spreading rumors about me. So it's interesting. Like I have to see how I sort of deal with that kind of stuff. Although like most people will find out it's not me. Although there will
Yeah.
always be people that will sort of believe it right away and then they don't check it
Well, most
because it's
people
very
don't.
easy to demonstrate that's not me. But
Yeah,
still,
yeah, no, I know what you mean. I've had this happen to me before, and it's difficult to prove it's not you sometimes because shoot, I had OV take my avatar and my name and hop on to oh, what's his name? That Daniel.
think of
Uh,
it.
yes, yes,
Yeah.
hopped on his stream
Daniel.
with my. I went on his stream the other day and we had a nice conversation. Actually, it was pleasant. But we hopped on with my name and my avatar, and so when I appeared in his chat, he immediately he thought I was OV because that's how he knew related my name and my avatar was to OV. Was OV hopping on his panel, but so that's why I hopped on the panel. I was like, no, I swear to God, I'm not OV. But I've had people do that to me before with friends, or people I interacted with. They'd clone me and go into their chats and say horrible things, and next
Yeah.
thing you know,
Yeah. It's weird. I never sort of encountered it until there's one guy who tends to imitate me and Daniel Sinkovich and everybody in class chat. And at some point it's annoying because they might say something, for example, he said something about Jewish people, right? Which I would never say. And
right.
then I don't know, like I don't know who will see this, stuff like that, and it becomes a bit like, okay, what should I do with this? So I just try to figure out who it is and press charges or stuff like that, you know. So I don't know.
Well, it has. I guess what it boils down to, Conops, is you have to determine how much do you really care about being accused of this, and does it affect your life in any way? And the people who you are going to try to convince that it's not you, are they going to listen to logic and reason? Because what I've kind of
Well,
come to the conclusion of is I'm not going to try and get applause from people who are just never going to like me. They've made up their minds, and nothing I can say or prove is going to change that.
mhm.
So it's a waste of energy, kind of, in my opinion, to seek approval from those who will disapprove no matter what, you know?
No, but there are some like I mean serious, like if there are serious accusations there, I mean you do have to do something, right? I mean, what
If
if
that's how you, if that's
what
how
if
you
there's like
feel.
a huge I don't know, like a huge rumor about you that you I
Oh,
don't
there's all
know.
kinds in the serious ones. Yeah, I've gone out of my way to debunk.
Hmm.
Um, it's never well received. By a few it is, but those people already knew the truth anyways.
True.
I mean, I don't see you as being anybody to contact anybody's parents, and I think it's a pretty silly allegation from somebody who seems to be so reasonable and responsible, right? And you don't seem to really hate anybody. I've seen you interact with all sorts of different people, um, politely and decently. So
Well,
just
I can be sometimes I don't know. I'm not always that polite, and I'm also not always that nice.
you
But
did
I
call
do
me
have
a thought, a bad thought, or a thought. I
a
don't. I
trad
didn't know.
thought. Yeah, I do
Yeah, I
stand
didn't.
by
I
that.
didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what that meant when you said that.
Oh, you know, like a thought is the acronym of that
Yeah.
ho over there, which means
Oh.
basically it is sort of a word for women who do sort of Twitch or YouTube streams when they play games and they have like a low cleavage or stuff like that. And of course, I was just joking around
Oh.
because
Oh.
I
Okay.
think Claire needs her trad thoughts to actually promote secular Quranism, otherwise it won't go anywhere. You know.
But wait. What's a thad?
It is an acronym for that hoe over there.
Oh, that hoe over
Although
there. What's? Oh, that hoe over there. Oh, that's a thought. But what's a thad thought?
a trad is traditional, so
Oh, a
there've been
trad.
trad thought. So there
Oh,
were
I
all
thought it
these
was sad.
oh no. So there are all these women on
uh-huh.
YouTube that are making money with how you say conservative boys that don't see a lot of women, and they're often angry at women as well. They're incels
Oh.
often, and these trad thoughts, they have all
Uh-huh.
these conservative talking points. So it's sort of validating, oh, this
Oh.
this hot woman is saying what I think. So they have
I see.
massive audiences, and the irony is a bit that they have all the big cleavage, and everybody's looking at their boobs, while at the same
Oh, I
time they're
see. Yeah,
talking
no,
about
that's
wholesome
definitely
marriage
not
and
me.
stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not me. No, I don't check a lot of those boxes.
You could be a good one.
You
Don't
know what though?
sell yourself short.
You know what though? You know what though? I stand very convicted on my principles and beliefs because I put a lot of thought into them, and they're not mainstream, and they're not right wing, and they're not leftist, and they're not really anything but what I feel is right. And I put a good decent amount of thought behind what I feel is right when I vocalize my opinion on things. So it's nobody. I kind of stand in a place where nobody really agrees with me 100% or even all that much, but I can find common points of common ground with most people. Here's the thing. The only reason I'm on here is I just like talking to people and learning, understanding different points of view. I'm not here to like shill for the ADL or to do any weird data mining or to be a thought or to, man eat men.
Do you call yourself a Tiffany Mossad, or is that an imitation account, or is that your?
Oh no, that's me. That's just me being sassy. I changed it
I
to
love that kind.
Shilani.
Like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
changed it
or
to Shilani Masad now because it's like why if these
funny.
people are going to say such dumb things, I make jokes about it because what else are you going to do? Like I could bitch about it, oh no, or I could make a joke about out of it because they're stupid. So
Oh,
that's
all
what.
my names have been like that. Controlled opposition, spiritual mamzer. They're all
Yeah.
bit. How would you say it? It's a bit of a joke directed at people who
Snarky.
have
They're
certain,
snarky. They're
yeah,
sarcastic. Yeah.
have strange beliefs. But can I know something about your beliefs? Can I do a little question round with you, if you don't mind?
Yeah, yeah. Just keep it easy on me.
Okay.
I've had a long week.
Okay. Okay. No. No.
I don't want to get BLM after me or anything like
Oh
that. You know
no,
what I
no,
mean?
no, no. Okay. So heavy week. So not too
Yeah.
controversial. So feminism. What do you think?
I think it's ruining Western society, in my opinion. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Current feminism, feminism of the 70s and 60s was different. This now, I think it is taking away the attributes that men have that are important that they have, and it's cheapening them and making them obsolete. And I think that women are losing some of their genetic purpose, I guess, if you will. I'm kind of old fashioned where I kind of believe in submissive women and strong, alpha men. I think naturally that's kind of the pecking order. Now, I don't think women should be oppressed, but I do think that men should be in in charge or in control, especially in a family. Um, because that's, I believe, our natural roles. Now, it doesn't mean I don't think women couldn't head a company or they couldn't be, leader of the free world or anything. But I do think within at least a family nucleus that the man's in charge. He's the head of the household, and feminism has created kind of this gray area of men can't really be men anymore. They can't flirt. They can't get God forbid you get caught, spanking a woman on, tapping a woman's tush in college, and then you're in a political position down the line, and could ruin your life. I find all that stuff to be nonsense and distracting, a waste of time, and just counterproductive. That's what I think.
Yeah, I have my problems with current day feminism as well. Although I wouldn't go so far as to say that men are or should be the head of the household.
Well, I have a strong personality, and I can tell you this: it's almost a relief when you're in a relationship with somebody who is a more alpha, who's more dominant. When you have such a strong personality like I do, it's kind of like relaxing. I personally enjoy not having to make every single decision or I kind of like relinquishing that over to somebody who I trust. There's a respectful way to do it. There's a way where it's not condescending and it's not diminishing my existence. It's loving and trusting. That's just how I think it should be. That's just me, though. Most people don't agree with me.
Yeah, but isn't that an ideal situation?
I
Like,
think so.
okay, well, if there's a man who's been respectful and an alpha male, that's fine. But if he's disrespectful and, I don't know, wants to dox your entire family, then it's a problem, isn't it?
There you go. There you go.
All right, so more questions for you.
Yeah.
9/11.
Oh, 9/11. I just can't. I can't subscribe to the official story in that. You know, the reason is that I here's how I assess big events like that happen. I look at the aftermath. And some of these things that people call false flags or hoaxes or whatever, you look at the aftermath and nothing really came of it. There's no change in the world. There's no laws written there. They just, everything kind of stayed the same. With 9/11, though, however, you had a lot of change in the world, right? In the entire world, not just our country, but, worldwide. But here, we had the Patriot Act, the NSA was born and developed and broadened. It had a lot of change to our day-to-day life that, has remained and really changed our culture over here, not for the better. So that being said alone, I have to question the whole thing.
That's really interesting because you criticize people for the Sandy Hook conspiracy,
Well,
yet
let me
they
be
do. It's a
clear.
very similar way of reasoning.
Let me be
Let
clear.
me
I'm not
let,
saying
let,
that people didn't die. I'm not
no
saying that
no
people
that's
didn't
that.
die.
Well, okay. Well, what do you
And
mean
I'm
then?
not saying it didn't happen, but what I'm saying is the forces that caused it to happen, I question because I don't
Okay.
feel,
Well,
yeah.
let's run with that. Okay.
Hmm.
So you said about the Sandy Hook conspiracy theorist
Hmm.
that well, they are developing conspiracy. Yet at the same time, they could argue after the Sandy Hook massacre,
Hmm.
also more strict gun laws were proposed, right? So
They
I mean,
could, but that didn't happen though.
did it not in some states?
Nothing was passed. I think it was about 6, 7 years after the fact. I think background checks did go through Congress, and a bill was passed for broader and stricter background checks on people purchasing firearms. But I mean that isn't exactly limiting anybody's magazine capacity. I believe changed as well from 30 rounds to smaller capacity. But as far as civil rights and things like that, no, nothing really happened after Sandy Hook. Connecticut had a couple gun laws passed, but nothing. Again, it was
Well,
magazine.
but they did pass. That's my point. And my point also, like you could say that's also about the New Zealand shooting as well. I mean, gun rights were really curtailed in that country after that. So what I think the problem is with your kind of reasoning is because you see there's a massive incident, right? And then people are reacting on that
Mm-hmm.
incident and they want to try to make sure something like that doesn't happen anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So
I'm not against gun laws. I'm not
no, but
against.
that's not my point.
Yeah.
My point
Yeah.
was to analyze your way of reasoning. So
Well, my reasoning is, as I just
well, your
explained,
reasoning is that it's intentional. So instead of thinking, okay, there's a crisis, and of course people are going to react
capitalize.
to it, yeah,
Yeah.
capitalize on the crisis or react to a crisis because
Right.
they're scared. You're
Right.
saying no, there must be something before that.
Well, let me
There must be some intentionality before that.
let
Uh,
me give you my background with Sandy Hook. I started off as being a person researching Sandy Hook. I was involved in these groups heavily. Now my role I played was a lot different than most of them. I debunked a lot of their stuff. They kind of kept me around to take a look at the things they would come up with, and I would debunk it. So I questioned the official story of Sandy Hook myself, and I had to do a lot of soul searching as to why I did. And it boiled down to one sheer point, and that was the fact that that incident terrified me. The fact that there's evil in this world that could kill 21st graders, 26-year-olds in their classroom like that. babies. Those are babies, right? It crushed me, and I was scared to take my kids to school. I was scared to leave them. I was scared to go. I still am. I have issues with it, right? So I think that was a trauma response from me to thinking, well, maybe these kids are still alive and it didn't happen. That makes the world a lot better place. It's not as scary that way, right? Um, I shook that really quickly once I interacted with these people and realized what lying, horrible morons they were. I'm, you can't look at pictures and come to the conclusion that something didn't happen. Photographs aren't evidence. Anomalies aren't evidence. Opinions aren't facts. So
Mhm. No,
logically,
but I could say the same thing about
look,
9/11, right?
I don't condemn anybody who questions anything. I don't think it's wrong to
No, no, no,
question
no, no,
things,
no, no.
but
Don't get me wrong. Like, look, I think we're sort of on the same page, except for I think there is a problem with your reasoning about 9/11. So I think
well,
what
I
you're
also
saying
think.
about Sandy Hook, I could say also about 9/11,
Well,
right? Oh,
let me you could, but here let me put it better into better perspective for you. I haven't looked into 9/11. I can't speak intelligently about it enough to debate anybody on it. I was interested moderately about what happened and why, and about the things that people presented as it that it was not as it was. I never got heavily involved into it because the bottom line is for me is that it happened. It's done and over with. It was very tragic. It changed. It took away some of our innocence that day in America for Americans, and things have never been the same since. And a lot of lives were lost. So I'm not going to be so brazen and disrespectful to those lives lost and the people affected by it to go out there and stomp my foot and run around with my pitchfork and say you're all lying, and do like some of these people do. But in the years since, and looking at a lot of the things that have happened since, and some of this stuff that people present, I can say, yeah, that looks a little shaky to me as being just these Taliban guys who hijacked planes and flew them into buildings. I mean, it does seem a little. Mm,
what is difficult about it? I mean,
well, again, like I said, I can't speak too intelligently about it, but I guess for me, the thing that's so hard for me to wrap my head around the most is the fact that this wasn't picked up on sooner, that this wasn't that they weren't able to prevent it. Because if you know anything about air traffic control, which I know very little about, when a plane goes off course, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Like they don't do that.
is it? I mean, like they find most of the time they find out hours later what's really happening to them,
Well,
right?
I mean, I kind of looked into that's one aspect I kind of looked into, and all my research shows that when a plane is off their path, it's something's wrong, terribly wrong, and there
Oh,
tends
yeah,
to
but
be.
I mean, how many times does something like that go wrong, and what can you do about it, right? So it's not like every time we expect that something goes off the radar, that it's some kind of terrorist attacks, because sometimes it's just a crash, sometimes it's something else.
Well,
You
I
know, it's
mean,
like, I
and how
mean,
many the argument to that could be how many terrorist attacks have we had using commercial airlines prior to this? I'd say none. I think so. For them to
um,
be aware or to have you know the ability to determine what it was, yeah, probably they were lacking in information. But it just seems to me, though, that these planes went a long way without any type of interception. Because when you lose control with a cockpit and a pilot, and the plane's flying off of their flight path and into a, you know, towards a government building, towards big structures, I think it'd be safe to assess that this isn't this isn't going to end well. So that kind of struck me as odd. President Bush's whole location where I don't know, that was odd to
what
me.
was strange about his location then?
Well, he was in a classroom reading books to children,
Yeah,
and
I
and
remember
he
that.
and you would think he would stop. I mean, I understand you don't want to scare the kids, but that seems to be his sitting there and continuing to read um, bothered me a little bit. But again, these are all anomalies. These are all just these are my opinions on things. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen as we were told. I also don't.
But you have seen the Bin Laden
I
tapes,
also
right?
believe that there is a motivation driven there, just to have this happen for um, the opportunity of war, right? To try and go in and strong arm another country because of
Did
resources.
well, which resources exactly in Afghanistan?
Well, I guess there isn't any in Afghanistan, but there's
Well, not
political
many.
there's
Not many,
political
no.
there's political reasons for these things to happen, right? And whether it's resource or regime change type of motivation or just power and control, there's
Hmm.
something there.
But
There's
but yet
certainly.
the allies of the
Well,
Taliban
look
were,
at
for example, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, which are allies of the United States. I
I think
mean,
the
it was
Saudis are
not
behind a
easy for
lot of
them.
this shit. I think the Saudis are behind a lot
Well,
of this.
the Saudis might most definitely be behind some of this shit.
Yeah,
I
more
actually
so
don't
than the
deny that.
Jews. More so than the Jews, in my opinion. I don't know, and if you look at Jewish lineage, it can be traced back to a lot of Saudis. So, not a lot of people go there, but I mean, to be realistic, if you want to look at the big problem, are the people with all the money playing chess with all the other countries. Um, that's just my opinion, though. So again, I don't have strong enough opinions about 9/11 to really speak
Hmm.
intelligently on it. I just don't trust the official narrative on it.
Well, there's one thing we do know, and that's because the many of the parts of the report were kept secret. And there's a reason for that. So many of the names that were blackened out, that's people who actually read the report, the 9/11 report, unfiltered, they know their Saudi names. They told us their Saudi names because we also know that 17 out of the 19 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia. So there's definitely some connection with the royal family going on. I don't think the regime of Saudi Arabia actually did this, but I do think that some rogue members of that family were definitely involved in financing and sponsoring this. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, I've talked to my grandfather about it too, being that he is an engineer and he specifically worked in missile development and science and his thoughts about it. And he had some interesting. He had a couple of interesting points. Which I didn't expect. Being an engineer, he's very analytical and very mathematical in his thinking, right? And he doesn't tend to subscribe to things that aren't scientifically. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just reasonable with his opinions and factual. And
Hmm.
he had a couple things that he was like, well, I don't know how possible this is when it came to the way the buildings fell and the way the planes. There was one thing with the plane. I can't. It's been years since we've spoken about it, but again, to me, it's just one of those things that has come to
But
pass.
what was going on? What was weird about the plane?
He had made mention of, I believe it was the way the plane crashed into the second building. I believe. Um, I can't remember specifically, but he had mentioned that airplane wings are really flexible. Okay, like they have a lot of, they have to be, right, in order to fly in turbulence and things like that. And he felt that the way there was like a perfect cutout in the building of the plane with these wings and stuff. And he said that that wouldn't have happened that way. He doesn't think it's
Mm.
scientifically possible for that plane to have crashed in that manner, and or something along those lines, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been like 15 years since we've talked about it, but
Okay.
um
Yeah.
you know
So I mean,
I'm not a
what do
big
you mean that
conspiracy theorist
they're
because
falling off or whatever? Look,
yeah,
I
something,
had many of these
something.
conversations as well. I mean, actually,
There's a I'm
I
not a
mean,
big conspiracy
wings
theorist.
fall. I mean, wings fall off when planes crash to stuff. Like that happens. Also, um, the big thing that they always say is, "Oh yeah, like steel can't melt under like these amounts of degrees." Well, it turns out it can bend pretty well, and also we have plenty of examples of um, buildings that have collapsed due to fire, steel buildings. I mean, look at Iran. They had a building collapsing from fire not so long ago.
Hmm.
So, I don't know. I know if I see them fall, it doesn't seem like a controlled demolition at all because I mean they
Well,
fall.
yeah, I mean,
They do
that's
fall. Even building 7 that everybody talks about. If you look at the other
yeah,
camera angle that's not often shown, you see it
yeah.
actually is crooked falling. So it's I don't know.
Yeah,
For
I mean,
me,
I mean, yeah, again, this is one of those things I just never really. Most conspiracies I don't look all that much into. I have my points of interest about things, and I kind of stay
mhm,
in my lane.
yep.
I like to debunk people, though. I like to debunk these theories. I do find that fun, but I've given up on all this because everywhere I go, it's like if you look in the chat now, even I can't even have like normal conversations because here comes the witch hunt. You know, it's just I kind
You
of
should come by to Claire's more often. There's no witch hunts going on here.
yeah. 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 Well, you haven't seen the chat in the last 10 minutes. It's gone.
Oh, I haven't. I haven't.
No.
Oh God. Oh,
No.
is it terrible?
No, it's not that good.
Are they hunting for me or you or both?
Both.
Oh God. So let's have a look. Oh Jesus, Yaxley, why don't you come on, big boy? Why don't you send the link out, Claire? I want Yaxley on.
Yeah, I don't have any interest in speaking with him.
Ah, come on.
I tried it the other day. It didn't go well.
Oh God, Yaxley, Yaxley, why don't you give it a go? Why don't you grow up? You know, why don't you stop going nuclear on everybody? Yeah,
He's a man with something to prove,
oh,
right?
definitely. It's just tragic,
Yeah.
man. Like, is there a reason why you're always online, Yaxley? Because you can't sort of have any normal interaction? Do you burn your bridges with everybody? You dox everybody's families? Is that really you, big boy? Ah, Jesus Christ. He's always such a fucking coward, you know?
I know. I know.
So Yaxley, can you ask in the chat, do you want to appear? You want to have a mano? Ah, God. What a fucking
Come on,
coward.
no, he'll ask you for your email so he can show you the proof and evidence. Months and months, months and months he had to deal with me. You know, it was nothing but literal hell, of course, naturally. And, you know, he has to warn other men about me because I'm on a man eating rampage, apparently.
Oh, God.
Grr. Run, guys.
Yeah.
Give me a
I'm
break, man.
already like shaking in my boots when I hear that. Um,
My MO is dark and scary. It's just like,
is
Jesus.
that the real yaks actually? Like the
Oh,
real
yeah.
yaks?
Yeah, he's that big of a bitch. Yeah.
Come on. Like Yaxi, can you answer the question why couldn't I appear on your stream and why do you censor everybody that wants to comment on your little chats, you know? Okay, okay, Conops, I can put you in a chat with many of our victims over many
Oh,
years,
nice. Many of
most of
them.
who are female. Would you like that? Yeah, well, why don't you bring them on?
You want to know what's so fun? Oh, most of them are females. Oh, that's interesting. I've had one of these alleged victims actually, two of them contact me last night saying, why is this guy saying bringing us into this and running our names through the mud, and how are we a victim of you? And we got a good laugh about it, actually. One of them in particular is kind of getting a little bit more and more frustrated that he keeps bringing them up because they're a good friend of mine, and he doesn't like being involved in this embarrassing, you know, massive mangina shit show that Yaxley's displaying for everybody. But you know, what's that Hootie and the Blowfish song? Let her cry when the tears.
So, to just come back to what Yaxi is saying, I did say actually the treatment that Malibu got was very cruel. I don't know what Tiffany has to do with that, but
I really don't.
I also will say that Malibu hasn't been exactly an angel. So I mean, come on, you know. And I've heard her talking about doxing and contacting people. So you know, you have to be a bit balanced about these things, actually. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh, am I still here? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's unfortunate, I guess. I mean, I don't know, it's his deal. I really don't have anything to prove to anyone, so everybody can think what they want. that's fine.
But
I can.
so you did talk to him, right? Or did you talk to him not so long ago?
He hopped on a panel yesterday or the day before with me, and it was a point where I had lost my patience, and I called him a wanker, and just kind of was like, I don't need to hear. I don't listen to his streams or anybody else's streams he appears on, so I don't want to hear it, and at all what his story is about me. I don't care. I tried to apologize, and I tried to take accountability of all these allegations he's hurling at me. I said, okay, yeah, I did all those things. I'm very sorry. Can we end this now? He wasn't having that. So he is not going to be reasonable or mature or act like a man who hasn't been, castrated or whatever. I have nothing to debate with this guy. It's done.
But isn't it interesting to ask him why does it always happen with Yaxley that there's like a
He'll say it doesn't.
girl with a GGW? I mean, you can always make certain arguments about
Well,
every
he
individual
denies
case,
that.
but I see a pattern.
Yeah, there is a
Yaxley, I
pattern,
see
but
a
he
pattern.
denies the pattern, Conops, and not on. But then he tries to project it onto me that I have all these victims and I have all, and it's very bizarre. The projection here is off the charts, and I just have no interest in it. None. He can say whatever he very well pleases about me. You can do your best. I don't give a rat's ass about any of it because I don't have anything to prove to people online. Follow me
But
around.
do you have a track record of all these I don't know, disgruntled lovers who
No. Well,
who are
where are
upset with
they?
you?
Don't you think they'd all be on the witch hunt with him with their pitchforks and, you know? Uh,
So what is the accusation actually he levels against you? So what was the nastiest thing you did to him, according to Yaxley?
I can't really tell you. I don't really know because I don't listen. He basically just says that I'm a fraud who played him for Renee. That's the basis. I was sent in by Renee to infiltrate his pocket and to set him up.
Oh
Naturally.
God, it's so paranoid. Come on, Yax,
The
grow up.
self-importance that these people have of themselves that's so off base and over the top is disgusting. It's like, get over yourselves. Nobody gives a rat's ass about any of you. Nobody's sending anybody in to infiltrate. We don't, nobody's paying anybody. Nobody cares. Conops, I have to get going. I have to get my son from school, but it was
All
really
right, yeah.
as always.
Good talking to you too, and maybe Yaxley will now appear on the panel. Yaxley, are you game? Thank you, Tiffany, and have a good day. Bye.
Thank you, Claire. Bye-bye.
Yaxley, get in here. Get in here, man. Come on, show you're a man. Come on. Come on here, big boy. Claire, what is it with men nowadays? Have they all lost their balls? Are you right? I wish I could post the link in chat. I can't. I think Claire is not here. But yeah, actually, if you're a big boy, we can make it happen. Claire, Claire. Jesus Christ, Claire, come on, wake up. Stop snoring. Stop snorting cocaine, Claire. It's enough now. Jesus Christ. So yeah, I'm very curious about this stuff. Thomas White. Is that the real Thomas White? Why is your picture changed? You don't seem like the real Thomas White. Can you check it out? Stephen James, if he's the real Thomas White. Yeah, why do you always get catfished, Jax? What's wrong? Why don't women never sort of really appreciate you for who you are? And why do you end up in a stable relationship with them? What's the situation? Why don't you try to explain? So you first had this girl GGW. Now you are on a crusade against Tiffany. So what's going on? Yeah, I can't post in the chat, Thomas. The problem is I don't have a wrench. So what I could do potentially is, because it's a Google Meet thing, I could post it in the chat with numbers. But the problem is, I think still Claire has to let you in. So I can also call it is UWF and then MN. Oh, MX. XNJ. And then it's ZFU. I think it's always the same thing. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but all right. Okay, so this is it. Claire does have to let you in. Claire, come on. Claire. Claire. Ah, Nacho Tranny. What's your deal? What's with all the hate? Why are you so hateful? Yeah, I have to say, I'm a progressive, you know, in these things. I don't really care if Tiffany changed her gender, you know. Maybe Maxi found out the wrong way, you know. I don't know. Okay, I can put you in the StreamYards with some of our victims. Just let me know. Yes, please do let me know, Yaxley. The last time I tried to get on your channel, I was booted out. I was kicked in under a minute, or not even 5 seconds. So maybe, yeah, I'm just a bit surprised that you now go after me. Well, here, see, Tiffany says she's not a tyranny. So maybe you just have to accept it, unless Yaxley knows something more. Okay, so which attractive women have been killed by Tiffany? What happened? You like chicks with dicks? Is that your thing? You know, I'm not going to judge here, dude. You know, you can do everything you want. It's a free country, Britain, I think, or sort of. Wow, so many trolls in the chat. Claire, come on, get some of these trolls in here. What is illegal? Okay, she uploads copyright photos, which is very illegal. Who cares? Wow, Jesus Christ. Do you have any like serious accusations, something like that? Why do you keep it so vague? Ah, damn it. Come on, Claire. Where are you at? Let get the yaks in. Suicide trolls. Yes, I've heard that phrase from Malibu. Okay, killed a man with its car. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that about? You have to be a bit more specific, Nacho. You gotta be mean, Nacho. Why do you have to be so mean? Okay, so somebody was killed with a car. Okay. That could be an accident, right? Do you think she deliberately killed somebody with a car? I don't know. I don't know if it's even true. Yeah, Yaxley, why didn't you let me on last time? Why are you now a big boy in chat and really like censoring me, shadow banning me in the chat, and now you want attention? And I just wanted to find out what was happening, man. Is Dr. Manga Tiffany? Oh my God, am I really on the side of Dr. Manga now? No way. Okay. I have not an interest in being interested in it, or not a history of being interested in the truth. All right. So tell me what happened with this GGW girl, right? So you basically gave her info to some kind of Antifa website. That wasn't very nice because you suspected this other guy. What was he called again? Jesus Christ. The guy who used to be with Renee, that she gave the information to him and he used it against you. But I don't know if that GGW girl was responsible for the use of that information. I think still you went nuclear on the girl, you know. Why do you have to be in all these sort of internet wars, actually? What's the point? Does it make you happier? Does it make oh yeah, OGM cookies, that's right. OGM. Come on, you guys should just all learn to get along, you know. You're all conspiracy theories. Why don't you get along? Well, I don't know if GGW specifically attacked your children, by the way. Elliot, God, is there somebody reasonable in the chat? Claire is gone, and I'm stuck with these conspiracy trolls. I love the lore, though. Well, Stephen James, you're right. I'll cut my balls off too if I ever get so deranged over a woman. Like, even if you say all you say is right, Yaxley, then it's still a bit strange how you respond. All these like little petty things, what she said here, how she was in contact you, and if she ghosted you, yes or no. Like, who cares, man? Like, it's all gay drama. I think you're just being a little bit of a controlling man. I think Tiffany might be right about that. She enabled it. Yeah, look, and people make even that's true. People make mistakes. That doesn't give you the right to sort of dox her to Antifa. And you know what kind of politics she has, and you know uh what will result from that. Yeah, Pegida, who cares? That's her politics. She has a right to her own politics, and you don't have a right to dox her. Look, as long as people are not calling directly for vigilantism, direct murder, or stuff like that, I don't think you're justified to dox somebody. Like, you have to be like, somebody has to be in imminent danger, or a group or whatever, and then maybe you can consider it. But it has to be very direct. You can't just dox somebody because you don't like them, or you think they did something wrong, or stuff like that, or they have the wrong politics. They're part of Pegida. I think that's crazy. So who did yeah, I feel also sad, Dimut, that OV has replaced me with a 15-year-old girl. I feel very upset, and I feel been cast aside, you know. But yeah, I know her boobs are smaller than mine, so yeah. What can you do? But good to see you, Dimut, and good to see you, Elliot. Or maybe I can make a show on my own. So yeah, actually, What is the worst thing that Tiffany ever did to you? Okay, so who was doxxed by Tiffany? Ah, okay. So in your hour and a half expose, which I sort of caught 30 minutes of, maybe 40, I didn't see any sort of accusations of specific doxing situations. But you actually, didn't you dox? Didn't you dox GGW and send the info to Alpha? Yeah, OV is sort of chased off the internet for now, I think. He might come back though. I mean, he was on Claire's stream, but I think, I don't know, the sort of Wignat community doesn't like him very much because, I don't know, for optics sakes, I don't think they are principally against what he does or whatever, but I think just the optics were too terrible. And they didn't want to get into trouble with the Groypers because the Groypers, you know, like whatever I can say about their politics, at least they're somewhat principled. Come on, Yaxley. Jesus Christ. Claire, where the fuck? Why don't you let Yaxley in? Otherwise, the stream will be dead in no time. You know, because I'm not very good at monologuing. I mean, I barely can dialogue with my broken English. You convinced every dude in the closet is a vegetable? Dude, what is that? What's that kind of sentence? Praise the Lord, the freak, I agree. Praise the Lord. Maybe we should say a prayer for Yaxley. Like, may his mind finally reach some peace, you know? But Yaxley, at some point you have to ask yourself, why are you always in these kinds of situations? You know, is it always only the other person, or maybe your sensitivity has something to do with it? You think it's only the other person? I'm not a lefty, actually. I'm not a lefty, but anyway, I don't mind if you think that. Some people consider me rather strong right-wing opinions. Some people think I'm way too far right. But anyway, I don't think I'm too far right. I think I'm sort of right of center on cultural issues, and on social economic issues, I'm more left wing. Yeah, because you know we are a society. We have to take care of each other, especially to people who have mental problems, who are, I don't know, too sensitive. Yeah, I think she did. I think she pulled the plug. Yeah, well, it is a bit useless, Strani. It is all a bit useless. It makes you think about yourself. Like, what are you doing here? You think Tiffany's gonna devour me? You think she's gonna manipulate me? I'm not very easily manipulated, by the way. I know that your whole sort of gay group does a lot of doxing and swatting and stuff like that. That doesn't surprise me. I think you're all a bit unhinged, to be honest. It's including Renee. So, by the way, actually, where are Renee's children? Did you have something to do with her children being taken away? So you had this issue with Renee, GGW, and now with Tiffany, and you don't see a pattern. Come on, Yax. Come on. Gilbert, why do you have me blocked all the time? I can never see you. We're supposed to be like ADL shills working together, but I can never see you. All right, by Nacho. I think the tranny was pretty. The trolling was pretty lame actually. I wonder where the Nacho comes from. Okay, Nacho, Tranny, Conops, and Tiffany are all working for the same ADL side. Well, I wish the ADL would send me some money. I think they're cheapskates, you know. I do all this work and never give me a dime. Thomas, is that real? Is that really you, the real Thomas? I want some evidence. Go whine about women and the state of the, the the state of males. Yeah, Nacho Tranny, why don't you show yourself? Come on, well, let's have a discussion. If you think I'm such a retard. Well, look, Michael Knowles, um, that's an interesting conversation. Yeah, I denounce all doxing. Um, there is this case about base takes sending in the chat Melky's first name. I did denounce that, absolutely. I don't know about the other situations you're talking about. So there are other allegations as well. I don't know if he's responsible for that or not. We'll have to see. I think in principle, doxing is a terrible thing. So yeah, I denounce all doxing. That doesn't mean I don't talk to people in general on public fora who have done stuff like this. Because if I denounce all these people who have done similar things, I can't talk to anybody here. I mean, Domingo has doxed me, out of all people, you know. So has Dr. Mengele. But I have never doxed, and I stand by that. But I will talk to doxers, yes, even though I disapprove of their behavior. Dr. Mengele, you doxed me. Yeah, I really disavow that. Yeah, I denounce the doxing, definitely. I think it was wrong for Mike to mention the name of Melky in the chat. Yeah. No, well, the situation was the follower, Dr. Mengele. What Brundlefly did, Brundlefly took a picture of Bateman. That is established because he sent me that picture. All right, so that's established that was done. All right, and Brundlefly, still don't know who he is. I don't know who Brundlefly is. No, I'm not. I'm aware of the accusations, but I'm not sure it's true. So I'm aware of two other accusations. One is Ashel Day. I don't know about that situation. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't go so far as to run cover for him, Michael Knowles. Well, I actually don't know, Thomas, if that's actually Bateman. That's a very good question. It was a picture of a furry animal, but I don't know. I don't know if it was Bateman. But yeah, I did send it, and well, I don't know how many other people got it, but apparently it was leaked. Not by me. I didn't post it in any chat or any things like that. So yeah, but apparently people got wind of it. So I don't know how many people Brundlefly sent it to. But yeah, that furry animal could be could be Bateman. but we don't know. And anyway, it was a face. It's not like it wasn't his personal details or anything. Okay, so Michael Knowles. Oh, so many people are aware of he maybe docs their cops, and yet you still regularly associate with him. Look, I associate with everybody who wants to talk, and that's not. I associate with a fucking Nazi, OV. You know, I associate with Patrick Bateman. I associate with everybody, like people who want to do the worst things in the world to other people. So I associate with everybody. If I make a moral choice of not associating or not talking to certain people here, I can't talk to anybody because I think most of the people are completely nuts. I mean, Claire wants to murder infants, and I'm here on our chat and here on my panel. So I mean, what do you expect me to do? To be like a purity spiral and not talk to anybody anymore? Even though I think that everybody on these panels are aides intellectually. What do you expect me to do? Can I still talk to people? It's just insane that you're asking me to be so pure as to not talk to certain people anymore. And this whole idea that I associate with people, I associate with everybody. I've talked more to Claire, to Avi, to Aaron, to all these people than I did talk to Mike. But look, Domingo, for example, he dropped my first name. He basically doxed me. I still talk to him. Yeah, I do have principles, but my principles are also not to kill Jewish children. But I still talk to people who think like that here. I just think it's just weird. You can't have any sort of intellectual community or have conversations with people that you seriously disagree with if you're always saying, okay, I can't associate with this kind of person because it's terrible. Well, no, Cookie, it's not Sven. That's not what Brundlefly, no, sorry, Brundlefly Domingo wrote in the chat. Yeah, no, that's true, Michael. I do associate people with who put other people's lives in danger. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's the price you pay for being on the internet and talking to dangerous people. So yeah, I don't know. Like, will Patrick Bateman ever do something crazy? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, come on, Michael, come on, have something to say. I think it is just a really easy way of trying to sort of chase somebody out of the conversation and say, oh, you associate with this or this person. It's just guilt by association. It's so easy. You know, instead of saying what I have done personally, you say, oh, look at Mike, look at this, look at that. You know, I have nothing to do with his choices. And I actually don't know if any of the accusations are right, except for the one that was levied at Melchizedek, or the one about Melchizedek. I love taking over the stream, by the way. Can address everything. Okay. Any other questions to me? Okay, so I'm trying to spotlight to shear away the spotlight from myself. I don't know what you mean by that, Michael knows. So why don't you elaborate? Who's that photo from anyway? That's not even your real name or your real face. Did you adopt some other face? Is that an attempt of doxing yourself? I don't know. How did Domingo get your name? Well, I think I mentioned it in private somewhere. He picked it up and he started spreading, even though I said I didn't like him spreading it, you know. Well, what's happening in Holland, Elliot? We are in lockdown again, even though, you know, Omicron rather mild. There've been big protests. I think people in Holland are getting a bit restless, you know. But how long can you continue doing this, you know? I feel we live in a geriocracy. Okay, here, look at that. Here, self-hating Jew. There you have a doxer in the chat. Thank you very much. There we go. So this is what I want to try to say. You know, if I want to associate with self-hating Jew or talk to him or whatever, you just see a doxer in the chat. And if I'm pure about this, then I can't talk to anybody. Were you there, self-hating Jew, or not? So this is the difference between, what is it, like a dox and spreading a dox. I think that's interesting, um, an interesting and maybe a sort of artificial difference that you're making, self-hating Jew. So, for example, I know some names of the people here. They have once mentioned it in stream, stuff like that. Yet I wouldn't repeat it here. And the reason why I wouldn't is because people like their privacy. If I knew your name, self-hating Jew, I wouldn't call it either, even if you heard it somewhere. Yeah, I think it's just improper. I think Stephen James is right. And, you know, like Stephen James and we do agree with some stuff about Mike. You know, I do think what happened with Melchizedek was really not great. Yeah. Yeah. So if your brother mentioned that, Thomas, I would never say that because I know you have stuff to lose. You know, it's not good. Yeah, look, self-hating Jew. That's a good question. So there are lots of names I know that I could mention, but I don't. For example, there have been a few people that made mistakes, said something when they were drunk, and I could mention these names, but I think it's rather improper to do so. Is it? So why would you use the name? I think in your kind of circle with Domingo and all these people, doxing is just a very normal kind of thing, and I think rightly here it isn't. I'm actually not important enough to dox. I think people here have a really inflated sense of self. And also, actually, I think a lot of you people have an inflated sense of my contribution. I'm not that important, actually. Like, I'm not going to change that many minds here. So the idea that if you have to sort of like get some kind of gay ops against me is also, I don't know, it's just a bit pointless, you know. Well, what will you achieve? No, it is relevant. I know it's well, it's not irrelevant for doxing. But you know, I think people should just get, yeah, just I don't know, just chill out a bit. You know, like it's not like what we are doing here is changing anything. We're with the same people all the time in the same chats, and you know what? Who has really changed his opinions over the years? Let's be honest. Yeah, of course, you shouldn't dox somebody. Although, I mean, there are some situations in the media, I would say, in real life. You know, what if I don't know, if somebody is a famous politician and he I don't know, and he has some kind of nefarious plan, you know, and he's not really saying what he actually means, and maybe his policies will have a big impact on the nation, and he has a, I don't know, second identity or something like that. I think that's the right to expose him, but people here on these chats, no, no way. To dox them is just really dumb and unnecessary. Ah, come on, Dr. Mengele. Why you have to be so hateful all the time? What's wrong with you? What did your mommy do to you? I think I'm gonna hijack Claire's stream till nobody's watching anymore. Really, is that true? My God. And I know I'm incessantly boring, so I don't know what Claire is doing. What Claire is doing. Oh, what the fuck? That's great. Fuck yeah. I think all the drama is bringing people. Should get more drama on Claire's stream as well. All this shit talk about secular Quranism. Who the fuck cares? Andy Glib. Yeah. Didn't OV say I look like him? Who the fuck is Andy Glib? I wonder how you look, Dr. Mengele. Why don't you show that great posture of you in the wheelchair? I mean, there's nothing wrong with being in a wheelchair, but like for God's sakes, you know, don't 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 project your hatred on the Jays. Yeah, yeah, you're right, Dr. Mengele. It is really difficult to beat zero concurrent viewers. Also, I think Claire's problem is that she's really repetitive, and I'm not saying I'm always original and new and everything, but like for fuck's sakes, you know, have some new topics. It's not always the same. Secular Quranism, patriarchy. Who the fuck cares? Who are you, that freak, by the way? I think I've never seen you. Why do you have a wrench? What did you do to get a wrench? I don't trust people who have wrenches. Well, except Stephen Jones. He seems pretty level-headed and principled. Mm. So yeah, who are you, the freak? You go by a different name? So I can't do what other people are doing with streams and shit. Like I don't have a great talking points, topics, stuff like that. You know, I think you should all just leave, and then when you leave, I could just leave as well. Oh, what is that? Your new channel, Stephen James? Clerical Respecter. That's not a bad one. Yeah, the freak. But how long have you been the freak? I mean, have you always been that freak? So can you tell me something about your politics, the freak? Are you like an anti-Semite, like everybody? I wonder about Stephen James's evolution. He's been here for a long time. I think he's some kind of groiper. Cookie, do you have the sense that Yaxi is doing a live one and is gonna bitch about me? He never really bitched about me, and I never understood it because I'm sort of outside that pocket, but yet I sort of comment sometimes about it, but I never get involved in these kinds of gay ops, you know. Okay, Jesus Christ, MAGA supporter. That sounds okay. I can live with that. Yeah, I agree with you, Thomas. I like the fact that you have an open mind. That's why I think it's actually tragic that the whole politically provoked thing um, collapsed, you know, because I do think there's a value in having these conversations, even if it's on platforms, that you don't agree with. Maybe you should insert yourself in other circles, Thomas. See how you do. Go to Destiny's chat or something. Ah, damn, I'm so out of shape. I went skiing in Italy. It was great. Yeah, so she gave up, Elliot. It's just me. I wanted more people on. I wanted some shit show, and nobody wants it. You know, like Claire is gone. Everybody stopped the interesting gay drama. Yeah, we are all about politics normally, but except when Yaxi comes along, it's all about his ex-lovers, you know, or unrequited love affairs. But I don't know. I am a drama. I'm a bit of a drama whore, you know. I like that kind of drama. But my favorite drama, my top favorite drama all time, has been Jim Goat versus Irony Bros. My God, that was a shit show. I was also kind of cruel and shit. So it turned out that there was this woman. I forgot actually her name. What was this woman called again? She was a right-wing writer, and evidently she got raped by a black man. And then Matt Forney didn't believe it. And he used to be her ex-lover as well. And then Jim Goat, who was sort of a white nationalist or adjacent publicist or writer, he stood up for the poor girl, and it's just turned into a major shit show. Yeah, that's a funny comment actually. I will definitely read that. Can we all take a moment to recognize how rude it is of Claire to get myocarditis from the booster in the middle of Conops Koraniyule? It is bloody fucking rude. Blame Pfizer for that. I'm not so sure I want the booster, to be honest. I'm also getting to the point of saying, like this new Omicron variant is probably rather mild. I'm not so sure if we should boost all the children because of it, and it's time to move on. Well, Mossad, you can still go in, but you're the only one that can get into the stream because Claire actually has to accept people coming in, and that's why I'm actually filling the chat. Maybe it's a good time to talk about some very controversial topics, like the Holocaust or something. I don't know. So, Stephen James, what do you think about the Holocaust? How many people died? What is a cocoa? Is that cocaine or is that chocolate milk? Tiffany probably just I don't know, picked her kid up from school and is back now. So, Dr. Mengele, how many people died in the Holocaust? You know? Good on you, Stephen James. 6 million. That's the proper amount. That's not true. You're being ironic. Not one more, not one less. Yeah. No, I think approximately 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. I think it's pretty clear, if you look at all the camps, Treblinka, I think it's like 700,000, 800,000, some estimate like 900,000. Sobibor, it's a lot. I don't know, it's like 300,000. Belzec, like 500,000. Auschwitz, probably like 1 million, maybe less actually. I think. Well, the Holodomor is also important. I'm not saying the Holodomor isn't important, but with the Holodomor is much more of a question to what extent it was a fuck up and to what extent it was intentional. But to be honest, I never really got interested in Soviet history for some reason. Where did they put all the bodies? Well, they cremated them, but not all of them. So I think more than 1 million people got shot, and many of these bodies were not cremated, and they were in mass graves, and we found them. Of course, not all the mass graves, but yeah. But how do you estimate how many people died? Well, there are a couple of different methods. You could, for example, check just the demographics, what the Nazis said about the demographics and the Allies and the Soviets before the Second World War and the newspapers and everything. And then you could check post-war demographics. And then you see that, well, we're missing about 6 million. And this number is also coined by Eichmann, a number of other people, also in some internal documents like the Koher report. It's talking about actually 1943, when they're already talking about 4 million Jews died at that point. But there are other methods like Raoul Hilberg, for example, in the 60s, Western scholar. He came about 5.3 million. He did that with the transportation tables, So he estimated how many transports would come. Of course, all the transportation data is fragmentary, but we know a lot of transportations went on, and these people were never seen again. At 1.5, I think that's a bit on the low side. So you know the Einsatzgruppe report, right? Where the Nazis already have, like, on the list of how many Jews got shot, that's already over 1 million. Well, it's pretty clear. I have so many eyewitnesses accounts. They tell you about these shootings. We have photographic evidence of shootings happen. Um, there are plenty of ways to illustrate that people died. Yeah. What do you mean? Where? Yeah. Well, they died, and then of course, if you're gonna deny that they died, where did they go? That's a good question. I mean, Treblinka, Auschwitz are small camps. If you see how many people were deported to that place, never to be seen again, it's a bit strange. We haven't picked up their signals anywhere else. I mean, uh, there wasn't any place further in the east where they were supposedly transported to that has a whole community of Jews. They were all wiped out. Soros didn't exist. What the fuck are you talking about, the freak? So Stephen James doesn't want to tell how many people died. Self-hating Jew says 1.5 million. And still have not heard any number for Dr. Mengele. Come on, Dr. Mengele. Give me a number. Maybe I should be able to screen share shit and stuff. I wonder if I can place it. That might be nice. So, that would be good. I can play some music or some. Murfari pits in the wetlands. Oh yeah, that happened in Treblinka. Yeah, people were killed, and then they were grilled. Yeah. So, well, how the Holocaust denier thinks, Tiffany, is that all these people that went to camps, all the Sonderkommandos who had to um, get the golden teeth out and put these other Jewish bodies into the oven, I had to help this. They all lied. They were all forced by this grand Jewish conspiracy to tell lies. That's their theories. How do you keep fires going in a swampy woodland? Well, you have a grill. It's quite easy. Like you know how they were burned, right? You have these like metal bars. You put bodies on them. It's just like a bit of a barbecue. That kind of concept. It's quite easy. Why kill your own slave labor during the war? Well, because the Nazis were afraid that Jews were an enemy even in the camps. They thought they could subvert everything. If you listen to people here on the internet who have some anti-Semitic views, it was things that Jews are a permanent danger. But I mean, Hitler has said this perfectly on numerous occasions, right? That if the Jews would drag Germany another war, it wouldn't mean the Bolshevization of the earth, but it wouldn't mean the destruction of the Jewish race in Europe. And he said this on multiple occasions during the war, before the war. So it's pretty clear. We have the Goebbels diaries where he's very clear about what happened to the Jews and what was happening to the Jews. Himmler gave a couple of speeches, amongst them the famous 1943 on October 4th Posen speech where he says, "We're killing the Jews, we're destroying the Jews, all the bodies are being piled up," stuff like that. So I mean, it's pretty clear. Hans Frank, similar, all these journals during the war. So you can't always say, "Oh, it's because of the post-war fabrication by the Allies." Now, people were saying this during the war. Unless you're going to say that all the documents are faked, all of them have been contrived, which actually no denier, no Holocaust denier actually is saying. Yeah, it's the only point you could make. So how do you feel about the Posen speech, self-hating Jew? You think it's faked? You think there is a voice actor, stuff like that? I mean, the voice is very recognizable. It's very difficult to voice act. Actually, it's impossible. You always know who it is eventually. And all these hours and hours of tapes of Himmler talking about killing Jews. I mean, yeah, I have read Anne Frank's Achterhuis in Dutch, or Secret Annex, I think they call it in English. But I never see what that has to do with the Holocaust. I mean, Anne Frank died of typhus in Bergen-Belsen. I don't see how that being real or fake changes anything. But it's of course real. So Elliot, how many Jews died? I know actually there's a family member of Elliot Blatt. I think that the Blatts were brought to Sobibor. No joke. But the Blatts maybe are like a big family anyway. But that means that Elliot probably is Jewish from his father's side. Am I not correct? Because he was supposedly a Mischlinge. Elliot doesn't want to give a number. I'm so happy about this. Okay, finally talk about the Holocaust and on Claire's stream, and I never gave a post. Okay, so how many fake survivors would be realistic to have, Dr. Mengele? Can you imagine like going into a court and somebody is accused of murder, and there's somebody testifying, and every single person that comes to testify against this murderer say, "Oh, it's all fake. It's all fake. All contrived." I mean, that's a crazy situation, you know. Okay, Anne Frank, I definitely disagree with you. Anne Frank is the most reliable document you can have. Brilliantly written, you know. And I don't see how you would say that's a fake. Elie Wiesel, I never read Elie Wiesel. I know there's been some criticism of him having some, how would you say? He would take some literary liberties, you know. Like, okay, 6 million fake survivors claiming reparations, give me shekels. Okay, so the people are upset about all the thievery that happened during the Holocaust, because we actually have really a lot of documents of um, all the hair, all the shoes, all the shit that was sent from the camps back to Germany. Um, I mean, of course, people want to have their money back at some point, right? I mean, it's logical that people are going to whine about that kind of thing. Okay, the ballpoint pen was actually not her handwriting, so there were annotations written later in the book that were clearly not hers. But that's not the work. That's not the actual text. So you have to give me her handwriting and then in ballpoint. And if you can find that, well, you got something. But you don't. Okay. The US created a whole generation of Anne Frank, shutting down schools. What do you mean shutting down schools? How does Anne Frank shut down schools? Actually, Interesting enough, I mean, Anne Frank was a kind of a Dutch nationalist, even though she was originally from Germany. She loved the Dutch. So yeah, I also love her for that reason. I have no idea when The Wizard of Oz was released, Cookies. Who was it again? I don't even know the author. Was it C.S. Lewis? Wizard of Oz. 1939? No. L. Frank Brown and Noel Longhey. I have no idea. Okay, wait. Let's see. Anybody in chat know more about The Wizard of Oz? Yeah, how your turtles doing, Stephen James? Yeah, 1939. I think the Journal of Anne Frank was published in 1949 or 1947, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm really interested in how people who deny the Holocaust really think. You know, you can't imagine a situation where it's so, I mean, so obvious. There's so many eyewitnesses. There's so many documents. There's so many speeches that um, vindicate the Holocaust narrative. All these admissions during the war, after the war, really late after the war as well. All these trials in Germany in the 60s and the 70s and even 80s. Yeah. And you just say, nah, I don't believe that kind of evidence. And I think if you would apply the same standards, you wouldn't believe in any, in any sort of murder plot anymore. Yeah. So the Shrunken Heads, I think they were found. What was it in Bergen-Belsen or was it Dachau? I think one of the camps, Dachau or Bergen-Belsen. I think it was Dachau. And so the I think there were two shrunken heads, and they were presented in Nuremberg, and they were probably from Soviet POWs, yeah, prisoners of war, uh, or which is still the case because I think they didn't do a proper DNA analysis, or they were from just like requisites from the Amazon, because in the Amazon actually people do create shrunken heads. So you have to look this up, Dr. Mengele, look this up on Google, shrunken heads, and then the Amazon. And then you see a very normal practice of like Indians, like chopping each other's heads off and then creating shrunken heads. So they actually, what they do is just remove the skull and they sort of let the rest of the skin decay, you know? There's, of course, a special technique to it, but it's not that difficult to do. I never sort of understand why some crazy Nazi having some requisite is weird. You know that there are actually communiques where Himmler is concerned about the rumors about the soap, and he says, uh, "You guys better not make soap out of these Jews because that's of course not our policy." Of course, it never really happened. Only there was one isolated case of soap making in Danzig, in the German part of Danzig, where this guy called Spanner actually, yeah, made some fat out of human grease. Only the bodies that he used weren't Jews at all; they were Germans. So maybe that was one of the origins of some of the sort of later rumors that, of course, were not And nobody ever said, right, oh, we were there and they made soap and I saw it in Auschwitz and stuff like that. And most of the time, like, oh, yes, we heard from this and this person, you know. So you have to see what kind of eyewitness do you have? Do you have direct eyewitnesses, or do you have people who are hearing stuff from other people? And that's, of course, much less reliable. So you have to see how you treat evidence. God, I lost 3 viewers. My God. I should lose you all. What was dumped at the lake? I don't know, maybe you have your private conversation on with Dr. Mengele. Let's see if I can play something. If I can screen share something, would be interesting. I always do my favorite speech, of course, the Himmler Posen speech, and then you can listen to it. Yeah, I am white, absolutely. I'm the whitest thing you've probably seen in your life. I don't know if Dr. Mengele is white. Are you white, Dr. Mengele? Yeah, yeah, I am a white person, the freak. I'm a very white person. I have blonde hair, blue eyes. And there's some of you, I think Dr. Mengele has actually seen me on screen. No, I don't want to play their Eeuwige Juden. That's a boring one. Do you have anything better? Something I do. What is an interesting speech of Hitler is his Stalingrad speech. I do think that's an interesting speech, but most of you guys don't speak any German, so that wouldn't be a good one. It has to have some subtitles. And you know what? If you go to archive.org, you find a lot of the speeches of Hitler and a lot of the speeches of Himmler and Goebbels and everybody, but they're not subtitles. So that's only for people who are connoisseurs of how would you say German history and speak a little German. Who cares about? No, I do care about. I studied history, so of course I care about history. Um, Come on, Dr. Melling, I'm blonde. You've seen my face. What was it again? Bück dich, befehl ich dir. Der Gesicht ist mir egal. Bück dich. Or hier kommt die Sonne. That's some Rammstein shit for you. Actually, I don't like modern German music, to be honest. I like the old stuff. Although it's always difficult to distinguish which is German or Austrian. Of course, at the time, these states didn't always exist in the same way. But yeah, I'm a snob. I like classical music. Well, I've seen them live twice. That's impressive. Were they in America? We all live in America, America. Wunderbar. Something like that, right? If the numbers go down even more, I am willing to entertain karaoke. Oh yeah, it's my book about medieval history that I was reading. So let's see. So Mickey Mouse, Coca-Cola. I don't know that one. Is that an actual? Okay, they're good live. Well, that's good to hear. That's really good to hear. I could also just like play a song. Oh no, then Claire will get a copyright strike. Not that much will be lost. What's on your everyday playlist, Tiffany? One of the Without You. Oh yeah, but I don't know all the lyrics, Tiff. I'll blank out. So let's see how this is done. So, okay. So I'm gonna see if this works. Does it work? Meet? Oh my God, I'm such a boomer. I'm such a boomer. Okay. Oh yes. Does it work? Oh my God. No. Hmm. Oh yes, it does work. Uh, okay. Hey, why does pose in speech? Is it taken off? What the fuck? Um, pose on, pose on, pose on speech. Yeah, damn it. Okay. Maybe we can do this. It has some kind of delay. Doesn't work. Did it work? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Mhm. Ah, let's see. Let's play some Stephen James. Does it work? This doesn't work. Doesn't work. Shit, man. This doesn't work out. I'm actually playing your video, Stephen James, but I think you can't see it. No, no, it doesn't work for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's all too much for Claire's computer. Maybe it's all right. Yeah, I do think it's a funny video though. Although I don't think that I don't think that that it's all a plot. I don't know what you think about the whole COVID thing, but maybe you can't tell us either. I don't know. It's so difficult lately. Like even people who have normal opinions, they can't even say what they want to say. The only thing I can do is put a lecture on your ear. Or should we listen to some Daniel Sinkovich or something? I don't know. Maybe there is something on we could play. I'm slowly losing viewers, finally. But this is the first time solo streaming, guys. I don't think it's my thing. I don't think I will do it more often. I actually like the antagonistic conversations the most. It's a bit of a gay off. Okay. Interesting. I wonder how much of it is. Because you know what? I don't think it's I still don't know about the lab leak theory. I just don't think people would have designed a virus like this and let it loose on humanity. I don't see a particular good rationale for it, reason for it. And also it's just not very strong comparatively. Like if they really wanted some emergency measures or global governance or stuff like that, they would make it a bit more intense. Because, um, I think we're getting most of it back, well, most of the freedoms, although probably not everything, because you never get after a crisis, unfortunately. Anybody got a subject? It's too bad. I do want to sort of stream a lot of stuff. Although my iPad is getting more and more depleted in energy, so I might have to give up. Maybe some people have fell asleep. They're looking or listening, but not really. Yeah, I know, Thomas. I clearly don't possess the talent. Ah, yeah. You know what? The lab leak theory actually does sound very plausible to me, Stephen James. For the reason that the Chinese are fucking messy with that kind of stuff. They don't have any idea of protocol, shit like that. And you know what? I think they probably did capture some kind of freaky animals and experimented with shit like that. And then for some reason, all the people that ring the alarm clock. No, I haven't quit smoking. But for some reason, all the people who run the alarm clock in China just disappeared. So I mean, it's a weird thing. No, I have definitely not quit smoking. Mm. I do want to. My girlfriend is incessantly talking about me stopping smoking, but I haven't, unfortunately. I actually, in in effect, I'm gonna have a cigarette now. You can join me. Do you know who I miss in these spheres nowadays? Mm. Aaron Amihud. He was always a level-headed guy. It's too bad that he got his stroke and that he's not here anymore. He always had sensible things to say. I agree, Thomas. I didn't never knew you smoked, Thomas. Do you really smoke? Why do you have a different avatar? Yeah, I haven't looked into that, Stephen James, the Veritas League. Classified DARPA doc. Well, it's interesting to look into it, because this shit really fucks up our lives. I'm so fucking done with it. And you know what? I hear my friends talking about it more and more. People have this sense of, wanting to revolt. Because, I mean, I understand protecting old people, but you know what? You know, people get into debt, people get into poverty. And you know what? If you're like lower class, you get from middle class to lower class because of this crisis, you will lose 6 years of your life. I think now with all the measures, maybe we have protected maybe 6 months of people's lives when they're like 82. I don't think it's worth like sacrificing young lives for. And also, I mean, the encroachment of the new technological state is getting more and more. It's getting scary, what they can do now. What took me 2 years, self-hating Jew? Yeah, no, initially I think it was wise to do a lockdown. I just don't think the benefits outweigh the cost nowadays. And I thought that in the last lockdown as well. But now we got the vaccine. We also have an antiviral by Pfizer. So we have a lighter version of COVID now. So I think it's time to move on. Yeah, I know. You smoke Marlboro? Man, I smoke Gauloise, the same cigarettes that Sartre used to smoke. Some style. Yeah, yeah, you're incredibly intelligent, self-hating Jew. I think we have very different reasons. I just think now the costs don't outweigh the benefits anymore, or the benefits don't outweigh the costs anymore. I always forgive you. I always forgive you, Judas, for saying outrageous things because you're an artist, and autism should be protected under the rules of all politically correctness. Yes, Gauloise, indeed, Elliot. You used to be a smoker, weren't you? What made you give up? I mean, yeah, yeah. Omicron is the way out. I agree. It's the way out. Everybody needs to get it, and then we all get it. We build immunity, and then it should be over. And then it'll just, I don't know, be some kind of annoying flu that we have to deal with. Oh, I'm so. Am I so arrogant? Press one in the chat if I'm arrogant. Just a little. Thank you, Elliot. I don't think you can be on stream if you don't have some kind of arrogance here. You have to be, I don't know. You have to be at least convinced of the importance of your opinion. Thanks, self-hating Jew. I'll take it as a constructive criticism. Just a little. Well, thank you. I don't think I'm narcissistic or anything. Although I would say I don't show the best part of my character on stream. But, you know, that also depends on who you're talking to, right? Yeah, I agree. Conops did nothing wrong. Oh yeah, shit. My God, I forgot this. I am now being accused of doxing Brittany because the fake account. I have to see the fake account. Where is it? Yeah, hashtag. We should hashtag that stuff. Conops did nothing wrong. I never did. You know, but everybody here is just a big bully. The only thing I want to do is speak some truth. I know what I'm gonna do. I'll just comment with my real account on this fake account. Yeah, we are bumping around at the bottom. Claire is right, Stephen James. I mean, for a woman that is clearly devoid of any empathy, she does have some good takes sometimes. Okay. All right. No, we don't usually do this born again Harapan. Usually I don't talk this long. I just felt like monologuing today, and I also want to practice. Maybe I can stream someday, but I don't think I have the I don't think I even have the English language skills to do that kind of thing. Too much searching for words and shit. I do think it's funny though that Claire's stream, even though she's not a real anti-Semite, she does attract anti-Semites like shit attracts a fly, you know. Because you also seem to think, born again Harapan, that everything is due to the little heads, you know, which is clearly not a very smart take. So let's see. Yeah. Okay, let's see who. Okay. Shit. Ritardo Williams. Who's that? Hey, Stephen James. Do you ever see a guy called Ritardo Williams somewhere? Yeah, Claire does have incredible stamina. That's true. Can you imagine, like, every day giving monologues about a lost cause? It's not going to happen. Like, what is much more likely that Europe will turn Islamic in a much more traditional way, not secular Quranism. I mean, Muslims are not going to abandon their historical schools of fiqh. They're gonna they're gonna be orthodox in some way. They're not gonna go for secular Quranism. No, no, that's not what I mean. Self-hating Jew. I mean Retardo Williams. It's a copycat account of um, Ricardo Williams. So he's called Retardo Williams. So I really hope actually that's nobody we know is behind the whole shit that happened to Britney. Like I don't like the girl, but that stuff isn't good. Yeah, no, yeah, Ritardo Williams. Yeah, that's the fake Brundlefly account. I think that account dropped, as far as I know, what I've heard, um, some information about Brundlefly. No, I see you commenting somewhere. I do think like groups like or platforms like Politically Provoked, they have their how would you say they have their uses, you know. I don't think it's good to get things all underground. And I think they're interesting conversation. I really liked that conversation between that history PhD with Marshall Lohr. I think that was a really interesting conversation about the Holocaust. And yeah, I think we should have more of these kinds of conversations. No, born again, Harapon, I'm not a white nationalist, not at all. No, real white people that have blonde hair and blue eyes, they rarely are white nationalists. Oh, what are my views? I am I'm somewhere of a mix between a social democrat and a populist. So I think populists also spurg a lot. But I do think we need a community and we need a society that takes better better care of um, the working poor, the middle class, stuff like that, you know. And I think we should have some really sensible immigration laws that will protect our society from eroding, imploding, disintegrating. So, okay, so I do want to take you seriously, Stephen James. I think it is quite important um, because I do think you're a fair guy. Um, but yeah, sometimes I also wonder about some people's honesty. Um, so yeah, I do think shutting down stuff. Although I have shut down things myself if I'm banned from the chat, but only if I'm banned from the chat will I shut down, and then usually I just try to use it as leverage to be able to be unbanned. So I don't want to take channels down. I just want to be in the chat. I don't think people should have the right to just exclude people from their chat, unless you're doing something horrible like, I don't know, doxing or stuff like that. Yeah, then you can ban somebody. But shutting down a platform out of nowhere is no good because you don't like it. Yeah. Why don't you keep it out of the chat, Judas? Let's not mention real names here, okay? Come on, Judas. That's not necessary. We don't need to. We don't need to know who anybody is here. That's you're part of a little, how would you say, Spurk circle. We can talk to each other, and that can only work if we um, reject or if we are quiet about it. Okay, I do want to read this out. Judas, fucking hell, Jesus Christ, man, you're such an autist. Um, okay, yeah. Okay, here, I'll just read your comments too. Yeah, listen to Ralph's show. I'm not saying he had anything to do with it. Just saying he literally was having that argument on the panel for about an hour. Skip to about 30 minutes before he leaves. So what did he say actually? That argument. What did you mean? Like the argument that he should shut people down? Okay, I'll have a listen to it. That's too bad we can't listen to it together. Which is a pity, actually. I wish we could. Yeah, so publicly, I think Mike has said on multiple occasions that he does sort of like these different ideas, but he does feel like some of these, some of these ideas go too far, and I don't know, it's approaching the dangers. And I've also thought about this quite well. I just think it's not my place to do this because I'm involved in this sort of community. I don't think it's my place to shut people down because otherwise, I mean, this is also my entertainment. I have to say, like, if we start shutting people down, what can we listen to? But to be fair, I did once shut down Patrick Bateman's channel, but I did warn him. I sent him a nice email. I said, Patrick, listen, I would be very unhappy if you how would you say if you yeah keep hiding me in the chat and I mean you can sort of time me out, but hiding me is it's not good. Like if you don't respect my freedom of speech, well, why should I respect yours? And then I did shut him down. He actually got one strike, and then he unbanned me again. So, I mean, it did sort of work. Not too happy that I have to do these kinds of things, but yeah, I do think you need some opposition. Like I don't particularly think it's a good idea for people to have some kind of hug boxes. And if you're just commenting on the chat and you're saying your things and you don't do anything evil, then yeah. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense that Mark would argue that. He's kind of a weird guy, but I think the best way to deal with a guy like Thomas Sewell is what Ralph did. Actually, Ralph did a really cool, a really good expose of Thomas Thomas Sewell. He looked like a freaking lifeguard, and he's a low IQ. He's just very good at sort of repeating sort of very repetitive white nationalist talking points, but he doesn't have an interesting mind, or he doesn't have anything original to say. Like I could say of Patrick Bateman all you like, but he does have some original takes, and he does think for himself. That's something that Thomas Sewell would never be able to do. Yeah, send him a second letter. I don't know. Like I also asked him in chat with multiple accounts, Thomas. Like I really asked him not to ban me on multiple occasions, and he also knew that once he would unban me, there would be no problem. And I did think he got the message. And look, it's not something I like to do particularly to shut people down, but I think. Do you think Claire's still sleeping?
Did she go to sleep?
What's wrong with me ranting?
Start.
You know, I would actually say something for some people in your circle, Thomas White. Some people are not that dumb. Most of them are. There's a couple of people that are somewhat intelligent. Drenger, um, Patrick Bateman. Who else you have? God, not many. Well, on the more sort of moderate side, of course, Richard Spencer, people like that. You know, they have something to offer. You know, I think it's just sad that they chose this way. I think there's something maybe I don't know went wrong in their lives or something, and then they ended up like this, or they have some kind of personality issue that makes them attracted to violence and stuff like that, or some kind of I don't know, some kind of hurt. I don't know, debts, stuff like that. Railing against the machine or something like that. You know. Yeah. So Thomas,
Right.
what's your
Yeah.
attitude towards
All
the
buttons
whole
clicked.
OV drama and what happened? What do you think?
With OV? Are you asking me, or sorry, I was trying to find. Did you want to play this? I don't know if he might strike her channel though. Isn't that what he's been doing?
Yeah. So for me, you know, on the 13th of May, I looked it up again. I saw that stream. I saw that underage cat boy, and I thought this is bad news. So I've been messaging him ever since. Almost every time I came on stream, I said, "Dude, time to stop this." And just the guy, I don't know whether he's just lonely and he needs a friend, or I don't know.
You
There's
know what I
something more
find?
going on.
He,
I don't know, but I don't see why you. Is Tiffany on the stream even?
yeah, can you hear me?
Is she?
Yeah,
Tiffany. Hey.
you can't hear me?
I can't hear Tiffany either. Maybe just Tiffany wants to be there to just to be here, you know, to hear me monologue, to listen to my sexy voice. Yo, Tiff. Psst. Anyway, why can't you say it on Scream, Thomas White? You can just say it. Look. Yeah, leave and re-enter Tiff. Fucking boomer Claire falling asleep. I was really preparing for a long night of streaming. You know, my girlfriend is still in Italy, and I felt like, oh, I'm finally like home alone, even though I love her, of course, very much. I'm home alone, and now I can stream and shit. And then it turns out that Claire and me know each other so well that we barely have something to talk about. It's like we go on in the same circles, you know. I didn't listen to a lot of Woe's streams. I only listened to Philosophat, but that was only because actually where the interesting stream at the moment is, I have to say, it's Ralph's stream. Ralph is bringing the people together. Ralph is actually creating a sort of sphere where people with different ideologies can actually talk to each other. So I really like that on Ralph's streams. Although I always think he's a bit of a dubious character, but he did an analysis of Philosophat, and it was about how the alt-right sort of shifted from talk about ethno-states, stuff like that, to talking about restrictions, COVID, um, also about the World Economic Forum, about the, how would you say, the global, what they call the global homogenous, but then much more of a sort of state thing, you know, world government and shit like that, lack of freedoms. Yeah, I would say Ralph is doing a great job in facilitating interesting discussions. Mm.
Can you hear me now?
I don't know who else is doing it. I don't think Claire is doing it. With Claire, it's a lot of the same sort of circle jerk, but that's because Claire tends to go on about the same subject all the time. And you know what? I also feel like talking about the same subject with Claire. It's always about women, sex, patriarchy, Islam. And I think actually at the moment there are much more interesting things to talk about. I think it's an issue that a lot of people forget nowadays is the economy. And I think we're all too tied up in the culture wars. No, you did a preview video, Stephen James. Ah, fucking based. No, Ralph talks about God. I think Domingo is very good at imitating people.
No, you did
God, I wish I could
you
do the same as. Oh, mouse moving. Oh, we have a waker. Shit, like I'll can I still post it in chat? Claire, wake up.
Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now, Conops?
Shit. Yeah, what was I? Oh yeah, the economy. Yeah, so I think the cultural war is distracting us from a bigger issue. So we're talking about transsexual bathrooms and athletes and God, what is it, like feminism, turf wars, um, Black Lives Matter, stuff like that. And I think that's all pretty unimportant compared to sort of the big economic structural changes that are happening at the moment. I think we're going to live in a world where if we don't pay attention, we end up in a much more sort of feudal world, you know, with a lot of people who have unsecure jobs, people who really barely can get by, and a lot of wealth accumulation at the top. So it's almost like neo-feudalism.
So it's time to restore the patriarchy with secular Quranism. It all goes.
That's bullshit.
You can't hear Tiffany, can you, Conops?
No?
I can hear you.
That's bullshit,
Tiffany,
right? Okay, I'm gonna
But-
check that.
But for some reason, Conops can't hear you or me.
Yeah.
You can't.
No, you can only hear me. There's no tiff. I don't see any tiff there.
Conops, can you hear me?
How's my new mic, guys? Is it coming across okay?
Conops? Conops? You can't hear either of us. So Conops cannot hear either of us.
No.
But like I never thought we as a civilization would sink so
He's
far
been
as to
very
be
comfortable talking up
preoccupied
here,
for
though.
4 years
Yes.
about which person is using which bathroom, really. I mean, even if you have opinions about it, it is all a bit frivolous in the end,
Okay, I think
It's a
I'll
bit.
kick him, and then he'll
It's a
hear.
sign of decline that this is an
Okay, he'll
occupation
be
of the left,
surprised. He'll be
but also a bit
surprised.
of the right. And okay, I understand the right point of view a bit more about the whole
He's
stuff of
having a
women's
good old time.
spaces and protecting them, but also of the turfs and stuff like that. But I think it's a frivolous discussion, and I don't think it's the most important one we should have.
Right. He's off.
Well,
Yeah. Well,
welcome
I
back.
guess he'll be back, and then we can hear him, and we can have a proper conversation.
Yeah, he covered a lot of ground in your absence. He hit upon about it, almost everything, I think.
Back he is. Hi, Conops. You can hear us now, can't you? Can you hear us now?
Yay!
You can hear now.
Yeah, because we were talking to you and you couldn't hear us. Conops? No, he's gone quiet.
Oh no, he's muted. Uh-oh.
And now he's gone out again. Maybe it's time to. Maybe it's time to end the stream.
Might have been a little bit, yeah. Well, have a nice evening.
Oh, did you want to say something? Did you want to, how rude
No,
of me not to?
he was trying to share something and he was struggling with it, getting it to play. So I thought, I'd been busy, but I popped back in, so I'm trying to work this out. And I said, well, I can hop back in and help you share this, whatever he was trying to show. But when I came back, he couldn't hear me. So I was just kind of like trying to sort my mic issues out, but apparently it was him. So yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah, and thanks for or coming back to sort things out. Um, oh, now he's trying. Maybe he will come be properly back this time. Yes, he is back. Can you hear us, Conops?
Yeah, I can, but I think there's something wrong with my mic.
No, we
Well,
can hear you now.
we can hear you.
Is that really? I mean,
We can both hear you.
all right. Because I think I think it's. Let me try to.
Wait.
What is the problem? If you can hear us and we can hear
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we could hear you the whole time.
You can't hear us. Maybe your earphones
Damn it.
are the problem.
Yeah. Are they now okay?
Yes, we can
Yeah.
hear you, but you can't seem to hear us.
Finally, yeah. I don't know what happened, all of a sudden you guys were back.
Yeah,
I've
we
been
were
talking to the
trying to
chat for
talk
like
to you, and you were just talking over us because you couldn't hear us.
Really? Oh
I've been back
God.
for a while. I tried to share that link that was dropped in the chat and everything. I was sharing screen. You couldn't see or hear me the entire time. It was hilarious.
Oh shit! I've been monologuing. You guys were here. Ah,
Yeah.
damn it.
Conops.
That's embarrassing. Was it like an hour or is like?
Oh, it hasn't been that
No.
long.
Oh, good.
20 minutes to be max. Nothing long at all. It's fine.
Oh, picked up your kids?
Yes, I did. I saw you trying to
Nice.
share something and you're struggling, so I came back just to share screen for you. I was just gonna, play whatever it is you wanted to play and just kind of leave you to it. So you.
No, it's okay actually. When Claire is here, I don't play that kind of stuff.
Okay. We would have gotten in trouble. Okay. Well, listen, guys,
No.
I'm
I
gonna
wouldn't
hop
have
off.
gotten into trouble. I would just get into trouble with Claire.
Well, you don't want to get her struck either, because she's
No,
a
it's just
shaky
on
girl.
YouTube. No strike.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, I have to get going. I'm gonna hop off, but have a good rest of your chat and evening, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks,
Yeah, Claire,
Tiffany.
thanks, Steph. Bye bye.
Bye.
By the way, Claire,
Mm-hmm.
why don't you throw the link in the chat?
No, because I want to finish. I actually wanted to.
No, 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 no.
No, no, no. You were very boring.
Oh God, that's not true. I was not
Yeah,
very
you were
boring.
boring. I was just sort of I wanted you to just sort of run out of steam, and
No,
because
I
it
will
was so
not run out of steam.
boring, and
What is boring? Because it's not
it,
about slots and patriarchy and stuff like that.
yeah, it wasn't
Huh?
about anything. It
I
was
had
just
actually record numbers, Claire. I had record numbers
yeah,
for
because
Koraniyule.
they what people wondered if you would just blow yourself up or something, or
No
expose
way.
yourself, or do something
No, no,
crazy.
no, no, no. I think it's all good. They don't expect anything crazy from me,
Yeah, it's just
right?
so boring talking about crazy people who you know. But anyway,
Which crazy people?
I don't know the people you were talking about for one whole hour. But I mean, I was talking to somebody else about something, so I didn't care. But it was about crazy people basically who were angry with you.
Oh no, but that was just a small part. We were just
You
talking
didn't
in the
talk
chat,
about anything. You
I
didn't
think
talk about
that's it.
anything.
I think that's also it, Claire. Like you don't engage the chat. At the time they're asking you a question. So when you answer a question, it's always like you go from the top, all these questions that have been irrelevant since 2 hours already, you still want to address. And
Well,
then the comments
I'm
that people
showing
put
respect for the
directly,
people.
no, but that is not respect because the people are not listening anymore because you already gave your monologue and then people are not listening 2 hours later to the same stream. That's not how it works. Yeah. I had consistently 15 viewers.
It went quite low for a bit. I think
Oh,
I got to
now it's low. It's
seven, and then
11.
you
But
even said so
I've seen
yourself.
you, dear dear um dear Claire. I've seen you with 5 concurrent viewers. I think you're not someone to criticize me.
It doesn't really matter. It's like I'm sure they kind of deliberately suppress it to demoralize you.
What do
You
you
know,
mean deliberately suppress
well,
what?
they kind of say zero, and then they give you one, and then they say zero again, and you can still see people posting in the chat, so it can't really be
It's
zero.
really hard. I can see live how many viewers we have. So actually, one of the viewers is myself.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm saying that other people have been complaining too about how the algorithms, I mean, they're doing something weird with the counting and whatever, to kind of make you, you know, um, feel sad that nobody's watching and shut up and go away.
Yeah, but you have to give me a try sometimes, like how can I ever be able to stream myself if I'm not able to do this?
Yeah, I do. I've given you all that time to you see, you don't really talk about anything. All you do is talk shit about people, and you just like
I was addressing the
person.
chat, Claire. This is getting
Yeah,
comfortable.
yeah. It's like you should be talking about giving them a lecture about something instead of addressing their petty concerns about insignificant people who don't matter.
Oh, well, they think it's important, Claire. Who is Jodenbuurt?
I don't know. All these
Okay,
crazy.
you know what that means?
I don't know what.
It means Jewish neighborhood in Dutch.
All right. I
Ah,
guess they know
interesting,
you.
isn't it?
Oh, they seem to
Yeah.
know you.
Ah, yes, there's so many people who know me.
I mean, like they really know you.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I mean, there seem to be. Well, I guess you become some kind of personality cult.
But how did they know? How did they know me then?
I don't know that. I guess they follow you around because they hate you. You know.
Yeah, it's great to have haters, Claire. You know all about it.
Yeah, yeah, because hate watchers and all that. So the thing is, you don't really have anything to say, do you?
I have plenty of things to say, Claire.
Like what?
Like, you should drink bleach
Why?
because your ideologies age, and it will not go anywhere. That's what I have to say. But what do you want me to say? I mean, I am.
No, no, I mean, not, it's not even necessarily in response to what I say, but you know,
No,
you
but
have
look.
nothing that you want to say. It's like you've got a stream to yourself. You could be talking about stuff, but you're just addressing the petty concerns of
Yeah, but
crazy people
why
in the
should I?
chat.
Why should I make it about myself?
Well, no, it doesn't have to be about yourself, but I just noticed your lack of content.
Lack of content.
Yeah, for
I
a
was
whole
addressing
hour.
people in the chat.
Yeah, yeah, but
But I don't feel comfortable. I think maybe it's because some people are, I don't know, a bit narcissistic. They like to talk about their own ideas, their own ideology. I'm not a person like that. I will do that in a dialogue when people ask me about it, when I'm passionate about something. But I don't go off on a monologue. I'm not a person like that.
yeah, because you don't believe in anything.
No, I'm more modest, you know. And also, actually not like you. Like I'm not fanatically attached to one idea or another. I just want to get things done. Basically,
Yeah, you want to
I
get
want to
things
live.
done, but you don't
I
seem
want
to
to live in
be.
a society that I like to live in, and
Yeah,
whichever way that
you
gets me
don't live
there.
in a society you like to live in, but you're too scared to say the thing that needs to be done, which is restoring the patriarchy.
Yeah, but I don't want to restore the patriarchy.
No, you
It's
don't
not
want
that
to do
scared. I just
anything.
don't
You
want to.
no no, but the thing is, how are you gonna get to the society that you want?
I, li-
That you
I like
dare not
equality
say.
between men and women.
Yeah,
So
but
yeah,
you
that's
know
a positive
you know
idea
it's
for you.
not working. You know it's not working for you guys.
How is it not working for us, guys?
Then why are you always complaining? Why do you
Am I
actually?
complaining about that specific issue?
Well, you hang out with certain people who are
Yeah,
obviously
but
discontented.
no, it's very, you really misunderstand me. I don't hang out with people because I um, share their views. I actually hang out with people because I don't share their views on here. If I want to hang out with people who share my views, I'll just hang out with my friends, which I do. So don't tell me um, I have some kind of ideological affinity with people who are here most of the time. You know, maybe with some I do, but I don't.
Who do you share an ideological affinity with then?
Phew. I think well, Jay, but where's Jay? Where's Jay?
Jay has no. Well, I mean, I suppose in
No,
the
he is broadly, I would say, like a populist. It was a bit
no, he's an
sort of center
Islamophobe
right.
like you. That's what you two have in common. But you're not
Okay, so
serious about anything.
the word Islamophobia you use for any criticism pertaining to Islam and Muslims.
No. I'm saying that you are an Islamophobe if you
Okay,
haven't
so
got a
what's the
better answer.
definition? What's the definition of Islamophobia?
Somebody who has an irrational hatred and fear of Islam and Muslims.
Okay,
And I'm
so
saying
where
you
do you,
must.
where do you put the irrational aspects? Like, why would you consider it irrational
I was just coming to
from my
that.
perspective?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So if I have a certain values, like for example, I like freedom of speech, I like equality between men and women, I like my culture preserving itself.
you don't have a
Um,
culture that you can actually define because you don't have a moral system that you actually follow.
okay, but you're just interrupting. So in that case, it's very understandable why people would not like Islam to be supreme. I don't mind people who are Muslim or Islamic being a minority in Western European cultures. I just don't want them to take over. That's all.
And I'm saying that if you want anything
And
to
do
work
you consider
again,
that Islamophobia? If I don't want Islam to be
no, it's not
the
about what you
majority
want.
culture,
It's not.
I'm just asking you what Islamophobia is, Claire.
I'm about to define it, and you keep interrupting. So I'm saying that the problem is that you lack a moral system that allows you to deal with any problem at all.
It's not an
So
answer to my question.
yeah, but it is
Can you
towards
just answer
answering
a
your
simple question
question.
then? No, you're not. You're not.
Okay.
You're just
No, you're saying what you want, and I'm saying It doesn't matter what you want. The problem is a problem. So if you want to solve the problem, you have to.
Yeah, but you're ducking my question. I'm asking you about the rationality from my positions. If I have the same values I have, and of course Islam is opposed to these values, you do concede that, right?
You want everything to stay the same, but everything to be
Why can't
different.
you answer a single question? Why do you
No,
have to dance
because
around it?
your question doesn't make sense. Because what you want is
I'm just asking you a question. It's a yes or no
I am
question.
answering it, and you keep interrupting me. Because what you want is for you to be able to kick out the Muslims,
I
or
never
in
said that.
some
I've never
way.
said that. I've never said
I
that.
know
Why do you
you
have to
know not to
strawman me?
say that. I know. Okay, what do you want? You want the Muslims to know their place, so they don't bother you.
Integrate in society. Yeah.
Okay, so you want them to lose their identity, and be good boys, and you can feel that you're in charge. That's what you want. You want white people with their culture, whatever it is,
I don't use the
to
word
be
white
top
people, by
dog.
the way.
Hmm?
I don't want to. I don't use the word white people. Another strawman. Why can't you know me for a very long time? Why do you have to say white people? You know that's not what I mean.
I just don't see the problem of saying white people.
Yeah, because it is a problem because I don't think in that kind of way. And if
You
you
said
say, you make
earlier
me
that
come across as a
you
racist,
weren't
which I'm not.
ethno-nationalist until you realised that it was a bad thing.
No,
And
Claire,
then
because you
you kind of
completely,
self-censored.
completely misunderstood what I meant by the word ethno-nationalism and what I said at the time. Because I said it was cultural, not genetic, not
How can you
genes,
be...
not phenotypes.
Okay, what does ethno mean? It means ethnicity. You
Ethnos,
don't
no,
even know the meaning
ethnos,
of
yeah.
words
And what
now.
does, yeah, ethnos, and what does that mean? Does that mean
It's to do
genes?
with ethnicity, right? Now then
Yeah,
you say,
ethnicity
oh,
doesn't have
ethnicity
necessarily
means
to do with
culture.
genes. No, they're different. Yeah, they're. Of course, for example, if you take a group like mixed groups, for example, they have a certain ethnicity, right? Sometimes people with different genes of different groups can be part of that group, right?
Like, for example, you're just thinking about
For
white people.
example, the
You're going to say white
Hazaras.
people.
Take the Hazaras. They're a mix of Mongolian and Afghani stuff like that. They have their own uh, culture.
Oh,
That
come
mean
on.
there are
You are talking
minority
about white
communities even
people being
in certain
white.
majority countries, right?
You're,
For example, you can
you're
call that
such
an
a coward. If
ethnicity.
you mean white people, say white
I
people.
don't mean white people. You fucking cunt. So if there, for example, are people of Indonesian descent in the Netherlands, I call them Dutch. They're Dutch people. They're just as Dutch as I am.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not like a Nazi like you.
I'm not a Nazi, but at least I use words properly.
No, no,
But
no.
you see
That's not.
that's a trouble with you. You get scared and then you don't use words and then you think you're being smart by not using words. You actually reminded me of Darren
No,
Sienkiewicz. It's like,
that's crazy.
I
So
thought I was an
what I meant to say,
ethno-nationalist
Claire,
until
is
I realised I
what I
couldn't
meant to
say the
say
word.
is that you're using words that have only been very popular ever since the 1890s until the 1945. Then people really love to use these racialized terms about ethnicity. Before that, after that, not so much. But anyway, you take your examples from the United States, eugenic movements, uh, National Socialist Germany, stuff like that. That's not where I take my intellectual um, inspiration from.
Where do you take it from?
From the rest of European history.
What's the difference?
So you would consider Spinoza a Portuguese Jew instead of a Dutchman?
Well, he's all those things. So I'm not going to deny his Portuguese identity or his
Oh,
Dutch
well,
identity.
I'm not. Well, there you go, right? So you can become something else, and if you can
No,
become something else,
we have a bad
I'm
a
not saying
composite
I'm denying
identity.
people who have certain roots in a country. I'm just saying I deny that people can't be something else. That's what I said. And if ethnicity is flexible, then it's per definition not purely genetic.
No, ethnicity is never flexible because you either are descended from your mum and dad or you're not. How can that be flexible?
Well, it is flexible because I'll tell you something, like a lot of people that are in Europe lived in different states, right? These different states fought each other. Then they overlapped. Sometimes one territory was taken, then it was taken back. People were Germanized, then Francophised, let's say, right? So at one point you could say that person, would you say that always people in a certain area stayed what they were genetically originally, or would you say people became German? Because maybe at some point they didn't even know who their ancestors were anymore.
So the objective way of dealing with this problem is to say, well, what nationality are you, and what language do you speak, and what are the
Yeah, but you're talking about common parlance. Yeah, yeah, of course. That's what I'm talking about. But you're using the genetic definition. I'm using the cultural ethnicity definition.
no, I'm using all of it because we
Yeah, but
have
it's
identity
a
is not
problem
just
because people
aspects
no,
of.
but the problem is people don't know exactly where their genes. Now they can know, but people knew for a very long time not where their um, genetic heritage was because things shifted over time. The maps changed, empires collapsed, nation states overlapped.
Yes.
Conquered each other, so you can't say that somebody is inherently this or that. Like Frisians became normal Dutch, and how do you say French-speaking people became Dutch-speaking people, and at some point, people didn't even know what their heritages were, so they would always identify. Yet you would say that the Huguenots who came in the fucking 16th century are forever French. That is a ridiculous idea.
I don't say that at all. I'm saying that
Then
if you
why are
were
you
to ask.
complaining? Why are you complaining that I don't use the word white or I don't use the
Yeah,
word?
because that's what you mean. Because the people who complain about immigration are complaining about non-white immigration,
No, I'm not complaining about
particularly Muslim immigration. So why are you just sort of
because it's an ideology. It's an ideology, not
of course, there
because
will
of
always
people's
be
ethnicities.
ideologies that
Yeah, but
conflict
it's a
with other
supremacist
ideologies.
ideology in its normative version. It's a supremacist ideology,
Well,
like the
so is
mainstream of Sunni
liberalism
Islam.
supremacist. I mean, what you're doing is saying, how dare, any other ideology question my supremacist liberalism, which is obviously the best thing because it's white and
Okay, Dutch
Western,
people
and you're
have been
feeling
living here
threatened.
for generations. We have been doing things like we do for hundreds of years. I don't want outsiders to come in and tell me that I have to change things.
Of
That's
course you
just like
don't. Of
yeah,
course you
then
don't.
yeah, of course I don't, and
And
it's a
therefore you have
ridiculous
to think
assumption
your
that I
way
have to.
around the problem, and you're just saying, oh, I don't like it, but I want to do everything the way I've always done it, and expect things to get better. This is what you are in fact saying, isn't it?
Yeah, if things return back to
So
normal, it would be better. Yeah, definitely better than
why
it is
would it
now.
why would everything just go back to the comfortable days of your childhood? Why would it?
It was more comfortable, and by the way, it was much more comfortable
Yeah,
before I
you
was
just want a
born.
time
Actually,
machine. So you're just this sort of
a time machine would be
you want
preferable
a
to the situation we
genie
have
to
now.
grant you your three wishes, and you're upset that it hasn't yet
Well,
appeared.
you want a time machine, but also you want a machine that will place me in a different continent. Like if I like the Middle East, I would go and live there. If I like the supremacy of Islam, I don't.
It's not about where you want to live, it's about dealing with the problems that already
No,
exist
of course.
and
If
where
you
you
like
live.
these kinds of laws, you go to the Middle East. Why would you live in Britain for it?
So you're saying that anybody who suggests that changes need to be made will have to be deported.
I never
That's what
said
you're
that.
basically saying. Because
No, why you have to
this is
strawman
just
me?
you and Jay. It's like, if you don't like it, why don't you
Why do
fuck
you have to
off to
strawman me, Claire? I never
Afghanistan?
said
I mean,
people had to be
I don't
deported
mean.
with different opinions. I never said that.
Yeah, yeah, but
But we
it's the
can do, however,
implication is the same. You can't
what we
solve your
can do,
problem. You
however,
don't want to change your
what
ways,
we can
but you
do,
want
however,
everything to
is
get better.
to
This is
um,
basically your
stop
childish,
people from coming in
infantilized
with
view of
these
the
kinds of
world.
ideas.
You say, I wish all these Arabs and these Muslims would just go back to where they came from, and I don't want to change
Well,
anything in my
if
habits and
people
my
have
thoughts and
if
my
people think
practices. I
the
mean, come on,
society where they
grow up,
came from
grow up.
originally is superior to the society they have gone to, I think it's a very good thing to go back, isn't it?
Okay, you just wish they would go back. Well, they're not, right? And you can't make them, and they keep coming, and you can't say anything because you're
Well, you
helpless.
can stop the borders, right? You can lobby. Well, I don't know if I get
Well,
that stuff
you
done.
lobby then. I mean, it hasn't worked, has it?
Well, I mean, look, in the 1980s, if you look at the parties that would oppose immigration, there will be scats and yeah, far in
40
between, you know.
years ago.
Yeah, 4 years ago. So actually now there's a much bigger consensus about changing the immigration policy than there used to be. The
Really?
enthusiasm about letting everybody in is
Really?
waned.
So,
Yeah, so
how is that going to change?
parties like the PVV, parties like Alternative for Deutschland, parties like the Swedish Democrats, parties like the Danish Democratic People's Party, these parties are changing the consensus in Europe.
Bit slow, isn't it?
Yeah, it is slow. It's a slow and arduous process,
So
but
by the time it changes enough, you know the party system is what is holding you back. You need a one
well,
party
look,
system. I see the problem, but
there
you
are some
can't.
things that are unprecedented, right? So, for example, now in the Netherlands and in Britain, you can take citizenship from people that have dual nationalities. I would just like
In
to have a
theory, you
little.
can do anything, but
Yes,
you're not actually
but
going
that's
to
actually been
be in a
done.
position
So
to
I
do
actually think
anything.
that could be expanded upon about people who commit crimes, for example. Well, that would save a lot of the problems in Western European countries, wouldn't it?
I think you have a
Would you be
destination
against that?
without a route map.
Would you be against that? Would you be against deporting people who create crimes that have dual nationality?
Well, the option is, I mean, that's what Zamor is proposing, right?
Yes. So well, it so happens. Yes.
Hmm. Well, you can propose anything you like.
But
Anybody can
would you be
propose
in
anything
favor of
they
it or
like.
against
But
it, Claire?
well, obviously, you want to get rid of people, then you will be doing things to, you know, get rid of them.
I'm
So
just asking you the question. Are you in favor of something like that?
I have no objection to it.
Okay, no objection, but okay. So well, I mean that solves a lot of problems, you know. And if you restrict immigration, you do stuff like that. I don't know. In a
Yeah,
couple
but
of
you
years, you
don't
have
get the
a very nice
problem.
society again.
People don't get the problem of immigration, including the anti-immigration parties. They don't get it, do they?
Oh, they get a lot more than you. They don't want to
What do
import
they get?
problems
What do
from.
they get?
Well, they fundamentally get that you need a society that is homogeneous enough to that's culturally, yeah.
Yeah, but they've
Uh,
lost it. They've lost it. So and they can't organise. So how did they begin to lose it? It all begins with feminism. That has lowered their birth rate. That has
no, I
caused
don't think the
degeneracy and
feminism.
caused
Look,
the labour
feminism, the
shortage.
birth pill, these things, you can't be really uninvented anymore. So
Well,
what
they
you
can
have
be
to,
regulated, can't they?
well, try. It's even difficult to regulate
It's
drugs.
a
So
taboo.
what do
You
you
don't
think
even want
that
to be
people will
talking
do?
about it.
The
I
illegal
hear the
market that you'll
quaver
set up.
in your
What are you gonna
voice.
do? Are you gonna invade people's houses and look for the birth pill?
No,
And
there's
how
no need to
effective
do that.
would that
There's
be?
no need to do that at all.
Okay, so would you say like if people really want to fuck and don't have children, I think they'll find ways to do it.
Yeah, they will. But if you change the laws, they'll know what kind of behaviour is rewarded and what isn't. So
Okay,
what
so
you
would
do,
you want to punish people for using the pill?
I don't know what you mean by punishing people using
I
the
mean, like,
pill.
you want to put people in jail for illegally distributing the pill.
Not at all. So
Okay,
what
so I mean,
happens?
then what are you gonna do? I mean, like, there will be a huge illegal market if you're not supplying it by any pharmacist or doctor or whatever. Um, that's gonna be a huge issue to keep under control.
It will really be the easiest thing in the world if the government shows some leadership. on the matter.
Okay, so you're just gonna say, oh, somebody's saying, oh, we don't like the pill anymore, and then everybody's like, okay. I mean,
No,
come on, you're
no,
living in
no,
utopia.
no, no, no.
Okay, so even
I
in
don't
most
think
Islamic
you're.
countries, the birth rate is
Well,
going
carry
down,
on
down,
then.
down,
Carry
down.
on. You keep asking the question, but you won't let me answer. Are you scared of the answer or something?
Well, you're not really answering the question,
Well, you
do
keep
you?
interrupting me.
Well, because you're not really answering the question.
Well, because you keep interrupting me.
Well, I asked you a couple of direct questions, and you just pivot and change subject.
I'll
But
just keep quiet then, and you can answer my question for me.
okay, I'm just asking you how you're supposed to keep that under control just with leadership.
By government policy, of course. So if you want more people to be born, more of the next generation to be born, then you'll have to support marriage and family values, right?
I
Very
asked you a very
obvious.
specific question about the pill, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. So it means, and you know what I've been saying about the matter, which is that unmarried parents will be treated as sex offenders.
Okay, unmarried parents will be treated. I'm just asking about the pill specifically, right?
Yeah.
So how are you
So
going to stop the illegal distribution of the pill?
what? First, you make it a crime for you know for people who have bastards, right? You make it a crime, and then you can regulate the supply. You regulate the supply of the pill.
You know it's quite easy to make in your attic, right? The pill.
Oh, do you make them in your attic?
Well, I don't make them in my attic. I don't have to because they're
So
pretty.
who makes the pill in their attic? I thought pharmaceutical companies make their pills
Yeah, with
in their factories.
pharmaceutical. Okay, pharmaceutical companies make a lot of stuff, including a lot of ADHD medicine that can also be made in your attic, which is made in a lot of attics. What do you think meth is?
Okay, well, I haven't heard of the pill being made in people's attics.
Well,
It doesn't sound
it's not
very
very difficult
safe.
to do.
It doesn't sound very safe.
Well, people will actually will sacrifice that safety. They might actually import it illegally from India or whatever, wherever place they can find it.
Well, there's no need to get it illegally. I mean, I wouldn't like to sacrifice the health and safety of women. You just give it to certain women and don't give it to others, right?
Yes, but you think that the people who don't get it will not find a way to get it anyway.
Well, what you should do is to abolish no fault divorce. So that will send a clear signal to people that you are going to take marriage seriously. And then, and
Okay,
then,
no fault divorce has nothing to do with people who want to freely, how would you call it, fornicate, you know.
yeah, they can fornicate freely, but if they get caught having babies without a marriage certificate, then they're going to get punished under Chapter 24, Verse 2. So they know so they would know, once that law is in place, people would know that married parents would be the top group in morality and unmarried parents at the bottom group. So people will have a clear sense of hierarchy, and non-parents would be in the middle. So they would know that, and they'd know how to, well, acquire status or lose status by having bastards.
All right, so in countries that are Islamic at the moment, the birth rate is really going down.
It doesn't
Um,
matter. I don't care about those countries. I'm talking about the West.
but can I not use any comparison?
No, you're saying, oh dear, you're thinking of Iran, right? Iran's on the
Well,
pillar.
not only Iran, I'm talking about every sort of Islamic country
Okay, well,
there is.
you can do stuff. You can do stuff to regulate it, and I have the solution.
But well, the solution is clearly not working in many of these
No, no,
Islamic
well, they
countries because they
haven't
have a very similar
implemented my
policy.
solution. You don't even know what my solution is.
I know exactly what your solution
What
is.
is it?
Well, making how you call that the people who have sex offenders. Yeah,
Yes.
you get if you get cottage and you don't have a marriage license, you get some whips and stuff like that. I mean, that's the idea, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So well, that happens in Iran as well. So
Yes,
I mean,
I'm
why is the
talking
birth
about
rate
something
going
else.
down?
I'm talking about something else, which I actually mentioned to Greg Johnson, but he
The
didn't.
Grander Greg, you mean?
Yes, him.
What did you propose? What were you talking about?
Well, I knew his concern about white babies, right? So he was saying, well, he obviously wanted, the birth rate of white babies to rise. So I suggested that he give the pill to non-white women and withhold it to white women.
Would that be your secular Quranist ideal, withholding the pill
No, no,
to
not
white people, and
necessarily.
then
Well,
something you would think about?
I've already thought about it and I told it to Greg
Why would you say that to Greg?
because that would be a way of dealing, calibrating the birth rate.
Would you endorse that policy in secular Quranism?
No, but I'm saying it's obviously a way of dealing with a problem if that's how he proposes to deal with it.
Yeah, so you gave some advice to Greg Johnson how to better um,
Manage the birth rates of the
manage
different groups in
his
America.
policy. Yeah,
Yeah,
to
so
according to
I
his ideology. I
yeah,
don't know how useful that is for either
I'm
me or
I'm
you.
not going to be doing that. But it.
I'm happy to hear that actually. That
But
sounds
I'm
very
saying it's a
sinister to me.
possibility, isn't it? It's a way of dealing with that problem.
Um, I don't see what problem you really will solve with that.
I've already explained it. As a white
No,
nationalist, he
the problem
obviously
is
wants.
the problem is that what I object to is the large families that come here that are married most of the time. Often they get divorced as well, but they are married as well, and that produce a lot of offspring that they can't control because the families are too big and the kids go wild. And then most of the time they're married. So to have secular people out of immigrant communities that actually, well, would be great to embrace. To have them reduce their birth rate, I don't see the advantage in that.
Sorry, you don't want to reduce the birth rate of these pesky immigrants who have too many children and annoy you. I mean, what do you say?
No, I don't want to reduce the birth rate from how would you say it, like secular immigrants that want to integrate in our culture. No, I welcome them.
Okay, so these people who have too many children, what were they criminals or something?
No, well, look, if you have a very big family, and you see that with the Moroccan community in the Netherlands a lot, they don't really have control over the children anymore. It creates a lot of crime, a lot of problems. I mean, families of 16 and 8 and stuff like that shouldn't be in a modern society anyway.
What,
We should
16
have,
kids?
yeah, we shouldn't have that anymore. No.
What do people actually have so many? And
Yeah, some Moroccan families definitely. Yeah, it's getting less though, way less. I mean, the Moroccan birth rate used to be about 4 or 5 per woman or something like that. Now it's getting to the level like 2.8. It used to be even a couple of years ago like 3.2 or something. Yeah. So it's really going down,
so when
which
did the
is great.
Moroccans start to arrive?
Um, well, in the 70s and 80s.
Right, I mean, I guess eventually, the birth rate drops. When you become affluent and middle class, you just stop
That's true.
wanting to have so many. So I guess eventually you get to that stage.
Yeah, although many of these communities have prevented a natural sort of process like that from happening by importing brides from the native country.
Sorry,
So,
they import brides
yeah,
from.
they import brides from Morocco, and not even from the cities. So they're not going to Tangier, or they're going to I don't know, maybe another country, another city in Morocco. Uh, God, Fez, whatever. They're not going there. They're going to the countryside because they think the women in the cities are too modern already.
Yeah, I mean
And I think,
the same with Pakistanis.
yeah, definitely. But I think this is something that white nationalists and people who are sort of like the sort of pure ethno-genetic nationalists, that these people never get. So if you think about segregation, and you think about immigration, the reason why there's so much immigration is because there's a lot of segregation. Because if you're a segregated community, you will import your bride or your broom from the country of heritage. So this is why I think people like Zemmour, people like the populists, they really get this idea about chain migration, that it has to do with the insularity of the community.
Yeah, the
So
first time I heard the expression was from Trump.
well, no, that was from Miller.
Miller. Who's Miller?
Yeah, he was the God. His name was Miller, right? The Jewish guy.
Is
Um,
uh,
he was part of the Trump administration. Yeah,
oh
was it
right.
David Miller?
I don't know. I mean the name's not familiar, but
Yeah.
the
Well,
first time I heard it
anyway,
was from Trump.
chain migration is what is really bringing people in. So, for example, refugees
They want
on
to bring
themselves are
their
not.
family, that
Yeah, they're on
whatever, that kind of
themselves.
thing.
Most of the time, they're not even like that many people. But once they bring back the whole families and stuff like that, then you have like a fivefold of immigration. Because they bring their cousins, they bring everything,
Yes,
and then they bring their bride and their family.
yes.
So
Well,
what you need to
that's always the
do,
way.
yeah, but what you need to do is to stop the chain, and to stop the chain, you need to integrate people. If you're gonna talk shit about that people are irredeemably other, that they do never will never belong, then they will never integrate. You need to hold an olive branch. You need to say, okay, you can be Dutch, you can be part of this society, and then their need to get attracted a partner from the outside will be less.
Yeah, I'm not objecting to that at all.
Well, that's a good
I
thing.
mean,
So
because
like,
but what you're talking about is civic nationalism, right?
yeah, well, yeah, you would call it in the internet jargon, you would call it civic nationalism. Yeah, that's true. That's what best will describe me from an outside point of view. Yeah.
Why were you talking about being a ethno nationalist before all
Ah,
this?
because I said that. Wow, I think it really went above. Maybe I'm not very articulate in how I expressed it, but I think I made it quite clear that I was talking about like CivNat. I associated that before the old right came along, before all your crazy ideas came along. CivNat is about sort of like your civic obligations, duties, political system, stuff like that, constitution, like all these things. But what I was talking about is culture. So I don't think civil liberties, civil duties, stuff like that are enough. It's not just to say, oh, you have a state here, you have a passport, you have obligations, and you have rights. I think for a country to thrive, you need cultural bonds. You need people to know each other. You need people to get each other. You need people to have common reference, like stuff like that, common history, music, stuff like that. Um, that's what I that's what I meant by ethno nationalism before the old right came along. Okay, so it's not there's a difference.
Okay,
You see it?
I, I I accept that it's not enough for you to say I hold a Dutch passport and I'm white or brown or yellow or black. Even if you are pigeonholed as having being somebody of a Dutch nationality, and within that group you still want something called culture as a black or white or yellow or brown person, right? That's what you mean? You're saying that everybody needs to have a group that they feel that they can belong to, and
Yeah, but
just
no,
having a nationality
yeah,
or
but
a
no,
race is not
no, no,
enough.
no. Well, that's not entirely what I'm saying, because I'm saying that this culture must be a culture that you can't divide too much up into subgroups, because the subnational identities are actually the identities that will jeopardize the whole. You understand what I'm saying?
Um, can
So,
you
for
give an
example, I
example
would say,
of?
yeah, I'll give you an example. If you have, for example, um, subcultures like, okay, so Mexican, Latin American, right? So if these people all started to develop a culture that is too far removed from the dominant culture, that's a danger.
Okay, so whatever culture there is, you want the culture to be a good culture. You don't want it to be a drug culture as you know.
True, but it has to also be in conformity with the national culture. So the national state and the culture must work together, if you understand what I mean.
So the culture
Right.
has to be a good culture because there are good cultures and bad cultures, right? You don't want a culture of excuse or a culture of entitlement. You want,
Well, yeah, I agree with that. But culture is not just about attitudes.
what is it then?
Well, culture is also about way of understanding each other, a frame of reference, like all these kinds of things.
Then you would be
History.
talking about religion frames
Oh yeah,
of reference.
well, definitely historical religion or legacy of religion. Doesn't have to be the religion as practice, but it could be also what your morals are informed by. Even if I'm not a believing Christian, but my ethics have been informed by centuries of Christian ethics.
So you're talking about philosophy, you're talking about books that Dutch people will have read, and
Yes, exactly.
okay. So generally in the West, people will think, oh, Walt Disney, whatever, fairy stories, Grimm's,
Yeah,
Hans Christian Andersen, or whatever.
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, but even this has changed because in the current generation, maybe they don't know so much about the Greek myths and the stories of Hans Christian
Yeah, and
Andersen
that's
or
why we need
whatever.
to be, in some ways, imperialistic about elite culture and try to disseminate that to people who maybe don't naturally come into touch with it, right? I think it's very important for people to know the Greek myths or the stories of Hans Christian Andersen, and I think it's less important if they know the second season of Prison Break, to be honest.
Yeah,
And I
but
think we have to
this
be,
has to be imposed through
yes,
educational
a-
institutions and schools.
absolutely, yeah, yeah, definitely, and also by an attitude of people who are people who rule the country, who are elites, who are self-confident and also think this is really worthy of everybody to know about this stuff. You can't have an elite that is unsecure or uncertain about the value of its own culture. I think that's what we have now.
Yeah, I mean, why has that happened? Because Christianity is kaput. That's why you don't know what your culture is supposed to be, and different people are in charge now. You have intersectionality, which is evidence that you are a matriarchy because patriarchy is broken down, and that means the rule of law is
Well,
broken
I
down.
don't think that's it. I think we've been traumatized by, um, well, we were a country, or sorry, continent, Europe, that was very sure about its values because we had a lot of success. But
And you
then,
destroyed
we
it
had a
all by
couple of
having two world wars.
we had two world wars indeed, and then the sort of confidence that we used to have about the supremacy of our own civilization, that confidence started to wane, very understandably. And then you had, especially from the 1950s and 60s onwards, you had a group of diverse intellectuals who, yeah, started to put into question the value of Western civilization. It also had a lot to do with the anti-colonial movements that were coming up. Yeah, all these writers, Frans Renan, for example, this all led to sort of kind of the postmodern way of life and the postmodern way of looking at things. We can't um, we can't as a culture force our values onto other cultures because that's mean, you know,
When
because
did you start having? Okay, who began to question the value of Western civilization?
well, I think it already started after the First World War, but you have to see it as um, as a process, you know.
But
A
clearly,
lot of people.
Spengler, who wrote The Fall of the West, was just worried that, now that we're at the top, the only way is down. Wasn't what he wrote merely a statement of that apprehension?
Yeah, well, I think there was kind of an apprehension. I haven't read like in full the Der Untergang des Abendlandes. Have you?
No,
I've
well,
read, I've
it's
read
in
some
German,
excerpts
so
about it.
I wouldn't have read it.
Have you read it in English? I meant.
Spengler.
Yes.
No, I mean I've read the Wikipedia entry.
Ah, yeah, that's how Clara does it. Um, no, but what I know from Spengler and what I've read, and I haven't definitely not read his whole work, and it's been a long time as well. But yeah, that I mean, he sees that like sort of like he's a cyclical thinker. He thinks that societies grow and they have a sort of pathos, then they get decadent, and then they fall. Very much like Islamic thinkers like Ibn Khaldun, like very cyclical.
John
Um,
Glubb had the same idea. Didn't Have you heard of John Glubb?
no, no. I've also heard of like a Toynbee also has very similar ideas, and Samuel Huntington um, as well. But I think like the declinism, I will always wonder like what metrics are you using to sort of evaluate decline?
Well, you just become degenerate. You become less successful. You lose status. You lose, well, skills and knowledge and territory and possessions. I mean, this is all. That's all part and parcel of decline of empire, and that is really the thing. It's like, the moment you become a successful empire, you become a victim of your own success.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised when we're talking about the 1920s. I think it was maybe 1927 when that book was published. Not sure about the exact date.
Well,
Maybe
it was
somebody in the chat can
mentioned
help us.
in The Great Gatsby. One of the characters had read it or was
Ah,
discussing it.
well, I've only seen the movie. I don't think Spengler was mentioned in the movie, but I've never read the book. Was it Fitzgerald? Gerald? Who was
Yes,
the writer again?
Scott F. Fitzgerald.
Yeah. So no, I've never read the Big Gatsby. Um, God, where were we again before we mentioned
We're
that?
talking about the decline of civilizations
Yeah.
and a
So as
range of.
yeah, so when it was written, it is rather important because I think at that time, like before World War II, you can call it really the primacy of the West. I mean, we had more territories than ever before, right? All these former territories of the Ottoman Empire were now under control of the Western powers. So I wonder like where the decline actually really came from. Well, what
Well,
Spengler's actually at. Like, well, what I mean, what metrics can he see that the society was declining at the time?
well, as I said, it was only an apprehension because it was, I don't know. It's sort of like, well, you're born. The moment you are born, you begin to die. Because you are born, death is certain. that kind of idea, you know?
Yeah. Although, I mean, at some point you feel the apprehension when you're in the autumn of your life, right? When your hairs are starting to get gray, when your teeth are starting to get yellow, stuff like that. That's when you feel um, the apprehension.
Yes,
Y-
but you know, if you knew the process, you would know, in theory, that the moment you are born, you begin to die. Because you know, as because it's the other side of the coin, right? You know, you can only die if you are born.
Yeah. No, I should go back to Spengler because for me it's rather unclear. Because I mean, there's a whole lot of shit I remember about Rembrandt and stuff like that, about like a certain like Western way of looking at the world. But there's also the whole section that is devoted to politics. And then I just wonder why did he want this sort of like this glorious new Caesarism? And I also don't know why that would really, I don't know, reinvigorate the culture.
Well, uh, I mean, I think all civilizations fall um, using the same route. Well, okay, they don't use it, they don't intend to fall, but you can always trace it back to sexual morality.
So when will secular Quranism fall? How many years will it have?
Of course, I have no idea. I'm just saying it's
Oh,
part
but
of.
could you give me a lecture estimation? Like,
Of course,
is it
I
going to be like
can't because it.
200,
No,
300
no, no,
years?
no. The thing is, what you need to know is that there are two options. You can choose a good way and you can choose a bad way. And I'm just saying, you know, secular Quranism is better than the bad way. And obviously, I have no idea whether it will be adopted at all. But I'm saying,
Okay, but what if it is adopted, right? So I mean,
well, then
regular
it
sort of
depends on how well people follow it and how well it is adopted. Because I would have no control over its interpretation. I can only make suggestions, and they may not be followed.
Mhm.
So,
So I mean,
but
so
the
so so it's
principle
going to
of the
be
thing is that you need to restore the patriarchy because there are characteristics in the patriarchy that make your society work better, enabling you to keep what you have already acquired and maybe develop it. Because that is the nature of patriarchy, and that you know people will think more rationally and more morally than people in a matriarchy.
so. Can I ask you a question? So, do you think it's an unlikely scenario that if secular Quranism would be adopted, that in some of the countries it would result in a bloodbath?
It depends on how they adopt it. I mean, if they're going to just sort of be stupid and adopt extremist and violent ways of implementing it, well, I guess, you know, bad things would happen. So
Yeah,
it
but I'm
would
just
help if
talking about
they
like
adopted it sooner rather than later, because the later they adopt it, then it will also mean that things will have become worse and been allowed to deteriorate. And
well, I actually really disagree about that. Actually, I think the bigger the Muslim population is, the more likely it is that the process will be a peaceful one if you transition.
well, you do realize that the Muslims themselves are kind of assimilating and picking up the bad habits of the West.
Well, I bloody hope so.
Yeah, but if the bad habits are the cause of your decline, you don't want, you know, the new arrivals to pick up your bad habits and become as useless as, you know, the ones causing immigrant labour to be imported.
But we're even talking about immigrant labor.
But that's why you allow it, right? You know, the conflict between any society, and we know that from the Romans, is the bargain between the plebs and the patricians.
Yeah, and if you imported a whole lot of new plebs, you don't have to bargain again as elites. So that's a
Yeah,
problem.
we know what happened. So when the Romans became an empire, they just didn't need the plebs anymore. They just had all that slave labor, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And
Exactly. That's
then
why
and
I'm
then
against it.
yeah, but there was too much of them, and then the plebs became useless, and they were entertained only with bread and circuses, and they just and they had a welfare state. They had
Yeah,
the
so
bread dough, and
yeah, but you sacrifice a lot for that. That's why you need a nation state and not an empire. This is why empires are always corrosive, corrupt, and terrible for the people who live in it, because the elites that rule the empire will never have an affinity for the people at the bottom. But in nation states, the loyalty system is horizontal. That means that if you are a member of the elite, you would feel responsibility for people who are not, because you're a member of one culture, one society. You have an identity match. But in globalism or in empires, you don't have that same system. And also, you can bypass their consent by importing other kinds of labor. So you don't have to do that bargain anymore. That's the problem. That's why the nation state is the only good way of having people living harmonious together in one
so
society.
are you saying that you are a nationalist?
Well, to that degree, yeah,
So
but but
you
but not a not a how would you say? I would call myself a patriot. Maybe that's better. It doesn't have all these terrible connotations.
Well,
But
one of the
yeah,
things I would like to do as a nationalist is to define nationalism as government in the national interests. Do you object to my definition?
yeah, because pretty much anybody could say, I think this is the national interest, or I think that is the national interest. And maybe what I think the national interest should be subsumed to the national interest of the European Union, because it serves the national interest to do that. I mean,
Well, it
that's the
could be
problem you have.
argued in that way, but I have a further refinement.
Okay, well, I'm very curious to hear.
Okay, so if you want government in the national interest, you would have to restore the patriarchy, and you can only restore the patriarchy with secular Quranism. If not that, what else? So
Yeah, but
it would be
there
in the
are
national interest to be governed by the principles
okay.
of secular
So
Quranism.
there are really patriarchal governments that are empires, right?
Which ones?
Or have been historically.
Because
So even the
all
Athenian
advanced
ones, eh?
civilizations have to be patriarchies, or it just wouldn't work.
Well, that's not my point. So my point is, like, you can have really patriarchal societies that are empires, but yet they have um, a disregard of the normal common people who live in that society.
Well,
And that's not the society that I want to live in. I want to live in a society where there's horizontal loyalty
what do you mean,
between
class
elites.
solidarity? Are you talking about
No,
class?
they're not class solidarity. There has to be a solidarity between people at the top, people at the bottom,
Yeah,
because they
so
share the same
you're
culture.
the people who
And
govern you have to care
you
about
wrote
you.
that with imperialism, and just the patriarchy wouldn't be sufficient at all.
No, but obviously you need at least a patriarchy to even have an empire, right?
No, I don't. Well, did you not hear what I said? I don't want an empire. I think the empire is corrosive, corrupt, decadent, and it will give elites just leeway to do pretty much everything they want, because they don't feel tied to everyday people.
Yes, so that's why people want to be governed by the people who at least live in their own country, which is why
Yeah,
the
exactly.
EU is found to be so objectionable to so many
Because the
Europeans.
European Union is almost a proto-empire. That's what
Yeah, the EU
many of
empire.
the aspirant. Well, yeah, I mean, some people like Guy Verhofstadt, the Belgians who never have a country of their own because they have two different ethnicities in it. Let's call it that. Because they don't have a country themselves, they have this weird European nationalism, and they want to, I don't know, export it around the world. So it's not even for Europeans anymore. It's just like a global ideology, which is uh, cringeworthy and devastating, because I don't think the people in Brussels really do care about people's living wages, people's ability to get by, stuff like that. I don't think they believe that at all, or they
Yeah,
are
yeah,
interested in
because
actually.
really, the whole idea of tribalism and localism is that the people who, are a member of that tribe, they think they're more likely to be governed by people who care about them because they know them. It's like, if it's just a little tribe, then you will have met your leader and he won't, do crazy things because he knows you. He has to live with the consequences of your, black looks if he doesn't do what if you, well, does something wrong. So the idea of nationalism is that, well, our own government and our policies of our government should originate from within the nation and not be imposed by somebody else.
Exactly.
And
And nor should we oppose something on others. Yeah.
yes,
Um,
and
so
actually
so
the Quran acknowledges tribes and nations. It is fundamentally nationalistic in the sense that it
I
acknowledges the existence.
profoundly disagree because the Ummah as a concept is a transnational concept.
Yeah, yeah, but the thing is,
So it doesn't actually value linguistic, cultural, historical
it's just the
commonalities.
Muslim version of Christendom.
Yeah, but Christendom has a similar problem. I mean, Christianity is transnational. That means it has some areas of friction with the nation state.
Well, yes, but the point is that these words are used for a different reason. So if you talk about Christendom, you're not saying they're all one country. You're saying that there are lots of different countries and they contain Christians and sometimes they get along. And when you talk in these terms of Christendom, you think of this block of people who are Christians who feel the same way about whatever Christians are supposed to feel the same about. And but
Yeah, but I
anyway,
mean, like the culture will inform, and the religion will inform certain attitudes, certain way of thinking about life. So some really subtle things as well. I find it always very shocking. For example, if you go to Islamic cultures, they they tend to cover up their wives. And in the Western world, you want to show how beautiful your girlfriend or your wife is. I think these are very profound differences also in psychology, also a culture of shame that is involved in Islamic cultures that
modesty
we don't
maybe.
have. Well, no, there's also a lot of shame in there as well. I mean, so for example, um, when something happens to a woman in Islamic countries, there is a tendency to think that is sort of a blemish on the whole group. Well, in Western cultures, we have much more a tendency to say, "Oh yeah, that's an individual choice you make," you know. And these things go for. I mean, they've been different for a very long time.
Yeah,
When the
because
when the first ambassadors came to Europe from the Ottoman Empire, they were shocked what happened in Austria. It's like all these women dancing, talking to these males. How can this happen? You know, how can this happen? Like, it was a profoundly different culture, and it still is to a large degree. And I think you need to cherish what you have. And I don't know because of
I'm
your
not proposing to change any of that because a lot of the
yeah, but I never know, Claire, because I mean, you're originally from Malaysia. You came here when you were 17 to study, isn't that correct?
something like that.
Yeah. So you don't have the sort of similar experience that I have, growing up, being rooted in a country, feeling at home. You never felt at home.
I feel quite at home in the UK.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem
But
really at home. Otherwise, you
I've
wouldn't be
noticed that
here.
a lot
Well,
of
otherwise,
people
we
who are
wouldn't be here
born in
talking.
the UK don't feel at home. That's why they're whinging about it feels like a foreign country now.
Yeah, but it does. If you live in it, if you were born in Tower Hamlets as a British guy, and then 20, 30 years later, it looks like little Pakistan. Yeah, of course you're not gonna feel at home. You don't have
Yeah,
any affinity people.
exactly.
You don't have the same values. You don't even have the same language. You don't have the same way of looking at the world.
Yeah, but
That's
if you understood the context of immigration, like, if you're an immigrant and you don't have a lot of money, you're not going to be moving to Belgravia or the nice neighborhoods. You'll be going to the cheapest inner city, parts of town. So that's why immigrant areas are always cheap areas, right?
Yeah, but I think also immigrant neighborhoods become cheap areas as well, because actually what immigrants tend to do, especially initially, they will clique. And that's why I think it's a very unwise thing to do to ever um, get people of a like a big group of the same nationality into one place, into a new place.
Yeah, because of
I
course
think
they'll
that's a big
stay
mistake.
together for safety in
Isolated,
numbers. They don't want to
isolated
be
people
attacked.
I isolated people from all kinds of places around the world. That's not a big issue most of the time if you reduce it a little. Like you can have people who were born in Nigeria, people who were born in Cameroon, and people who are born in Indonesia. And if you all sort of mix them and they can't really click together, then it's not a problem. Then you see them just integrating in the larger culture, and then most of the time it's a
Why have
great
immigration at
success.
all?
Well, I think it's not bad to have immigration. Like, there's lots of interesting literature that's introduced. There's lots of interesting ideas that come from other places, but you have to have control over it as a society.
Yeah, and
You
you're
need
having
to be able to
difficulty doing
protect your
that because of
community
your
from being alienated.
imperialism. It's like, Japan doesn't have that problem because it hasn't got an empire. So,
Well, we
this
had an
problem is
empire, which was a
endemic in the
mistake.
West because the West is an empire.
Well,
So,
no, it was an empire. It was an empire. It's not an empire. It was an empire, and that's why it was a mistake. Hey, I mean, the empire strikes back in immigration terms also. I mean, like, if you look at the immigration, post-war immigration, well, look at Britain. Where do a lot of people come from? Well, they come from their former colonies: Pakistan, India, um, Caribbean
yes.
islands, stuff like that. So that's
So the
why.
Romans were also full of immigrants, right?
Yeah, and I think that was a mistake. I think it's a mistake to have so many immigrants. I think you need to be careful with immigration. You need to see, like, yes, you can help people who are fleeing wars, but there's just a certain amount, and then you can't, then you're jeopardizing your society and you make it disintegrate.
Yes. So the point about empires is that they are logically and necessarily multicultural. Because you wouldn't
Yeah,
have an empire if you didn't incorporate different groups of people that you've invaded and conquered.
yeah, it's aggressive and alienating.
Yeah, but the thing
Uh,
is, if you already have an empire, you have to cling on to it, right?
no,
You
well,
don't just
no,
sort
you have to
of
give it
give it
up.
up.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you have to give it up, and you have to seal your national borders afterwards. Yeah, that's what you
Right.
need to do.
So, what about Spain? I mean, obviously the Basque region, don't want to be part of Spain anymore. So, what would you do as a Spaniard?
Well, I think in some European countries, you can actually ask yourself the question: it might it not better for them to be independent if they really want to?
Yeah, but for Britain, obviously Scotland becoming independent
Yeah,
would be.
I welcome Little Britain.
Yeah, but you're a Dutchman, so you would be
Yeah, little
delighted for Britain to be weakened by Scottish
Scottish.
independence.
I like the Scottish. I like the Welsh. All these people. Yeah, I mean, like well, you can choose. Like, I think the Scots can choose, and they can think about how much affinity do we actually have with the people in
Okay,
England.
okay. So you obviously want Britain to be split up. I would see this as threatening the British national interest.
And
But
what is Britain?
well, it's a geographical expression.
Great. Well, I mean, but what is a geographical expression? I mean,
Well, it's just this idea that whatever you have, you should try and keep, right?
why? What if you keep something that you don't like, and what it is doesn't like you?
Well, because if you lost territory, then people would think you are, well, losing power.
Yeah, but
Right.
sometimes losing power, you can actually gain control.
Okay, so you would like Wales to become independent and
No, I'm not
Northern
saying.
Ireland to
Like,
become
look,
independent, or
no,
merge
Northern
with the
Ireland is
Republic.
independent, right? No, 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 Northern Ireland is not. No, I don't actually care. I think the people can make this up on this. Like, if they want to, yeah. If they don't, no. I
Okay,
mean, that's
okay, but perhaps a better example would be America. So, if a number of states secede, do you think it's because America? I mean, would you get the impression that America is gaining power or losing power? If Texas,
but that's
declared
okay.
independence and California declared independence, would you, as a non-American, think, "Oh, good for America," or "Ha ha ha"?
Well, I think maybe good for California. I don't know. It depends. I think if states really want to secede, if they really don't have any affinity with the larger structure they're in, I think, yeah, let them be.
Okay, you're
You
not
know.
really seriously thinking about it, but I mean, the answer is obvious, isn't it? I mean, if the Scottish had
We are under the
voted for
larger
independence.
umbrella of NATO. It's not like every separation is necessarily a geopolitical threat.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about NATO. I
No, but what I'm trying to say, like, okay, so if you're thinking about, okay, so we're losing power, but sometimes if you lose power, it's not that big of a deal. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
for me, I'd be happy to lose Northern Ireland, you know,
Why?
but not Scotland.
Why not Scotland?
Well, just because of the geopolitical thing. It's like, in a way, a united Ireland is a historical inevitability as Britain loses power. But the
Yeah,
least it
well, I
should
mean,
do, the English should rule the the island of Britain. That's the very least they should be able to do, and if they can't even do that, then well, they're not up to much. But these days they're not up to much.
well, yeah. When did Scotland become a member of the UK? Was it 1707, something
Something
like
like
that?
that. 17, the Act of Union. I think it was
Yeah.
1706.
Okay.
But they were
Well, I
they were
mean,
hard up, uh, and
yeah. Well, you could say, like, I mean, they have a lot of commonality. They have a history for 300 years. Okay, fine. But I would say, like, I don't want Belgium back. I mean, Belgium used to
too
be a
much
part of the
trouble.
Netherlands. Just too much trouble. Like, fuck that shit. We already have enough Catholics as it is.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. We don't want some troublesome province that we have to administer. No,
Yeah.
no, thanks.
And also they are sort of different. The Flemish people. I meet a lot of them. I know a lot of them. I have to say, and this will stay between you and me, but I think the Flemish are possibly the worst people in
Really,
Europe.
why? The Flemish are the
Oh, just absolutely
Dutch-speaking Belgians.
dull,
Yes.
dull, absolutely dull. Yes, they are the worst people you can ever imagine. But that's just between you and me.
Huh. But this is something about the Belgian character that I noticed was that they're just sort of proud. Like, once upon a time we were part of this great European empire, and then were part of this other great European empire, and then Napoleon invaded us, hooray, and we were part of his great. That was kind of how
It's
they sort
completely
of see themselves.
schizophrenic. It's completely schizophrenic how they see themselves. So okay, so they
But I
have
mean,
to explain a
they
couple of
can't
things.
help it because everybody wants to fight their wars.
Yeah,
Where you
fair
guys are, right?
enough.
Because it's nice and flat. So if you want to have a
But fair enough.
battle, that's
But
where they
look at
want to
their national
go.
identity, Claire. Look at their national identity. So like, look at their historical sort of overview, their narrative of history, right? So first of all, the Reformation started in the lowlands in Belgium. So it started in Brussels, Mechelen, places like that, Antwerp. Um, and there, the Protestants were sort of supreme, right? But then, the Spanish kicked their asses, and then, most people who were important fled to the north. So they were sort of reconquered. And then we're supposed to think that they are like, oh yeah, proud of our Catholic identity, even though You know, there's where it all started. They should have had, I don't know, they should be proud of their Protestants, but no, they're proud of the people who, I don't know, did the Inquisition and I don't know, got them under the fold again. And then you can talk all the way until like the union with the Netherlands and you know, the fact that now they are a divided nationality, they don't really like each other. Like the Walloons and the Flemish, they hate each other's guts. They have in the center of the country, there's a language barrier. In places like Brussels or close to Brussels, they have like these small little townships where they're fighting about which language should be taught. I don't know. It's just a country without a national identity. I don't think it's a proper country. Belgium is not a country.
You know what you said? It made me think of the first emperor of China when he burnt all those books because he said, there are all these pesky little Chinese groups with their stupid languages. They can't speak their language anymore. I'm going to burn their books. So they'll have to speak the main one. And maybe, maybe that, because a lot of, well, language is another badge of identity as well as
True.
religion.
Well, I can say this much for you: your language, your British, your command of the British language or the English language is impeccable. And I would say I wish that everybody in England spoke like you.
Well, I
I
think
don't have
foreigners
any
try harder.
patience.
Foreigners
I don't
try
have any
harder.
patience for the local dialects in England. I think they're terrible. They
Well, it's
terrify
terrible. It's
me.
like, why do they speak like that?
Ah,
Don't they
God.
know it makes them sound like retards? Please, can't you talk
It
properly?
does. And then I'm listening to Ralph, Ralph's channel, and I hear Ralph, who is also, by the way, very eloquent and well-spoken, very nice accent. And then I hear the people who he has on the on the panel, and some of them
Paul
are quite
Rimmer.
smart.
Paul Rimmer.
Well,
It's
God, with a name like that, oh, God. But anyway, um, yeah, then they speak with this awful trash accent, and I'm sorry, I can't take them seriously. Like even though they say it might say very smart things, I can't take them seriously.
well, that's the thing. I mean, Deng Xiaoping, apparently had that problem because everybody was sort of laughing at his Mandarin accent and saying he needed a translator to, to even make himself understood, to educated, because he had such an awful accent, and yeah, I guess in every country people get snobby about other people's accents,
Oh, true.
and once upon a time in the UK there were people who would take elocution classes. So if you didn't come from if you had a regional accent, you would at least know how to talk proper.
Yeah,
And
I think they should come back.
yeah, because you get calls from these call centers, and you think, what are you saying? I don't even understand what you're saying, and it's so annoying, and it's like they don't even care, or they're being made to feel that there's nothing wrong with your regional accent, you should be proud of it, but it's like, but nobody can understand you,
Yeah,
and
it's
some regional accents are worse than others,
true, true, and I
like
mean
the Geordie
Manchester.
accent. I mean, that was. In fact, there was
With
some woman who tried to get on to what American Pop Idol, and she didn't get the job because the Americans just didn't know what the hell she was saying. So although she could sing okay, the Americans wouldn't give her that thing.
yeah, but it's the same in German. I mean, Hochdeutsch is beautiful. But if you go to some of the regions, it's absolutely horrifying. If you go to Switzerland, Swiss Dutch is the ugliest fucking language I've ever heard. It's absolutely terrible. And I think we should be a bit more imperialistic about our language. I mean, at least in a nation state, you have to have a beautiful language which you should cultivate, right?
Yeah, or have some kind of standard of pronunciation that I guess the British have this sort of the BBC accent or whatever. But no more, because now they've got this sort of, oh, we're going to have a few regional accents, and it just sounds like shit, and there used to be this sort of Radio 3 accent, and it was just beautiful to listen to, and now it I can't even begin to describe how it was, but it just had authority. It just sounded great, and nobody else spoke like that. and then I guess they decided to trash it because they decided it was too elitist or something.
Yeah, it's this culture of not judging, right?
But this our culture of intersectionality, I think, is particularly dangerous because it's deliberately the opposite of what it's meant to be.
So what's your gripe with intersectionality, and
Because
how
it's
do you
part of the
understand it?
matriarchy. So okay, I go on matriarchy. I'm just saying patriarchy is the most stable and the most logical form of social hierarchy. With the elite at the top and the ordinary people at the bottom. But it is really very stable, while the matriarchy is an inversion of the pyramid. So if you want to think of a very unstable society, so it would be a pyramid spinning on its base like a top. And it's gonna fall over, and we're on this thing, and it's gonna fall over after spinning around.
Yeah, I don't like the
Well,
sort of the
I don't
idea of the
like that
pyramids.
either, and it's very unstable. And I'm just
No,
saying,
no. What,
well,
what I'm talking, what I'm trying to say is that I don't like the idea of having a pyramid as a society. I think that's a problem. I think you shouldn't have a pyramid. You should have a pillar. That's what it should be. Pyramids are fragile because, I mean, the people on the bottom, they get alienated more. And actually, arguably, you could say nowadays we have much more of an unequal society where people have a lot of riches or a lot of wealth. And what are they doing? Well, they're doing things like Jeffrey Epstein, like throwing sex parties and soliciting minors for prostitution. I don't think that's a particularly good way to deal with this kind of stuff. I think we should be much more equal. We should get some money from the rich. The rich are way too rich at the moment. They have an inordinate amount of power, and we need to take it away from them because when they don't, they just feel they have the license to do everything. You know how much tax Jeff Bezos pays?
how much?
Well, he gets 4,000 euro back from the tax. Um, so I mean that shows you the complete inequality and like the shopkeepers who are closing down, and all the big super malls, the huge internet stores, all these people that don't have a job anymore. It's not a good thing. You can't keep a society up like that. You don't need a pyramid. You need a pillar. You need people to.
It's not so much the pyramid itself that makes it. It's like there should be social mobility. So any meritocracy would have social mobility. It's only a caste system that is so rigid that it never changes.
Yeah, but I fear that the social mobility we have in our current day societies is really eroding.
Yeah, it's
So
eroding because education is so shit. You know.
well, it's also because no, there's actually too much education. Actually, we are overeducated in a lot of dumb ways. There's a
Too much
huge,
university education.
oh yeah, yeah. There's a huge racket. The universities,
Yeah, yeah, and getting yourself into debt
yeah.
for this, piece of paper that's not going to improve your job prospects, and
No,
the
and also you
government
get something known
colluding.
as a diploma inflation.
Yeah,
So if you have now they're asking
and
for
because it's so dangerous, I
they're
just want to say,
asking for academic schools call center employees now. I mean, that's the situation we're in now. You have all these useless jobs like HR manager, stuff like that. People basically figuring out how to fire people,
yeah,
and all
and they're
these
losing
interim
all.
managers.
Yeah, and it's so dangerous because if you get dime a dozen academics, then they'll be so desperate to stay in their job that they will just go along with whatever bribe
True,
they'll
but
say up is
that's not
down
just
and
it,
down
huh?
is up if you pay them enough because
Well,
they're
but
desperate.
also because you're creating you see this a lot in psychology, right? So every new DSM that comes out has more diseases in it. And I never want to be very suspicious, but in one way, it's a profession legitimizing itself, right? So people need
Yes,
to be employed. People
I
have
need to
to
find
need
a few
something to do.
diseases and
Yeah,
call
to keep
using
busy. I
my
mean, like,
name.
yeah, yes, and I mean, it's also like people who the diagnoses that have been growing left and center is just absolutely
Yeah, and they're
crazy.
mostly female who women who do psychology,
Well,
yeah.
let's for now let's drop the whole women male thing. We can talk about that some other time. But I don't think it's just a female male thing. I just think it's this center like this idea of occupations justifying themselves. And if you have a lot of useless journalists, they're also going to make jobs for themselves. And now what you have this diversity in industry. It's crazy. Like I attended the University of Amsterdam, and like when I stopped at the university a couple of years later than I begun, I saw all these sort of diversity recruitment stuff like that. That costs a lot of money, but these diversity officers they sort of need to justify that they're busy with something good. So they ask for funding, and it's a lot of money that the taxpayer and the student will pay, and the student will get actually into debt because of that kind of stuff. So there's a whole sort of strange racket of useless jobs that we need to
Yeah. And
phase out.
the matriarchy is actually cultivating a parasitic class.
Well, I think it always sounds a bit like anti-Semitism, like this group is responsible. This I don't think it works like that. I think
I'm
it's
just advancing
but
psychological and
but
sociological reasons.
yeah,
I'm not
okay. So
blaming any
what
particular group.
I do think the managerial class, the whole idea that um, there there are all these like management rules that are needed. I think that's a really big issue because I think most of what they do is useless, and they cost a lot of money as well. And what they also do, and I think that's the biggest problem maybe, is that people who used to be able to start some work somewhere, right, and then over time they could work themselves up to a high position. That doesn't work anymore. What happens now is that a real young person comes in, like a manager with designer glasses, and he says like, "Yeah, I know that you worked here for 40 years, but now we're going to do things totally differently. Or we're going to introduce a new system, and of course, he can put this on his LinkedIn. I changed these and these criteria in this company, and then in 2 years he will fuck off, leave a disaster." And that's something I hear so much from people from a professional background, nurses, teachers, stuff like that. And these people are not they're not well, they're not caught, of course, they're not attacked for it, uh, but there's almost no way to stop the system because I think nobody's really paying attention to this kind of thing, that we really need to
There's no
stop the whole.
accountability. There's no,
No,
the buck keeps being passed. And
true, and I think we need to stop this at the level of the education system. I think that's actually the problem. I think we should have a very limited amount of academics, really good academics, but maybe I don't know, if you finish high school and you get a B minus, maybe you shouldn't go to Oxford, or maybe you shouldn't even go to any kind of university. Maybe you should do 2 years of vocational training, and then you should go and do a useful job and work yourself up instead of having all these useless diplomas and all these people into debts and doing internships for
yeah,
2 years. For 2 years, so
they're
people
wasting their
start with an
lives.
education,
They're wasting their lives and their money.
absolutely,
And
and not being able to build up financial capital, only getting more into debt. So whereas people 40, 50 years ago could start earlier with work, then build up capital. Now people start later with work and build up debt. And it's a fundamental problem that is not tackled. People in politics say education, education, education. It's almost a universal mantra. People say more money for education, more education. I think less, 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 less.
yeah, because you need a centralized authority to say, this is good and that is bad, and you need a hierarchical structure that people are just rejecting because they think, inequality means hierarchy. Hierarchy means inequality, and inequality means injustice or social injustice. And
Well, I think
nobody
they're
will
masking.
challenge this assumption because everybody is so scared of being cancelled.
I don't think this is particularly a problem getting cancelled. I think what I say now can be said by anybody without getting cancelled. Um, I think it's much more of a problem of just the narrative. Like, how can you say having more education is bad? I mean, what is it like? We need more education. People need to know more, right? And that kind of attitude, I think that's the problem. And the
But how
idea,
do
what I'm,
you?
well, I'm proposing a much more, for example, what I think is much more ideal is actually what we had in the 50s, actually before the huge education boom, which was the society that we had was which was pillarized. So it used to be the case that if you were a social democratic person, you had a social democratic newspaper, and then you had elites that were really smart and that would represent your ideology, and they would go into politics, and they would definitely be very committed to um, do what you want to what you want them to do to represent their interests. Otherwise, they would be gone.
So
So you
there
had
was
all these different pillars.
accountability.
There was accountability, and there was also a lot of talk between these elites and the people who worked sort of at the bottom and who were represented by these elites. But now elites don't have any need to represent a group because what they do is represent their own sort of social layer, which is quite big. So they have their own sort of social group, huh? The people who are highly educated. They stand up for themselves. They have a loyalty to people who have a similar educational background. And I mean, that is the erosion of how would you say, the tie between people who are highly educated and low, like not well educated. So actually, the people who don't have an education are actually not represented at all.
Well,
At all.
yes, yes. I mean, and these are the Trump voters and the Brexiteers,
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
they know that their government doesn't give a shit about them.
Oh,
You know,
definitely. Like, remember Gordon Brown? What did he say about this
uh,
woman, like complaining about? She was complaining about like Polish immigration,
yeah,
and
yeah.
God, the guy was like, "Oh, it's just so racist, this and that." And that. I mean, that's that kind like that would not happen if Gordon Brown could be how you could be made accountable by this group of sort of lower educated people, but he can't be because there's such a big group of professionals, overeducated people who would always say, "Okay, yeah, that is a bit racist, isn't it?" I don't know.
But the thing is, people at the bottom would be more threatened by immigration than people at the top who actually want immigration because they want cheaper, better workers, right? I mean that is basically the problem. These political parties like Labour don't actually want to tell the people that support them, the working classes in the Labour Party that hey, you've just got to, well, have more children and bring them up better, and make sure they go to school so they pass their exams so they'll become attractive employees, to business organizations. And I happen to know that these business organizations have been complaining to the government for decades, saying, look, they can't write, they can't count, they can't read, they're stupid. Can you do something about it? And the government never did. Because it was like, oh, what we're going to do, we're going to, if we really try to do something, the teachers will go on strike.
Well, yeah, I think it's primary education and secondary education that's the problem. I mean,
Yeah, it's
tertiary education,
fundamental. You
yeah.
get bad parenting, you get bad education. Nobody wants to hire these people, and you can't admit that nobody wants to hire them, and you want to, maybe you stop them from rioting by giving them benefits, and in the meantime, you let these people, the migrants come in. And then, the only way you can stop the situation is to tell people who complain that they're racist and Nazis and whatever.
Yeah, well, I don't think I don't think migrants would just come in because we have a, well, how would you say, job market that really needs them.
Well, obviously they're going to come. I mean, nature abhors a vacuum. They will follow the money, and they know
Yeah, well,
that
that's
if
it.
they
They
come
follow
to
the
the West,
money.
they'll
I mean,
definitely find a job because the
well, security and money. I mean, yes, many of them follow the money. Some people follow security. I think for people who want to follow security, I think there should be a place to a limited extent. For people who
but
flee
what I'm trying to
definitely
tell you also is that
terrible
it's a
situations.
yeah, but the working classes are the ones being betrayed because the Labour Party in the UK, it's like they don't give a shit if you are not unionised Labour. You might as well be dead as far as the Labour Party are concerned. They only listen to the unions because unions
Well, but
pay them.
the unions actually are not as powerful as they used to be,
Yeah,
right?
because
And also in the unions, a sort of similar purging system as in politics has taken place. That actually the people who represent these unions, as they call them, they're actually elites as well, professional people, people
they
from the
get paid a lot of
university.
money.
Oh yeah, oh, definitely. So I
So
think
if
there's
you're unskilled manual labour, you might you are the lowest of the low, and they don't care about you because
yeah,
the,
and that's another thing I think attacking or reducing tertiary education will do, because now there's this fetishism that you need to um, be great with your brains. You have to be great academically. Um, and that's because a very large percentage of the population is that like that. And then as a consequence, they will look down on people who don't have it. But if you have a very limited amount of people who do actually academic works, they wouldn't look down on people who do manual labor and stuff like that who didn't have an academic education. So it's sort of a self-perpetuating thing. And now everybody that has a decent budget, if their child would go to some kind of vocational or college, ooh, well, that would be a big issue. That would be an embarrassment, wouldn't it?
yeah,
So
but because a
that's
lot of
also the
people
problem.
actually it's like you become a plumber or an electrician because you actually do something that people want done instead of pushing
Mm.
pieces of paper around in the office and counting beans.
But yeah, but to be fair, I would say I think in a lot of circles I travel in, we don't know any plumbers. Really, we don't. we we have I know a lot of academics, but not a lot of plumbers. I
No,
think
no,
that's
but
really an
I'm talking
issue.
in terms of career prospects because if
No,
you actually do something that people want
no,
done, you're more
true. No,
likely
no.
to get on in life. I mean
Yeah,
plumbers
no,
can
no.
earn an
Of
awful
course
lot
it
of money.
is, but of course it is. But there's now this sort of myth of having a great education. Although in many sort of educational occupations, it won't get you that much money. A plumber will pay better.
Hmm.
But just to say, like, can you imagine like a son of a musician and I don't know, a lawyer having having a son that's a plumber? I mean, I mean, there is a social problem
Stigma.
and a taboo and stigma on this kind of thing. And I think with reducing the education system, tertiary education, I think we will solve so many problems. I'll give you
You have
another
to admit
one.
that it's been a mistake to expand it so crazily.
Oh yeah,
Because they were
absolutely.
thinking, we have more graduates, it means we're getting smarter. No, you're getting stupider because you're diluting, you know, your grades by
Oh
giving
yeah,
everyone
and
a 2-1 or.
definitely. Yeah, it's not elite anymore, and I think there's still a place for a lot of like vocational training, and also like some. I mean, nurses have to do also like actually things that are pretty close to academic work, but they don't have to do an internship for 2 years, putting themselves more into debt while not actually working. It used to be the case that when you were a nurse, you were at school for like, I don't know, 3 days of the week or something, or 2 days,
A
and then three
sandwich
days of
course,
work.
you used to
Yeah,
call
yeah,
it.
it was always like it was together with work, But now you do 3 years or 4 years education, 2 years an unpaid internship. Um, that's well, all the money will end up in the states, and also
Yeah, it's
all the money
crazy.
is absolutely. But it's really something that needs to
You're
be
destroying
addressed.
people's lives. You're wasting their time. You
Yeah,
know,
and they will, and they also like I mean things that are very important to you. For example, delaying um,
childbirth.
childbirth,
Yeah,
and not just
which will have
because,
a knock-on effect on the
definitely.
next generation. So they're
Yeah.
fucking everything up, and they won't be advised. And the thing is, like, it's the anti-immigration parties that, it's like, no, let's just blame the Jews, let's blame the Muslims. It's like, oh, but we're not going to blame, well, lazy white people, or lazy white people with bad parenting, because we can't offend them because we want them to vote for us. So there are a lot of people and groups who are supposed to be helping you, being very economical with the truth and not
Yeah, but
telling you the real problem.
I do disagree that you have to go to individuals and saying, "Oh, you should behave better," this and that, and thinking that these sort of like cultural signals will actually help people to live better lives. I have much more doubts about that.
No,
I used to
I'm
actually
really
believe that
talking
everything
about
was a downstream from culture, but I now think actually things are much more structural. So what I think would be good is to first implement or advocate for implementing structural changes, and then you can talk about the culture, because actually what
Yeah,
is more
well, I would
important is the
agree,
structure.
because fundamentally it's about the family unit, how whether the government supports marriage, and the educational system, and obviously if you go to the immigration parties, they don't want to talk about that. They're not interested, because the confirmed bachelors, they have no children. They're not interested in education. So
Hmm.
parties like the BNP, they always attract the dregs, the lower status people
Yeah,
who
yeah, definitely.
you don't give a shit about education. It's
Yeah.
nothing to do with them, and and of course these cowardly leaders, they don't want to say anything to upset their few supporters that they've managed to get on board, so they never tell them, they never explain the situation. It's always easier to blame the Jews or whoever.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, Claire, is that like structures. I'll give you one example, which is the newspapers, right? So you used to have in most towns, you would have a newspaper, right? That was widely read
The
by
local
people in the
paper.
region, the local paper. So like if you lived in, I mean, you had the Manchester, I don't know, Guardian, or the Newcastle Tribune, or whatever. Um, that meant that elites were also very sort of centered in regions as well. So they're very close to their to the people that, I don't know, they had to do something for it, the people that had to represent in some way, that they had to find out for something. But now it's the case that if you look at the newspaper business, I would bet you that almost 90% will be centered in London.
Yeah, I don't think people even read newspapers now. I mean, they get the news from social media, right?
True, but that also means it's centered. But even if you look at the newspaper, just making an example that the people who make culture, the people who sit in parliament, are are part of a clique, are part of a people who have certain attitudes, because they live in a certain world. And back in the day, when newspapers were still sort of local, and you had sort of local elites, it would be so much more easier for the elites to actually feel what was going on in these societies. But now you have people in London writing about what's happening in Manchester, in the bad neighborhoods there. And do you know the people who they meet are Nigerian sons of diplomats? Of course, they're not going to think that, oh, some immigration is going to lead to something bad, because that's not their experience. It's not their experience.
Well,
So,
it's the way they select MPs as well. There should be a residential qualification.
oh
So
yeah,
they can't parachute somebody from London into some, provincial town because they think, they have some celebrity status or whatever.
yeah. I strongly believe in regional representation.
Yeah, because the people there want to feel that a local is representing them, not some, person from, another part of the country.
See, I think you do agree. We need more democracy, Claire, not
No,
less.
no, no, no.
We need direct democracy. We need a lot. We need choosing people with lots and stuff like that, like they had in ancient Greece. We need regional representation. We need more
Ancient Greece
democracy,
is
and
no
then
longer there. The Athenians are
no, but
gone.
so isn't it? So Islam is not. there either, or
Well,
like not.
Islam is still around, you know.
Well, yeah, but it's just living aid societies where very kleptocratic elites are doing horrible things to their people, and I just don't think that's. And I think also you need to think about have some compassion with with the people on the street, the people who are
Yes,
suffering. And
I
people are
do
suffering more
have
and more with
compassion
COVID as
for
well.
them, obviously, and you know, the thing about you is that you're saying that anything that is wrong now can be corrected without changing anything. Well, let's just sort of go
No, no,
back to social
did I not
democracy,
propose?
and you
Did I
know
not
it's all
propose?
failed.
Did I not just propose a lot of different policy
No, you said let's go back
proposals?
to direct democracy. What crap? Well,
I say local representations, uh, breaking up of tech oligarchies, um, making sure the elites are much more. How would you say it? Much less present, and they're like a thinner group, but they have more feeling for what's happening
you would
to
you
people
would
on the
have to
ground.
ask for a one-party state, but
No, I have
I
to just
know you
know
won't. I
what I
know
have
you
to do is
won't.
very simple. What I first need to do is make sure the education system in tertiary education is greatly reduced. If I get that far, if I get that far, I could do another thing. Regional representation, direct democracy. Well, you'll see immediately that people wouldn't vote for millions of Syrian immigrants to come in. Um, you will see that people have, I don't know, earlier children because there will be less debt. So the whole debt student stuff like that won't happen.
If you
You
adopt
see that
secular
people who are
Quranism, if you adopt secular
no,
Quranism, you can default on your debts. Governments and
yeah,
individuals
but that's
can
bribery.
default.
It's bribery, and I
That'll
can
do
say that the
whatever
same. I can say
works.
the same thing. And actually, I do think I'm actually in favor of defaulting debts. Well, it has to be done because what
You
used to
got to
be done
pay.
is that governments would well, you can't pay with secular Quranism either. But it used to be the case that the debt that was accrued was public debt. But what a lot of governments have done now is they started to outsource that debt into private debt. So now in the United Kingdom, I don't know if I'm right about this, but I've heard that sometimes a year could already be like 9,000
What?
euros to pay for your college tuition. How
Um,
much is a year?
I don't know what it is. Something like that. That sounds about
It
right.
is absolutely crazy. It's like the way you perpetuate elite cliques to make sure that they can, I don't know, perpetuate their families being in other elites positions. It's nepotism. And you know also what happens? The parents of parents that are wealthy and that have children that are not sort of smart enough, they set them to another private school or exam training, stuff like that, because then they can get their exams. And that also means that the whole idea of a meritocracy, people from poor backgrounds, people from minority backgrounds, they can't even get in. They can't
Yeah,
even
because the
compete.
grammar school in the UK was actually meant for poor people, but it's full of, I guess, ambitious Asian parents and
Yeah,
middle class white people. The
yeah.
working classes, they probably haven't even heard of such a thing now. It's not in their
Yeah. I would
consciousness.
say actually I would make extracurricular tutoring illegal.
Well,
Illegal.
you know what? I mean, it's so shit in the UK that there's actually a law saying you can't actually open another grammar school because it's not allowed. It's like there should be a grammar school in every borough in the UK.
Well, what exactly is a grammar school?
It's basically a free school that you have to take the 11 plus examination to go there. Otherwise, you go to the secondary modern and do your vocational education there.
Yeah.
So it's for bright working class children.
Well, it seems sort of on the surface a good idea. I don't know if I don't know if it's a bad idea. I have to look into it. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe it is.
what they
But
did,
the problem is this already. I mean, like if you
it's
don't
so
want to pay
political.
9,000 euros for your I don't know for your child's education, what are you gonna do? You know. So I think it's a discouragement already.
Yes, because the rules are so opaque that most people just can't work it out until it's too
Oh no,
late.
yeah, sure.
And then they
And
have
the,
to
yeah,
sort of, they have to not be working mothers to work out the rules of how to
yeah,
get your kid into the best school in your area
mm,
and,
yeah.
whatever.
I mean, like people who are affluent already, they have a lot of time for that kind of stuff. But I think a lot what they do a lot in the government is
They make simple
they make
things
it so
complicated.
complex. Yeah, they
Yeah,
make it
yeah.
so
I mean, it's,
complex
it's
that the
like
people
that
that
germ
it's designed
incentive.
for originally don't understand it, and the only thing that they actually manage to do is for people who know how the system works to manipulate it. So actually, what you get is a perpetuation of sort of class divides and even solidification of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem really is that people are, who are close to these sort of centers of power are just going to use their knowledge to benefit themselves and basically screw everybody else. And there is no authority above them to make sure that they follow the rules. So it will become increasingly corrupt. And it's just how hierarchy is structured, as well as how the rules are well applied and interpreted. And that's why you actually need somebody above them with enough power to change things or punish people where required. But
Oh yeah, but there's
obviously,
nobody in the elite who's being punished. We in the Netherlands we had this huge tax scandal in which people actually were well they got money and they forgot to sort of fill in a form correctly, like really minor mistakes, and then the tax agency went after them so intensely. Like people lost their lives, kids were kids were put out of families, like it was a terrible a terrible thing, and that happened,
yeah,
but that's because the rules are
so opaque.
way too complicated. And the crazy thing is, there's nobody that was responsible for this, these incidents, even though we know now that this tax agency actually committed crimes. They were not doing things according to the law,
Covering
but
up
there
and
nobody has been punished to this
yeah.
day. And it's the impunity in which the elite can get away with these days is absolutely shocking. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, because there is
suicides,
no,
children gone on the one hand,
yeah.
and on the elites, nobody's been punished yet. It's absolutely sickening.
Yeah, I mean the UK had this thing about some software for people who ran post offices, and something went wrong with the software, and then the person who owned it or ran it was accused of theft. And then they said, no, the computer couldn't possibly go wrong. You must be, a thief. Something like that. And people lost their livings and had their reputations ruined, and were properly compensated because of some software problem that they denied. You know.
Yeah, it's really absurd, and I think we have to take elites much more into account, and I think that's one of the major issues. But I also think it's a major issue because the traditional socialist parties, they have lost all their sort of voting base, and now it's all sort of the middle class professionals on the one hand. And I think I have to say the populists are rather spurgy sometimes. They really, I don't know, they're not very efficient. I think they don't know
They
how
are
to talk.
themselves also corrupt. I mean, that is a thing. You know, if the people at the top are corrupt, the people at the bottom, you can be sure that they would be more. They would be corrupt too, and they wouldn't kind of even feel they have the duty not to be corrupt because they think, well, we're at the bottom, we're scraping by a living, if we don't, we'll starve. That kind of thing. But it's the structure of it, because I mean recently I was looking at how China ran itself, and they have this crazy thing called the Three Supremes. I don't know if you are aware of it, but basically the basic, and I think it's already incoherent, as a system. So they're basically saying that the three supremes are the people, the constitution, and the party.
Yeah.
And but it's like it's nonsensical, because I know what I know why they're doing it. They're saying, we're all important. The constitution is the rule of law, and the people are are served by the rule of law, and the party's supposed to serve the people. But of course, in practice, the party will be the ones in a position to change the constitution and fuck the people around.
Yeah. Sure.
And,
Yeah.
and that is actually a more incoherent way of looking at things than previously, when they the old idea of the mandate of heaven, because the mandate of heaven was really to say to any emperor of China, it's like, look, you may be the most powerful person around in China, but if you get things wrong, the mandate of heaven will be withdrawn from you, and you will know this when you have rebellion, pestilence, natural disaster, invasion, and that sort of thing. And then the person who takes over from you will be presumed to have the mandate of heaven. So it's a flexible idea, and it puts the emperor on notice that there is something above him, i.e. the mandate of heaven, whose favour can be withdrawn.
Well, I don't know. I think we just need integrity. I think that's a word that's
Yeah,
not being used.
you can only have
Um,
integrity if you're responsible to something above you that is
I
bigger than you.
disagree, Claire. You don't believe in God, of course.
No, but
Don't you? No, I think it's much more of the structure of, now you get like career politicians. People just make their money, and actually their career as a politician is a step towards their end of the career, which is sort of in a commission or whatever, where they can actually make money, or speaking arrangements. And it really outrages me when I hear Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, you know, uh,
getting paid,
making a huge amount, like
amounts for talks and things.
exorbitant amount of money for just speaking somewhere.
Yeah.
So it almost seems like a step up, and that's just the president. I mean, can you imagine all the congressmen, like all these people who are now tied to lobby organizations, stuff like that, and we have created a class
A
of elites.
parasitical class, really.
It's really a parasitical class, because they barely have any integrity at all, and actually what they are trying to do as well is getting the few people out of politics that actually have some sense of integrity. There's this one politician in the Netherlands, his name is Peter Omzicht, who actually was a member of the ruling party, but he tried to sort of tell everybody what's happening in this tax scheme, and they wanted to get rid of him. They really did. They tried everything in their power to silence him, and to make sure. And it's just such a terrible situation nowadays, that people who have actually integrity are pushed
Are
out.
punished. And this is the dangerous thing, because if you want people to behave properly, you have to reward them. That your laws have to reward good behaviour and punish bad behaviour. And if ordinary people see that good behaviour is not rewarded, they're not going to be good. They'll be, corrupt and dishonest. So that is the most important thing of all. And that is really obedience to the law, as well as the rule of law, which I define as the desire to obey the rules.
Yeah, but you can't just get away with respecting the letter of the law. You have to embody the spirit of the law. You have to have a culture in which it is looked down upon to actually have like these crazy speaking arrangements, or to go from politics to a lobby organization, like things like that.
Yeah,
And
but Conops, if nobody has a religion, then nobody has a moral system, and all we have in the West is these laws telling us what will punish us or reward us, and we think, well,
yeah,
as long
but
as we get away
I
with
don't,
it.
no, but I don't see what you're seeing in respect to religion, because I think that there have been many empires that were really religious, or many societies that have been very religious, that have also fell prey to this kind of corruption. I mean, you need to
Yeah, yeah. So
revitalize the
that's why
system.
the rule of law is important, and the rule of law I define is not the fact that there are laws. Obviously, there are laws, but the rule of law is the desire to follow the rules, and this is not what you've been saying about your country. It shows that people don't. They'll get away with breaking the rules.
No,
That
no, no, they're not break. No, no, no. The problem is they're not breaking the rules. They're bending them.
yeah,
That's
that's
the problem.
yeah. So that they interpret it in a way that suits them, even though it goes against the spirit
Yeah,
and the intention of the laws. So, and if they see that that's the way to make a living, then that's what most of them will do, and there will be a bad culture of doing that unless you change the culture, which is actually an enormous job. Because when you talk about changing the culture, you're actually talking about reprogramming people's minds, because you want them to, you know, work under a different operating system, right?
yeah, but I do think you can set up incentives for people with more integrity to go to politics, because nowadays I think it's also a big problem with the media. I don't know if you've seen I don't know if you've seen the last couple of presidential races in United Kingdom and United States. Have you been paying a bit of attention?
Well, I know that the media is corrupt.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like the way the media is talking about it's not just about corruptness, but it's also about this perpetual horse race. So there's nothing. I mean, the talk about the content or the substance of policy is really put to the back foot. What they actually are trying, what they actually are discussing is, oh wow, this person is uh two 2 percentage points ahead of the other person, and this new remark that this person made, maybe it wouldn't go down so
It's
well in
also
the
petty, right?
trans, tr- what well, transsexual
Yeah.
black community or whatever.
The
I mean,
values,
they're
the
always,
news values
yeah, well,
are
yeah. So
rotten.
it's rotten. So it's not about like what do
Policy
we
or
fundamentally,
principle
yeah,
or anything
yeah,
of
what
that
do we
nature is
fundamentally
all
need the
trivial.
society to go to? Like, what is our aim? What do we want to achieve? And to have like really deep conversations about
The
substance.
national interest.
Well, yeah, the national interest, but
But you
every
can at least
kind of
talk about
policy.
it. I mean, okay, you can say, oh, we're people are different, but you can still try and pin it down and discuss it. And nobody does it now. Nobody does. Do you know anybody who talks about it?
Well, the national interest, yeah, sure, people talk about the
Well,
national
yeah,
interest.
but no, okay. The only times I've heard politicians would be say it's in their national interest to do X, and then no, the stupid journalists, they don't even question him. Like, how is it in the national interest? They just say, oh, okay, you use the word, we're going to submit to it, or it's like these. Nobody is fit for purpose. The media is not fit for the purpose of analyzing or reporting the news. In fact, they deliberately suppress the news.
Well, what I don't like the sort of blanket statement about the media, because there are definitely journalists who are doing a great job exposing corruption, um, getting very good articles out about stuff that we need to know about. But yeah, there is a lot of, I mean, especially easy journalism, the sort of the CNN type of journalism, and well, they have more channels than this NBC, sort of the rage porn about the Democratic Party, all the tribal stuff, and that is, I think it's largely a very problematic distraction that really prevents us from seeing what's really going on in our societies, like a really deep talk about how our structures are changing, what we
Okay,
need to
talking
do to
about
get ourselves happy, stuff like that.
okay, talking about structure. I mean, do you know what I mean when I say that the fourth estate is now the first estate?
Well, you're talking about the media running everything now.
Yes, because people don't believe in the church now, not in the West. So the it's the media who are the ones telling us what to think in a way that the church used to tell Europeans what to think when Europeans took Christianity seriously. And now, these journalists, they have no values, they have no principles. They're just going to go with whatever's fashionable at the time. But they'll be telling us what to think, how to behave towards each other, and they have the power to deplatform sitting American presidents. And they are a law
Uh,
unto themselves.
um, I have to think about that one actually. I do think they have a lot of power. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that journalists would influence what we think, as long as they're as long as they're good. But I think the
As long
problem is
as
that
what they
there's
say is true. Yes?
I think that well the problem is I think we have a lot of lazy journalism. I think we have a lot of people who rather like I don't know stay in front of the White House and talk about small things that the president has done instead of going out on some I don't know venture to
Investigative journalism,
yeah to expose some kind of real corruption or some kind of real issue or whatever. I think that I think it's just the sort of the quality of journalists, sort of the easy clickbait columns, the rage porn in the ideological spectrum. I think there's where it really sort of goes wrong. And I'll bring up an example I've used before. I was telling about this very famous YouTube academic nurse. His name is John Campbell, and he got fact checked by the BBC. But the people who actually fact checked him uh, were were all journalists, but they were not. How would you say like there was only one with a medical background. So everybody is like they have their sort of ideological opinion, and that's what they do. Like a new church, what Ralph would call the cathedral almost. I think. Um, so these people have their narratives. They're very superficially acquainted with the actual um, substance of the matter, and yet they say, "Oh, no, 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 you can't think this because." And I think that's a really big problem. I think it's a really big problem that we have so many useless journalists with no real expertise.
Yeah, they're just put in positions of responsibility, maybe because they're cheap or dime a dozen,
Oh yeah,
graduates. Because they put people just fresh out of university in policy decisions, or they, they, I don't really know what's going on, but these crazy things are indeed going on, and then nobody is to blame. When something bad happens, apparently nobody's to blame, so nobody
yeah.
takes responsibility.
And you know what I think the case is with these journalists? I think if they can't make it to the sort of the lower tier of BBC journalism to fact check Mr. John Campbell, I think if you have the fourth tier of this contingent, do you know where they end up? In the Facebook censorship business,
Yeah.
because I think they are like these students of communication science, all these useless, really useless uh, studies and professions. It just annoys me.
Yeah.
All right, Claire, I got really upset today about a lot of things. You can't say I don't have anything that I am in favor of. I'm not just against things, as you have seen.
Well, we
Um,
managed to have an okay conversation about what you think is wrong with the world. And I'm saying, if you don't have a moral system that is generally agreed by people, then people will make up their own rules. And this is really the problem. It's like Christianity, well, you ceased to believe in it centuries ago, and it was replaced by liberalism, and that's gone. And this is your problem. And if you don't have an agreed set of rules that you can at least say, oh, we are Dutch people and we believe in A, B, and C, then
yeah,
you
but
haven't got an identity.
I'm much more of a classical Republican tradition guy.
Well, you still need, your shared values to make you,
Oh,
to
definitely.
give you national identity and
Yeah,
social cohesion.
yeah, and that's with my program. That's rather easy to do,
Really.
I would say. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you are a civic nationalist, and you think the least the government should agree to do is to promote the national interest and be prepared to discuss what the national interest is.
Absolutely.
Okay, then we are agreed.
Well, on that very superficial issue, we are agreed.
All right.
Well, it's been real talking to you. I actually think it's finally time for me to go to bed. I've been talking too much, but I
Yes.
really enjoyed it. It's been such a long time since I've been streaming, so for me it's been great. And thank you so much for having me. Also nice to talk to Tiffany. And yeah, I'll say hi to the chat. Thanks for staying,
Staying with us for
staying.
over 7.5 hours.
Yeah, for those who actually stayed, I can't see who's in the chat right now because I'm not paying attention. But for those who really stayed till the end, like the utmost respect.
Great.
So thank you very much, and have a good night.
Good night, everyone, and thank you for coming.